some of the mental side of the game and make that transition. But, when I say, he wasn't a scorer earlier, he averaged 3.5 points in his first 3 years. And it makes the jump to Tennessee. He became a good scorer. And that wingspan that you talk about, he's a 6'4" dude with a 6'9" wingspan.
Yep.
So, yeah, I think there are a lot of traits where they can develop him, and maybe he can be a contributor as a rookie. I don't. It sounds like you're a little bit more excited about it than
I am. I mean, if I was grading the pick, I would give this an A. Now, I'm grading it as a second-round pick. I'm not telling you he is an A NBA player.
Right.
But for picking at 37, a guy with a clear trait, a trait that we want to see more of on this team.
So they were able to add on the margins.
They were able to add on the margins, John. 248-539-9797. He had his breakout season before transferring to Tennessee. He had basically 2 really good years.
Yeah.
And you go, okay, well, one is – where was he at? It was like a Florida school, right?
North Florida.
Yeah, he was at North Florida. You go, okay, does that translate the big year, his final year at North Florida? Well, then you go to the SEC, which was by and large the best conference in college basketball last year. And it wasn't like, well, will it translate? It did translate. So, yeah, I'd grade it an A. I don't know if you'd give it A- or B+. You like the pick.
I like the pick, yeah. So, I'll give it a B+.
Okay.
Again, grading – draft picks to me is the most dumb thing that we could possibly do. But
it's just it's an exercise. Do you like it? 1 to 10. That's all it is.
Okay, yeah.
I'm not telling you to define his career today.
Yeah.
Will he make the Hall of Fame?
7.
Okay.
that what it
is he a Hall of Famer, John? You got to decide right now.
Yeah,
is this what is his destiny? No, we know this is going to be a winding road. But, yeah, Trajan Langdon adding a good piece for the team.
Yeah, and so we'll see how it proves, and we'll see what other moves he makes because free agency is going to open up soon as well.
Ticket Texter says Duncan Robinson, Pete in Port Huron.
Oh, that's their comparison? Well, I mean, if he could shoot like Duncan Robinson, I'll take a couple of years like that.
Well, that's the thing you're talking about. You have one thing that you do well. Duncan Robinson was not a guy who was going to be Dean Yup.
No.
He's not a guy that's going to crash the boards.
No.
He's not a guy that's going to go to the hoop with authority and throw it down. He was going to find a spot, stand there, move as the defense moved, and
hey,
hit the
I'm
jump.
open.
Hey,
I'm open over here.
Me. Exactly. So 248-539-9797. Pistons take Chaz Lanier out of Tennessee. Taking on Lanier has worked well for the team before. We're going to get into a trade the Tigers could make. Reports yesterday. We brought him up on the show, and we thought it was kind of a no-brainer. I mean, you didn't really bat an eye. It was, oh, yeah, sure, that's a move the Tigers could make.
Yeah.
And the feedback throughout the day, both on the station and social media, there's a real pushback from people inside the fan base. People are against this move, and I don't understand it. We're going to get to that coming up next. It's 97.1.
Hey, you wait for summer all year long. It's that feeling of freedom, trading work for sunshine and getting back to what you love. Summer is all about making memories. At Verizon, we're celebrating you. You deserve to kick off summer feeling refreshed, connected, and ready for anything. So this year, summer starts early with incredible value only at Verizon. Amplify your summer with amazing deals on the latest phones, smartwatches, and accessories that keep you connected wherever you go. Verizon has you covered with the network America relies on. And to make that summer feeling even sweeter, just for walking in, you'll receive free summer essentials. That's right, simply visit any Verizon location across the country and pick up your complimentary summer goodie. It's our way of saying thanks. But don't wait, these in-store freebies are only available through June 30th or while supplies last. So before you hit the beach or fire up that grill, make your first stop your nearest Detroit Verizon store today. Discover amazing deals, get connected on the network you can trust, and grab your free summer essential. That's Verizon.
Big-time bomb from Torque. We said he had a quiet June. Step in the right direction. Tigers win 8-0 yesterday, take down the A's. Yesterday on the show, we brought up a report. Bob Nightingale, USA Today. You're going to hear his name. He's one of those insiders before the trade deadline. And his report was the Tigers would be all in on Alex Bregman if he's available. And, John, it was met with, yeah. I mean, you didn't bat an eye. You thought, well, yeah, I mean, they were in on him last year. He's a damn good baseball player. If he's healthy and the Tigers are chasing a World Series,
Why
sure.
not?
And with the idea that he'd opt out, this wouldn't be a break-the-bank type of trade. You're not giving up Clark or McGonigal. But this makes sense. And then we moved on. And then the day went on. And I know Doug and Gator aren't big Bregman guys. And I know a lot of people on social media scoffed at this idea. We don't want him. Why not?
You got to get over the fact that he chose Boston over Detroit. It was a contract decision. Detroit didn't want to give him the opt-out after year one. And I agree. I didn't want him to be able to opt out after the first year. And so he decides to take the one, and we mentioned at the time, all right, you didn't get him this year. You could be in the market for him next year.
And people were nauseated. I don't want to do this again. He dragged us and took the process to the final day, and we got nothing.
Okay, so take the name out of it, and you look at the stats, you look at the numbers. He was having a terrific year. Now, he hasn't played since May 23rd.
Which is key. He's got to get healthy.
Yeah, and I believe it's a quad issue. So if he's healthy, then you're looking at a guy in 51 games that had 11 home runs. He had 35 RBIs. He has an OPS of 938.
It's incredible.
Right. I mean, and
he plays elite defense.
Right. That's the thing. So if just because you got your feelings hurt that he chose to go to Boston versus Detroit, he chose them and their manager and their team over A.J. Hinch, and we thought A.J. had an in because they were together in Houston, and like, get over the hurt feelings. This is a player that you could get for 3 months. Most likely, no matter where he is, if he keeps playing the way he is, he's going to opt out if he's in Boston, if he's in Detroit, if he's at any other major league team, if he gets traded. And wouldn't you rather have him on your team versus somebody that you may have to face in the postseason?
Guys, he's making so much sense. Too much sense it may be dangerous. Please, I have yet to hear a valid reason for why they shouldn't be in on Alex Bregman at the trade deadline. I would challenge our listeners to come up with here's the key word, John, valid reason, not my feelings were hurt.
Yeah.
Guys, it's a business. Stop being pouty losers. We want to win. Go out and add winners to this ball club. I love Zach McKinstry. He's a Chippewa. Bregman has a higher WAR this year and hasn't played in over a month. Bregman is an upgrade at third base. McKinstry's a utility guy you can play everywhere. This doesn't mean you can't do what you want to do. But when you get to the playoffs, we can't have empty at-bats. We can't have heavy strikeout numbers. You need a proven postseason player to help win a World Series. Well, our offense is good. Can it be better? Why is that a bad idea to get better? Well, he's only a rental. Okay, we're not adding any rentals at the trade deadline? Is that their philosophy? We only add guys on long-term? Well, that's not what contenders do. Contenders often will add a key player or two on a rental.
Well,
what's the valid reason not to do this?
The beautiful part about adding rentals is you don't have to give up as much to get them. They're only going to be here for 3 months. So if you get a player like Alex Bregman and he comes in here, you use him for 3 months, he helps you win a World Series, and then decides that he's going to opt out, he can get more money somewhere else. Thank you very much. See you later. We'll go in a different direction at that time.
There's so many ways it plays out. One scenario is that, yes, he has a hell of a year. He's incentivized to produce. He gets paid a bag by someone not named the Tigers, and he helps propel us to whatever heights we reach, ideally a World Series. The other scenario is he comes here, performs well, falls in love with this city when we're winning and what we do to support our baseball teams. We have that money still sitting there that we were willing to pay him a year ago, and we up our offer a little, and he gives a little, and he signs a long-term deal, and he's a third baseman for a long time here.
Or
that's
he
also
just
a scenario.
in on the current deal.
Well, he could do that, and I know people would bristle because it's a lot of money, but it's short term. And that was the other thing people thought is, boy, I don't like giving baseball players 8 and 10-year deals. Well, congrats. The Bregman deal is not. It's very much year to year, and it can't be any more than 4 years. What? People, please explain why you're against this. 248-539-9797. I don't understand.
I don't either, and because it's not like you look at him and you say, well, he's a bad teammate. It's not like Devers, where there was drama outside of, well, I don't want to play that position, or no, you told me I was going to play this one, I'm not doing that, and we're paying you a lot of money, so if you don't want to do it, we're going to trade you. This is a player that you wanted in the offseason. You were 30 minutes away.
Basically, yeah.
A half an hour away from signing him, and he would have been here, except the Boston Red Sox decided to put that opt-out after the first year, which we were fine with not doing. We didn't want him for just 1 year. We wanted him for at least 2, and okay, fine. I don't understand it just because he chose them, not us. So now we no longer want him. For the rest of his career, he is an enemy of Detroit.
So the other thing, and you just sparked it in my head, people say he doesn't want to be here. That was one of the first things I saw yesterday was, well, Scott Harris said we want people who want to be here. And AJ said if you don't pick us, we'll beat you. He didn't want to be here. We had Evan Petzold on in the Free Press, and he was all over the Bregman story in the offseason. And I think one key detail people forgot, or maybe, look, they didn't listen to it. They didn't catch it the first time. Alex Bregman countered the Tigers' offer, which meant he was willing to sign here under certain terms.
And we heard from him, he thought he was going to be in Detroit. That's where we got the 30 minutes. And we thought he was going to be in Detroit until the last half hour.
And he's been complimentary of the team publicly and was willing to sign here. And it wasn't like, oh, my counteroffer is $1 billion. It was $15 additional million over a 6-year deal.
Yeah.
And it had a 1-year opt-out. And Harris had his reasons, and he chose not to. But I would think he isn't as stubborn as the fan base is. I would think he would look at this and go, well, we're further ahead. We're the best team in baseball. We're closer to a World Series. We're willing to compromise a little more.
And so here's the update on the injury. It is a quadriceps injury. Alex Cora, the Red Sox, put him on the 10-day IL a couple of days ago because they feel like, oh, he's not going to be back until after the All-Star break. Okay, so be it. And then it's just going to be a matter of their evaluation. Does he get any at-bats before he comes back? Do they think that he is going to be 100%? We don't want, obviously, somebody that's going to come and not be able to play the rest of the year.
No, that may be the valid reason, is if, first of all, we're still a month away from the trade deadline. If we are a month from now and he's nowhere near a baseball field, okay. But if he's rehabbed, if he's back, All-Star break is behind us, he's got a stick in his hand, Boston's willing to sell. Again, that's the other part of this. But for us to not be willing, for our fan base to get so in our feelings, to be such stubborn people, to be such pouty people, that's what it is. Pouting is what it is. People don't like when you say that about them, but they're pouting. 248-539-9797. The other part of this, and it was in Bob Nightingale's rationale, his reporting, the Scooble clock. You are in very much a win-now spot. With the unknown, he's only under team control for this and next season. It does up the ante.
Well, yeah, and so the All-Star break is going to be mid-July. He's not going to be back until after the All-Star break, so you're not going to have a huge window to look at and see is he back. If Boston is not in it at that point, they're going to want him to be playing so that they can actually sell him if that's the route that they want to take.
Yeah.
If they're not going to be in it, at the end, they're not in a wild card spot, and Bregman's going to opt out after the season. It's baseball contract and 101.
Yeah.
Then you sell him to get some assets.
Some ticket text. Again, we're looking for valid reasons why you don't want Alex Bregman, because there was a lot of pushback yesterday with Bob Nightingale's report that the Tigers would be all in to add Bregman. Ticket texters. This is the Tigers' window. 1.5 years. If they don't win a World Series, it would be horrible, especially with Scooble leaving. So I think that person's for making a move.
Yeah, well, they also have the assumption that Scooble's not going to be here.
Right. I think you're just operating in the unknown more than I would definitively say it. Jim, in other scenarios, he comes here and gets hurt. You give up a few prospects, and, now you got bleep in your hand.
Right, and that's the risk that you take when you send prospects to anyone for any player. They could come and get hurt. There's no guarantee that anyone is healthy through the rest of the season.
We trade for Aroldis Chapman.
Yep.
He gets injured in September.
Tommy John.
Damn. Shouldn't have done the trade.
I don't really want to put that out in the atmosphere, but that is –
it's a risk for anybody.
Yeah.
Texter says nothing like a little extra smarm to get the day started. Unbelievable. All right. When was he going to come over here? When he was going to come here as a free agent, people were saying he was too expensive. Now he's more expensive because you have to give up prospects. I don't want him. He's hurt. Whatever team adds him will have to cough up picks instead of making the right original decision. But do you want to be someone who gets a second chance in Scott Harris to make it right? Or do you want to say, well, I screwed up once and I'm damned forever?
But, okay, so he's more expensive in regards to, yes, you'd have to give up prospects. He is going to be a rental, so you're not going to have to give up maybe you give up a top 100 prospect, but it's the last one on the list, or maybe you don't even have to do that.
Yeah, maybe it's two high-level, younger guys that
Right.
aren't in the top 100. The reality here, guys, too, is they're not all going to work. Scott Harris has rebuilt the farm system, but they're not all going to turn into all-stars. Some are going to be contributors. Some are never going to hit above Erie. So you really have to make a decision. Do you want to go for a World Series or not? Because, John, you brought it up originally. Someone else is going to make a move.
Yeah.
And you got to be there competing. You want to compete. That's what this is all about.
And in terms of money, just the financial commitment, it's a 3-month commitment. Because of the season he's having, he's more than likely, no matter where he is, going to opt out.
Guys, let us know. 248-539-9797. Why wouldn't you want Bregman? It's 97.1.
Brought to you by Builder's First Choice. Day 2 of the Rocket Classic is about to get underway in Detroit. Day 1 was record-setting for the course, as tied for the lead, Kevin Roy and Aldrich Potgieter both shot 10 under 62. Tigers looking for their second consecutive win tonight as they host the Minnesota Twins for a first of a 3-game series. First pitch tonight is at 7:10, and all that action can be caught right here on 97.1 The Tickets. Meanwhile, Tampa Bay Rays shortstop Wander Franco will be receiving a suspended 2-year prison sentence after being found guilty of sexual abuse towards a minor. Franco was previously convicted of having a sexual relationship with a 14-year-old girl when he was 21 years of age. Last night in the NBA draft, the Pistons selected 6'5" shooter Chaz Lanier out of Tennessee. Last season with the Volunteers, he averaged 18 points a game. The Red Wings also with a draft decision to make. Tonight begins the NHL Draft, and Detroit will be selecting 13th overall. From the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Dustin Fiocco. For details on these stories and more, you can stay tuned, or you can head to 971theticket.com.
I have made it my personal crusade to shoot down what I think are lazy reasons. Stubborn reasons. Pouty reasons. Why wouldn't you want Alex Bregman? Yesterday, Bob Nightingale says the Tigers would be all in if he's available, and we didn't bat an eye. We know the Tigers love Bregman. We know the Tigers are trying to win a World Series, but there's a lot of people here with hurt feelings, and we've asked you, do you have a valid reason? Because everything I've heard amounts to poutiness and stubbornness. John, if he's here for 3 months and opts out, you're not giving up a prospect treasure trove to get him. People said on the ticket text, I'd rather add an arm. I wasn't aware we were only allowed to make one trade at the deadline.
Right. Yeah.
I could add a bullpen piece and Alex Bregman. You could do it in the same deal if Aroldis is involved. You're not limited to one trade. You have a great farm system. You can give up multiple prospects in the next 30 days here. There's not a valid reason to avoid making this move. Zach McKinstry, I love him. Fire up chips. Ticket texter says I'd rather stick with him. Bregman's better.
Yeah, it's really not comparable.
Guys, why are you against better?
Yeah,
Don't fall in love with your own. And McKinstry can play short and outfield, and you can platoon him and move him around. But Bregman, without playing for a month, has a higher WAR than McKinstry, as great a season as McKinstry's having.
And it's not just about better. It's just more.
Yeah.
Why not have more bats? Why not have more options in the field?
Zach McKinstry, career WAR. This is the outlier season. Career WAR for Zach McKinstry. Bregman had higher last year. Bregman's last season was better than the entire career of Zach McKinstry bottled into one. 248-539-9797. Let's get to Charles. You're on 97.1.
Yeah, it's been a while since I called you guys. How are you doing?
Good. Good morning.
Good to hear
Thanks
from
for,
you.
Yeah, thanks for jumping back in.
Yeah, so I wanted to talk about Alex Bregman, and the first thing I want to say is I think he's a wonderful ball player. But the problem that I have with him, it has nothing to do with the fact that he chose the Red Sox over the Tigers. I want to see this team get better. But the problem I have with him is the fact that I think that Fenway Park plays to his strengths. And by that I mean, okay, we don't have a green monster as part of, Comerica Park. Comerica Park is larger than Fenway Park. And so when you put Alex Bregman in there, I don't think that he is necessarily going to be the same player.
Charles.
Yeah.
Do you remember when he played at Comerica Park earlier this season? Because I do. I remember us booing him, and I remember him going yard twice in the 3 games. The dimensions of this ballpark are not at all going to be an issue for Alex Bregman.
I don't think he'll be the same hitter here. I'm worried about that.
I'm just saying, I watched him walk into Comerica Park, strut, and pimp a homer off Tarek Skubal. So
I'm just looking at it long term. It makes me nervous. If they picked him up, I'd still be fine with it, honestly. But
Charles,
it makes me nervous having him long term.
We don't have to concern ourselves with long term. The reason, number one reason,
long term, I mean like 3 months. Yeah.
Well,
rather than just one series.
Oh, well, 3 months is really not that long.
Yeah,
well,
your definition of long term.
I have bigger concerns. Hold on, I have bigger concerns that Zach McKinstry will contribute the way he has the start of this year than I am that Bregman would struggle at Comerica Park.
Long term, 3 months.
All long term of 3 months.
Well,
John, your point is long term is not really an issue here because he would opt out at the end of the year, and even if he opted in, this is not a 10-year deal.
No, but let's just think about the motivation of Alex Bregman. The motivation is, and the Red Sox, if they're out of it, we need to get some assets because he has the opt-out after this year. Well, if he comes back, there's motivation for him to get healthy and play because he wants to opt out. He wants to sign a better deal after the season. So whether he's in Boston or in Detroit, the motivation for him is, one, to get healthy, to produce so that he can opt out. The protection is for him. If he has a terrible rest of the season, then it's on the team that he's going to opt in. It's the Javi Baez 2 years ago.
Yeah, the downside is
everything is in the player's control.
But we know he's a guy they wanted here beyond a year. Right. We know Scott Harris. This is the beauty of this. This is not a fairy tale. Scott Harris worked the phones on this. He made this his big priority for the offseason. A.J. Hinch and Scott Harris love the ball player that Alex Bregman is, and if he was a Tiger for more than one season, they would be very happy.
And he's got a track record of, okay, maybe he goes into a slump. Maybe it's the transition. It's new sight lines, whatever. Like the sight lines didn't affect him when he was here.
Yeah.
And so the track record is he's a really good hitter. He has been a good hitter over the course of his career. He's not going to forget how to do that. He's not going to forget how to play third base. He's going to be a guy that can be a major contributor and be a right-handed bat, add a glove on the left side of the infield. I don't get it why people don't want him here.
Postseason is all that matters for this baseball team, right?
Yes.
Okay. Alex Bregman is a great postseason hitter. He is a clutch, proven postseason performer. So I'm not sure why we would at all bat an eye at the opportunity to add a player like that. Let's get to Dan in Ypsilanti. Dan, what's up? Oh, sorry. Not going to get to Dan in Ypsilanti.
He gone.
We'll read some more ticket text. 248-539-9797. Bregman's hurt. I'm not giving up assets for an injured player and one who can opt out. He screwed us once. Not taking the risk. Josh in Warren. Stan at Saline says the same thing. I thought he was injured. Doesn't seem to be a wise decision.
So it's a quad strain. And I know he's been out since May 23, so we're just over a month. Alex Cora has said, don't expect him back until after the All-Star break. I don't think that's a season-ending injury.
No, it's not.
He's going to be back, and the motivation is not only for him to perform well when he is back, but to actually get back. He wants to opt out. He wants a bigger contract. There is no better motivation for a professional athlete, especially at where he is in terms of age. This may be the last big contract that he gets to sign.
No, it
so
is.
he wants to maximize earnings. How do you do that? You perform.
He signed a 3-year, $120 million contract with opt-outs after each season. The plan was to take 40 this year, have a great year, opt out, and sign a deal for the $200 million he wanted.
Right.
That doesn't mean it's going to work to the same degree that he wants it to, but that's his motivation. So he's going to crush the baseball. He's going to end on a high note. He's going to opt out. He's going to look to get paid. That was the plan from the jump.
And so my experience, guys on contract years,
Yeah.
it's even if they've had terrible seasons up to that point, it generally ends up being their best year because the motivation for signing that next contract is there.
Hurt feelings are irrelevant. This is a business decision. It's a smart move. Go grab them. That's from Keith on the ticket text. Texter says, you have to go at a player like this. Ticket texter says the only reason people don't want him is because they're butthurt. He chose the Red Sox over Detroit. It's as simple as getting over it and bringing him in here and making us a better ball club.
All right, so it's the opt-outs as to why Boston was able to get him and Detroit didn't. And I respect Scott Harris in the fact that, well, we want you long-term. We don't want you for just 1 year.
Sure.
We're willing to pony up and give you the money, but we need something in return. And the fact that he chose in the last 30 minutes to go to Boston, it's because of the opt-out.
Yeah.
And, again, he bet on himself. Betting on yourself means you need to go out and produce. He will produce. He will get healthy. And if they sign Alex Bregman or trade for him, does it mean that they win a pennant, that they win a World Series? No. But it gives them another opportunity, as Scott Harris said, to create a lineup that's very tough to pitch against.
But, John, we booed him in May.
So be it.
248-539-9797. All right, we're not going to do a whole show on Alex Bregman. We got a lot more to do on a Friday. You know Cookie Jar's coming up at 7:35, and there's a question in there involving what you're willing to give up to win a Lions Super Bowl.
Oh.
As well as a spider question. Heather, I'm so sorry to do this to you, but it is part of the Cookie Jar at 7:35. We're going to get into Wojo's column, applying some heat in the summer on one of our big decision makers in town. It's all coming up. It's 97.1.
Hey, we're in the middle of summer right now. It's getting hot, so don't wait. Whatever you need, call the team at Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. They take care of my house. They will do the same for you, and they're going to upgrade your system now. And if you do that, you can save up to $1,000. All you need to do is call for details. You can schedule a free in-home estimate so you know what that cost is going to be. They'll offer same-day service, and trust me, on Fridays, you know they're going to be busy. It's going to be hot this weekend. Give them a call before noon, and they'll be there today. You can find more information on the web at mastercraftheating.com. That's mastercraftheating.com.
8-0 final for the Tigers. Take another series. Start a series tonight against the Minnesota Twins.
Time to put them to bed.
Yeah, I mean,
they've had an extremely rough June. I think it was, 8-16 in the month of June to this point, and they're 11.5 back of the Tigers.
What a statement! If you could, take 2 or 3 or sweep them.
Sweep them.
But Sunday night baseball, to plant that flag, Scooble on the mound.
Yes.
Let's see it.
I'll take that statement. And it's not going to be the same as if they're able to do that against Cleveland at the end of the month.
The start of the month. 4th of July.
Yeah.
It's ideal. Look, the 2 weeks here. Bury the Twins, build your double-digit lead, get this Guardians monkey off your back.
Head into the All-Star break with a handful of All-Stars.
Yeah.
Because we saw the results were posted yesterday.
3 guys that were in are in.
Yep.
Now they're in the runoff.
Green, Javi, and Gleyber Torres.
Yep.
And Javi as an outfielder, as we've talked about.
It's unbelievable.
It's unbelievable. And he hasn't played outfield in 3 weeks,
and
4
I don't
weeks?
think he's going to. If Parker Meadows is settling in now. I think it was Birchfield, Birchie Kid, who said he'd be the only player to start the All-Star game as outfielder, shortstop, and second base, I think, or three positions. He's been an All-Star at 3 positions if he gets in, which is incredible.
Wow. I mean, we wanted him gone.
Yep,
and now he's going to be an All-Star at a 3rd possible position.
If you would have told me we were selling Javi Baez merch on the ticket website, be like, are we making fun of him? Like, are we crossing a line personally? Because it was getting personal between fans and Javi Baez. And it's like, no, we're doing it because it's such a feel-good story. We're doing it because Javier Baez is a phenomenon.
Completely different player than the Javi we knew for 3 years. It wasn't just 1 off, 2 off. It was 3 years
of
bad baseball.
Yeah, it was long term. We got Cookie Jar coming up at 7:35. A question about spiders Heather's not going to like. A question about what would you give up for a Lions ring. Very specific stuff into there. Plus our day yesterday involved wine and golf, and there's some stuff to talk about at 7:35. We have some pressure on one general manager in this city, and it's being applied by the lead columnist in this city. We'll get to that at 8 o'clock. John, Dan Campbell's backstory. What made the man that he is today? It's shaped by the people in your life. And you've talked about mentors in your life and coaches, and Bill Parcells is obviously one for Dan Campbell, but there's some audio that we have for people here.
Yeah, and this is – we all know Dan Campbell as a fiery guy. We talk about the kneecaps, dragging you to the deep end of the pool. There's so much about Dan Campbell, and he's admitted to it. Like, I'm a meathead, and as am I, talking about myself, kind of some old souls, old school football mentality, and he was talked about on a podcast, and here's the audio about him being able to motivate, and who asked him to motivate the Dallas Cowboys while he played for them under Bill Parcells. Thank you. That's Todd Haley talking about Dan Campbell, Bill Parcells on the This Is Football podcast. And, we had a number of fights last year between the Lions and the Giants when they had the inter-squad practices. And there's a time where it's right, and there's a time where it crosses a line. And when you're in the middle of a season and things can get a little lethargic at practice, you got to have a spark. This isn't always the course that is taken, but when you have a player that you know that says, hey, we need you to run through that wall. Okay, coach. That's what Dan was able to do, and it fired up the team. It's not out of line. It happens all the time at NFL practices. And I would argue, I don't know what NBA practices look like.
Yeah.
I don't know. Obviously, I don't think that this happens in Major League Baseball practices. You're probably not going, chin music and BP. But this is something that will fire up a team, and now all of a sudden you have a different focus at practice, a different motivation, a different energy level, and sometimes all you're looking for is a little more energy.
It's knowing when to push buttons. See, Dan Campbell plays up this routine that he's a meathead, and
Yeah.
I think he is to a degree.
Oh, sure.
But I think he's smarter than people give him credit for. And when I don't even mean like IQ, like I don't need him to take an SAT.
No, just football smart.
EQ, like emotional intelligence, knowing when to push buttons. We talk about A.J. Hinch as a psychology guy. Yeah. That's part of coaching, is knowing, hey, my guys need a little more of this today, a little more salt and vinegar. And I think he plays them really well. And I love seeing that this was in his DNA going back to his playing days.
Yeah, and we talked about where Dan Campbell was ranked as a head coach, and until you win a Super Bowl, until you get to a Super Bowl, you're kind of you're topped out where he's at number 9. And but this is all part of it. How do you find ways to motivate guys in week 15, 16? It doesn't have to be by starting a fight at practice,
No.
but I've
It's just an
always
example.
thought the best coaches are the ones that they know what strings to pull at what time for players. And it's different for every single guy. For 53 players on an NFL roster, each and every guy is going to have a different thing that motivates them or a different thing that gets them going. And the best coaches identify what those are throughout the course of training camp and throughout the course of a season. Or career. Some guys are there for a long time, and you know more about them than others. That's why they do love their own guys.
All right, let's get to Heather with the news.
Let's start with this story. Tampa Bay Rays shortstop Wander Franco was found guilty of sexual abuse of a minor in the Dominican Republic. So he was 21 at the time, was in a relationship
How old
with a
was she?
14-year-old. Somehow, though, guys, he dodged jail time, and he was sentenced to a 2-year suspended prison sentence. Now, the judge did make it clear that he would go to jail if he contacted minors. The judge said, quote, "Do not approach minors for sexual purposes. If you don't like people very close to your age, you have to wait your time."
So the judge said if you got a feelings for a 14-year-old,
Yes.
just
Wait
wait
till
4
she's
years.
18.
It's not
Yeah.
that much better. Like
Like,
groom them?
yeah,
I mean, that's
well,
weird
what's-
and
what-
gross,
I-
too.
How
How about just date people who are of legal consenting age? And that's it. Period.
Yeah.
Which I
but-
think is what the judge was saying.
What they're
It
trying
just
to say.
came
Right.
out a little funny. Now, the mother of the victim was convicted of sex trafficking. She was sentenced to 10 years.
She was
in
trafficking
prison.
her daughter?
Yes.
That's what it sounds like.
Yes.
Yes.
The other thing I saw is, because he has a suspended sentence, people want to know, well, if a team wanted to sign him, he's going to have a hard time getting in the country.
Right. Yeah. He can't get a visa. a work
Guys, he was
visa.
sleeping with a 14-year-old.
I agree with you. But
Like,
that's
that
what
should be
people
enough.
wonder.
Well, but
He's
yeah,
in the headlines
people are-
because he's a baseball player, so that's what
I
people
know.
always think
We're
about.
Right,
done.
yeah.
He's done.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it goes back to Trevor Bauer. Why hasn't and he was, I'm not going to say exonerated, but there are some differences in the story and
Definitely.
his,
And he's still not here,
I'm
so
not even gonna
yes,
get into the
yes,
differences.
yes,
but yeah,
yes.
if Trevor Bauer can't get back into Major League
Wander
Baseball,
has no business.
No.
Nope. Officers in Farmington Hills made quite a shocking discovery in a hotel room last week. They found a woman there with 53 cats. Yes. So officers say the cats were
Bet
well
there's no rats in that room.
No, definitely no rats. The cats were well cared for, they said. All the cats had names, and the woman knew all of the cats' names. The room was clean. So Oakland County Animal Control was called. The woman did admit, yeah, you know what, I'm a little over my head here. 53 cats is a little much. So 50 of the cats were taken by Animal Control, and they're now up for adoption. The woman was able to keep 3 of the cats herself.
Did she have to pick, or did they pick for her?
I
sure
think
she
she
got to
probably
pick.
got to pick. It sounds like
She picked her favorite 3 out of
no
53.
charges were made because
They were well cared
they
for.
were well cared for. The room wasn't like There was litter boxes that were used and cleaned.
Yeah, the
It
whole
wasn't.
house had to be a litter box at that point.
It was one hotel room. It was
my God.
one hotel room. It wasn't a whole house, just one room.
Wow.
I've got more questions about that
So
story,
many.
and I
do
don't
too.
have the answers. Don't ask,
Yes.
John. Oh, man, the 2 campers who were found dead on a remote campground on Isle Royal are believed to have died by murder-suicide. A medical examiner says the victims were a father and son duo. Yeah, they haven't released any other details. Their deaths were first reported on June 8th. They do say an investigation into the incident remains ongoing. Okay, so I saw this article, and it's the headline that really caught my attention. The headline is the new Golden Bachelor kind of a tool? And now we know all about the Golden Bachelor, 66-year-old Mel Owens. And John, your interview with him is going viral because all of these quotes are from the conversation you had with him.
in the trenches, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Now, there are some specific things that he told you that are rubbing people the wrong way. Specifically, the first being that he told producers he doesn't want any females on the show over 60. He basically said,
Right.
if they're over 60,
They're
I'm
gone.
cutting them.
Yeah.
And I
They're
saw
gone.
people online saying, wait, this isn't the Silver Bachelor. This is the Golden Bachelor.
Yeah. And he also, you shared this with us, what he told you. He also wants them to be fit. He does not want any artificial hips and no wigs.
No wigs.
Not allowed.
So is it people calling him shallow, basically?
Yes,
Yeah.
exactly.
We went from Mel Owens to Shallow Hal.
Yeah.
I'll
basically.
say, the only defense that I will say in his defense is they asked him what his preferences were.
Yeah,
he
but
was
maybe not
honest.
share it with you.
Well, I'm happy he did. John's certainly happy he did. It's good for
yeah,
business.
Hey, yeah, it's a great episode.
But that it's maybe he told producers, but now it's the interview he said to you that's going viral. Not producers didn't come out and say, yeah, this guy only wants 60-year-olds. He wants them fit, no artificial
Oh,
hips.
I was showing John videos on like TikTok, like hundreds of thousands of views, people complaining this tool is the word you used.
Well, I
yeah.
remember when you shared that with us. I was like,
Oh, no.
really though? Come on, man. You're 66. Like, do you know what the show like we talked about it a little
Right,
bit.
yes.
So
It's not going to
anyway,
go over well.
other people are finally hearing your interview with him, and it's
It'll
it's
be
going
interesting
viral.
to see how it all plays itself out.
Yep.
Heather with the news. Cookie Jar next, 97.1. It's the Cookie Jar, and it's brought to you by Moran Chevrolet, where you always get the best price, period. I've got scenarios, questions, we need opinions. The first is a scenario. I offer you $10 million cash in your pocket, your bank account. But if you take it, every spider you see will get 10% bigger. Do you take the deal?
Oh, 100%. Give me the money. 10% bigger of a spider is not that much.
I don't know if you understand. Every time. So then 10% of 10%, it gets bigger and bigger and bigger every spider you see.
Oh, wait, so is it only if you see the same spider?
Every
over
time
and
you
over
see
and
a
over?
spider,
Yeah, so eventually
spiders
it's 100%
get 10%
bigger?
Yeah, and then it'll get bigger and bigger and bigger.
Each spider you see gets.
Yes. Eventually, we're going to have giant mutant spiders.
Okay, that does change things a little because that's not how I read
How did you interpret it?
That every spider I see, here's a spider, oh, it's 10%
just
bigger,
gets a
and
little
that's
bigger.
it. And then, oh, there's another, that's 10% bigger, that's it. To me, I would have said, yeah, let's take the
But
money.
you hate
'cause
spiders.
I do.
With
But you like
$10
money.
million, you can pay for a great exterminator.
I don't honestly see that many spiders, though, Jim.
But you'd be more likely to see them if they were getting bigger.
Yeah, they wouldn't be hiding under the couch anymore.
That's
Yeah,
true.
or under your pillow at night.
But
Although
But I
you
have
wouldn't
to
be able
see
to
the-
eat as many spiders at night.
At night.
Because they wouldn't be.
They
They
wouldn't
wouldn't fit.
I'd have to see that first spider for it just to get 10% bigger.
So you could take the $10 million and then just live like.
I've always
So-
wondered why is it that they crawl into your mouth and not up your nose
Or in your ear.
or in your ear? Yeah,
Well, they do, I bet.
they probably do. Yeah, I mean they could lay some eggs in there, right?
You trying to
See
make
if
her
I'm-
uncomfortable? Is that what
yeah,
this
seeing
is?
if I can change her mind on the $10 million. Because you wouldn't eat 10 donuts or a dozen donuts for $100,000,
I
but
wouldn't.
$10 million is a lot of money.
It's different. It's a very
It's
different
very
scenario.
different,
It's a
yes.
very different scenario. I think I would take the money, hire a great exterminator, and never see a spider again in my life.
Yep, there you go.
If only it was that simple. You guys are dooming us to a life of giant mutant spiders. All right, it's the summertime. What is your go-to treat from an ice cream truck?
Oh, there is nothing quite like the sound of the ice cream truck rolling through your neighborhood. And my go-to is always going to be the drumstick.
Oh,
The king cone,
yeah.
so once because I mean, right, it's fake ice cream, but once you get to the bottom of that cone, it's that chocolate that fills the bottom. It's unbelievable.
oh yes. Okay, I had to Google it because I'm like, what is that?
Oh yeah,
I know
yeah.
it.
Okay, yeah.
I go for the bomb pop. Pretty much is my go-to popsicle, or anything with a face. So like sometimes they've got Mickey, sometimes they do like SpongeBob, and they got like bubble gum for the eyes. Yeah.
I don't think I could do that.
Yeah, it's very much for a child,
uh-huh.
I am in the same vein as John, the Choco Taco.
but oh, that's good. If they
It's the
have
same
it.
concept.
Didn't they discontinue
Yes.
that
I know.
one? Yeah,
It's
you can't
a-
get that anymore.
Only in our minds,
Yeah.
nostalgia.
That one, the go-to as a kid was the push-up pop.
I would still get that.
The orange?
Yeah,
Yeah.
the orange push-up pop. That was always a good one.
Let's get the guys back there. What do you guys think? Greg, what do you think?
I go strawberry shortcake.
Oh, those are good too, Greg. Good pick.
Me is a snow cone. I mean, it's usually hot. They're so refreshing when it's hot.
Yeah,
I like snow cone.
The snow cone. But the issue I have with the snow cone is generally they didn't use enough syrup and
Or too much, which is also bad.
Then you tell the
Well,
creepy
I don't
dude to
think they
fix
ever
it.
have too much syrup, but it's when it starts to seep down to the bottom and all you have is the ice on top.
Oh, see, but I like crushed ice. So
Yeah.
I'm a big fan of snow cone.
Can't mess up the ice cream.
Okay. For golf, do you prefer a scramble style or play your own ball?
No, scramble style. There's no question about it. And most of the events that I play in are all scramble style. The one we played in yesterday was we play your own ball, but
Take you twice as long?
You
had a good group.
We had a good group, and we were the only ones on the course, so it really didn't. We weren't pushed. There was nobody in front. We were waiting for. But if it's a group style, I would always say scramble.
I think a scramble is the only way I could golf.
Keep it moving?
Yes,
Yeah.
I mean it would just
Yeah.
take me forever if I was playing my own ball.
Same.
Yeah.
The one adjustment I would make is scramble style, but only 14 holes.
I'd be
get
down
to
with
those
that.
I get to the last 4 and I'm done.
Well, just play
Lisa and I
9 then.
Lisa and I love going for 9.
Yeah.
And that's for us that's great. But if 18 for me is just I lose interest and lose energy
before we check behind the glass, isn't there a course in Michigan doing like?
Yeah, I think Arcadia Bluffs was. And
Yep.
it was in the news that they're considering putting I think it was because limited real estate, they were going to go with a 14-hole golf course.
What do you guys think behind the glass?
I would definitely do a scramble. I mean, first off, it hides my bad shots, but I also the one thing I do decent in golf is putt, so that's valuable in that.
I don't golf, so really don't have an interest in this. But I believe the 14-hole method is a Stoney idea. Stoney was big on the 14 holes.
Oh, yeah. Hey, the genius of Stoney.
Didn't have the stamina to finish the course. Do you have a wine preference? Red, white, complaining? What type of wine do you like?
Yeah, complaining is no bueno. But I would say my wife is the wine expert. I usually just have whatever she's having. And if we're having fish, chicken, then and in the summer, it's generally all white wine. If it's in the winter and we're going to pair it with a steak or something a little heavier, we'll go red. But I guess we drink more wine in the summer, so I would say white.
Okay. Heather?
I'm a white wine drinker. I mean, yesterday on our wine tour, I don't think I got one red wine. I did do a rosé
Yeah.
and a sangria, but I didn't
It was like a slushy.
Yeah, I didn't love that. I thought I'd try that because I'd never seen
It was
like
popular.
that.
Everybody was getting it.
But it wasn't my favorite.
I love the sangria, but it has to have the fruit
Yes.
on the bottom that I like.
Yes.
The wine-soaked fruit,
So good.
it's like the dessert at
It's
the
so
end.
good.
Yeah.
Put me
Candy
down
on
for
top
red
of the
wine.
dessert.
Candy,
Yes.
I'll go red wine. What about you guys?
You're forgetting a color here. And my wife, every chance she will get, will tell people that at my wedding, I was crushing the pink Moscato wine. So I will say pink.
Oh, that's very sweet.
Not really a wine guy. I'm a spicy garlic guy.
Surprised you guys let me
What-
get off the hook with red. Clearly,
What goes well with spicy chicken wings?
Good ice cold water
Ice cold water,
to chase the spice.
milk.
surprised you guys let me get away with red wine. I do plenty of complaining wine.
Mm-hmm.
Let's get to the next one here, which is, speaking of whining, which Detroit sports team has the most urgency to make a move right now?
I think, well, this is a tough one to answer because it talks about motivation, and some of it is, am I just looking at my motivation? Which one do I
I'm
want
asking
to win a
John Jansen.
championship? I think in terms of just respectability and getting back to where we want them to be, the Red Wings. But for me, I would just say the Lions. I'd love them to make a move. I'm not saying they have to, but I would love them to go out there, and Shamar Stewart is not signed by the Bengals. Trey Hendrickson's not signed by the Bengals. Zadarius Smith is not signed by anyone. So I would say the Lions. Go out there and make a move.
Heather?
The Wings?
Okay.
Okay, we'll take that.
I was very
Yeah.
curious how you'd answer it. I just,
That's who I instantly thought of when I saw that question. I
Some
don't
urgency.
have like my reason. I can't give you my reasons behind it per se, but that's who I think.
I'd be less cranky in the morning.
True.
That impacts your
Yes,
life
yes,
a little
true.
more.
It would
directly.
cut down on your
Yes.
whining.
There you go. My answer is the Tigers because this unknown of Tarek Skubal, because of the very real possibility they could win the World Series this year. It's nothing against the Lions who are in the
Yeah.
Super Bowl hunt, but I think they have more stars. Let's add a star to this Tiger team.
Sure.
Mine's definitely the Red Wings. You're on the border of being mocked as a franchise right now, and I think because the sense of urgency is right now, like the next 5 days, he needs to do something.
Yeah, is it a trade before the draft tonight because you have the number 13 pick? Is it free agency, which opens up, Tuesday?
Tom, what more do you want him to do? They're letting you vote for Hockeytown to be put back on the ice.
Oh boy.
Greg, what about you?
They're not one player away. How do you get there? You get 2 players away. How do you get there? You get 3 players away. Start getting better and add players. Red Wings.
All right, Red Wings, my Red Wings. Last question. John, you said the Lions. Would you give up your ring finger for the Lions to win a ring?
No. If I was still playing, yes. I'd lop it off in a heartbeat.
It doesn't have to be the one where your wedding ring is. You could do your right hand.
Yeah, that's where the national championship ring sits. So,
The flex from this guy.
yeah. So if I was playing, I would give multiple fingers for a Super Bowl.
But you wouldn't do
since
it for the city of Detroit, our listeners.
No, I don't know that there's anybody that's going to give a digit for their sports team to win a Super Bowl?
I think I might know somebody who would.
Are you married to him?
I could be. I'm sure he would say, "Sure, take this finger. Why not?"
Would you do it so that he
Would
could
I
have
do
that?
it?
For he could have that joy because you love him so much.
I do love him so much, but I'd like to have all of my fingers. I would say no.
I'd give up a ring finger if they won the Super Bowl.
Yeah, I mean, a ring finger is. It's probably the least important, other than obviously holding onto your ring.
Or the pinky.
Or your pinky,
I mean, the
you
pinky.
No, I think anything on the edge is not willing. I had to live a year without two thumbs, and a thumb.
Well,
you can take
thumbs.
just about any
You
other
grew 'em
finger.
back?
The thumb. Yes, yeah. I'm like a starfish.
Gov?
I would, without a doubt, I would. You have two ring fingers. I'll use the other
Right.
one.
You're not getting a Super Bowl ring to put on there. It's going to be.
No, he's going to have the greatest celebration the
Yeah,
city's
and
ever
the
had
joy
as the
of
alternative.
millions of
Come
people
on.
And that
for
memory
just
to
my
live on
one ring
forever.
finger.
I'm with you, Tom. Greg, split the tie.
No, I am not giving up digits to for any sports team.
you.
I'm with John.
Would you give up a middle finger?
No, and at this point, by the
No,
way, they should
I used
owe
that one
us
too.
fingers if they win. We should be getting 11 and 12 fingers.
Jim, would you give
You
up a
want to be
middle
like
finger?
sent.
Yes.
What?
Would you give up a middle finger?
Reluctantly, yeah, I think
Yeah,
I would.
I mean, it's not that different than a ring finger.
Well,
except
it
doesn't
is
serve the
different.
same-
You have your middle finger. It's stronger. How much do you use your ring? Your ring finger is just kind of there as like an accessory.
I use it to apply my makeup
Do you?
underneath my eye.
Jim.
I don't, John. And that is the Cookie Charts, brought to you by Moran Chevrolet, where you always get the best price, period. 97.1.
Hey, you guys, summer is heating up, and there's nothing more refreshing than an ice-cold Surfside iced tea and vodka or Surfside lemonade and vodka to break the heat. Made with real brewed tea and real vodka, Surfside is only 100 calories, 2 grams of sugar, and 0 bubbles. That's right, no carbonation, so it's super easy to sip and enjoy no matter what your plans are this weekend. Look for the can with the sunset stripes. Sold at bars, restaurants, and stores near you. Must be 21. Please drink responsibly.
There you go. 97.1. Happy Friday. Got some ticket text on the cookie jar, and then we're going to get into a conversation inspired by Wojo, lead columnist in the city, putting some heat on Steve Yzerman. Hey, tonight, it's the NHL Draft. You don't know who any of these guys are? It's a big night because they need to use that pick for something productive.
They do.
It's not drafting a Swedish player who won't be here for 4 years.
No. Make your team better. And not just marginally better. This is not a Trajan Langdon, we need to add on the margins. This is we need to make an impact move.
Get to that. Few ticket texts. Go-to ice cream when the truck rolls through your neighborhood. John's on it. Drumstick is my favorite. Roscoe and Goodrich. The ice cream cookie sandwich. The Chipwich.
Yes.
Big fan.
That would be plan B if they're out of the King Cone.
DeVell and Madison. There you go. DeVell and Madison Heights says, as far as go-to ice cream, no need to make this a difficult choice. Either a Superman ice cream cup or the strawberry shortcake on a stick. Both are classic choices.
So the strawberry shortcake on a stick, that's got like the crumbs
Yes.
on the outside. See, I don't like the crumbs.
No, me neither.
It's all
really?
messy enough to begin with, but no, I don't. I don't want to lose any of my treat.
It's good.
It says, didn't Ronnie Lott cut off a pinky to play in the playoffs? Jeff in South Lyon.
He did. I think it was. I remember it right. It was just the tip. What are you guys looking at me for?
I believe
I'm
that's
just giving
true,
the
John.
facts.
Guys, my uncle only has half a middle finger. Long story as to why he does, but I'm sure he'd give up the rest of his middle finger for the Lions to win a championship.
Well, yeah, if you're
Martin.
halfway there,
Yeah.
I mean, you're only making half the sacrifice at that point.
Yeah. I was going to ask if you'd give up your testicles for the Lions to win a Super Bowl, but I forgot Cookies doesn't have any to begin with. Now, Tom, why'd you include that? You're supposed to screen some of this stuff out.
Yeah.
That
they're in the
couldn't leave
purse,
that one
right?
out.
Well, this one mentions you. It says, I understand you guys are on remote today, but why does Gov sound like some omnipotent being talking from the great beyond?
Omnipotent. Yeah.
How did I say it?
Omnipotent.
Oh, God. I know the word, too.
This
It
is
makes
why.
that so this is bad on so many levels. But go ahead, Tom.
Yeah, Malachi.
This is why we include these kind of texts for those moments. So
I know-
God is described as omnipotent. So he was saying that basically I sound like I'm above everybody and like very righteous type sounding and or whatever.
Yeah, I know you say it as omnipotent, and you're like, man, that's
potent.
a super
I'm
breeder.
very potent.
A super what?
That's what they say about me in some other places.
Oh boy, the legend that is Tecumseh Tom.
That's right. Hyperbole.
Pterodactyl. Yeah. Thanks, Ron Burgundy.
I mean, I am pretty sure one Mike Valenti will use omnipotent this afternoon when describing Alex Bregman. As bad as omnipotent.
You know what's so bad is I know the word, and I don't know what it is. Just being up and skimming over it.
Hey, whatever. Yeah, use all the excuses you can.
I'll try.
It's
Not-
out
and
there.
I'm buried. I can't help myself.
Yeah, Mew.
Another example of just staring you in the face. Stupid. Last one says the idea that you eat spiders while you sleep is a myth. It's rare for a spider to crawl into your mouth and for you to swallow it without you waking up.
I know, whatever. It's
Peter and
yeah.
Shelby.
Hey, I actually have a question to ask you guys.
Yeah.
I don't know the sense of urgency to get home after the show today, but is there time for us to introduce one James Costa to Bronner's?
Should we make a stop? A show stop at Frankenmuth and Bronner's?
In Bronner's?
So I'm open to it, but I need to be transparent.
You got to go home to the rat?
I have some strict orders to get home and deal with this problem.
Oh, yeah, now we're getting back to where those things are.
Oh, shut up.
You need to get home now.
I need to-
Yes. Yeah, the whip has been heard.
As if John Jansen wouldn't be
Heather-
stepping in to help his
Heather-
wife who needed help at home.
Heather's
Come
the
on
one-
now.
I would have taken care of it before I left, but that's a different matter. Heather's the one that stuck.
I know.
That stepped in with the whoops.
She didn't miss a beat. She was ready for that one.
Yeah. James, does she go full name?
No.
James
What's your middle name?
Anthony.
James Anthony
Anthony.
Costa. You need to get home and take care of this rat now.
right, so I have an idea.
Don't take your time on your way home. Was the
Oh, wow.
Stop at Bronner's, check that box, then drive over to Port Huron. You can go over the Blue Water Bridge and you get into Canada. Then drive it back down to Detroit and you can see the omnipotent Gordie Howe Bridge.
So I can't go into Canada
a whole tour.
because I don't have my passport on me and I still haven't done the enhanced license.
I could go.
You
I
could.
could, yeah.
I have my passport with me. My
I've got-
passport card.
Oh, okay. I was like, why do you have your passport with you?
I've got
My trip.
the enhanced real ID.
Yeah.
So, yeah, Heather and I could go wherever
We
we
could.
want. Just can't take you with us.
That's all right.
She's quick this morning. Anything else there on the ticket text?
There's a lot
James?
of the ticket text. This one says, Bronner's over any commitments to helping your wife. Call someone to deal with the rat. In Cookie's defense, I honestly don't know if I've seen the word written down before, and I'd make the same mistake. LOL. Signed TT. Omnipotent.
Yes, maybe you could stop and take Grady at home.
Showing her.
DeQuindre.
Yeah. Well, Livernois runs
Yeah.
kind of over there. We're not far from Mackinac.
You guys going to go through Lake Orion on the way home?
What else you got? Come on now. Get it all out before we get to Wojo's column.
Did you guys
And we get
mention
into
if you go downtown, Gradiot?
Yeah, they said it, yeah.
Yeah, Grady. Yeah, it'll take you right down to Detroit.
This update can't get here soon enough. Wojo wrote a column. He's putting some heat on Steve Yzerman. Let's get into it. It's next, 97.1.
I don't know if I've really heard the word. I mean,
Brought to you by Twin Peaks. Golf continuing in Detroit today as it is the second round of the Rocket Classic. As it stands through 3 holes, Aldrich Potgieter holding the lead, shooting 10 under. 4 golfers tied behind him, shooting 9 under. Meanwhile, the Tigers, they prepare for the first of 3 against Minnesota tonight. 7:10 is your start time for first pitch, and you can catch all of the action right here on 97.1 The Ticket. The Tigers entering a league-tying best 20 games above 500. In related baseball news, Tampa Bay Rays shortstop Wander Franco will be receiving a suspended 2-year prison sentence. This coming after being found guilty of sexual abuse towards a minor. Franco was convicted of having a sexual relationship with a 14-year-old girl when he was 21 years of age. The NHL Draft kicks off tonight. Red Wings, they will be selecting 13th overall. This will be Detroit's 7th draft with Steve Yzerman at the helm as general manager. Meanwhile, yesterday with the Pistons draft, they end up drafting shooter out of Tennessee, averaging 18 points a game. From the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Dustin Fiocco. For details on these stories and more, you can stay tuned or you can head to 971theticket.com.
.97.1. Happy Friday. Jim Costa, John Jansen, Heather Park, Govin Gregg behind the glass. You got Dustin Fiocco on the updates. John, you saw something about restaurants and a change that may be happening in restaurants. We'll get to that later this hour. In addition to Chaz Lanier, the pick for the Pistons. But today is day 1 of the NHL Draft. And we are not going to break down Swedish prospects and Canadian juniors for you. We are going to stress that 13th pick that the Red Wings have needs to be put to better use. And this idea of starting to make bold decisions for Steve Yzerman, something Wojo wrote about in the Detroit News. And we've got some excerpts from it. But this is the conversation with the hockey team. It's about doing something impactful, your word, John. Starting as soon as today. We haven't seen any buyouts. We haven't seen any trades. That 13th pick is a player who's not going to be contributing for minimum 3 years and probably 4 or 5. So what are we talking about here? Wojo writes, Steve Yzerman has drafted extremely well, especially in the first round. His greatest strength. And they have a solid batch of young talent. Now he needs to show more of his untapped forte, shrewd, aggressive maneuvering. The Wings have had a 25-year playoff streak, and now it's a 9-year playoff drought. There's ample motivation and the resources to accelerate the process. Now would be a fine time for Yzerman's ruthless competitiveness to kick in with a shake-it-up mentality, as he sounds willing to do. And cited some quotes from the end-of-season press conference where, they will give up young players to get better. Let's see it then, Steve. And the question for Red Wing fans is, what do they need to see to buy back into this?
Well, what is it that Steve Yzerman can even do to make you believe that, okay, the Yzer plan, it's taken a long time, now they're ready to make some moves, whether it's the arsenal of picks that they've been able to put together, and he has drafted well. Those guys are still developing. You've got, an arsenal there that you could market to different teams, and like the free agency. Are they going to go out and get a Marner? Are they going to go out and get, some of these guys that may be available, may not be available? That doesn't happen until, Tuesday is when
July
the
1st.
free agency starts. There's a lot of moves that can be made before then, and are you going to put all your eggs in one basket, and that's free agency?
And if you do, then I better not hear, term was a problem or the prices went up dramatically with the cap increase. There is no woe is Yzerman this time next week. Well, you see, you don't understand. There's no excuses at this point. This is your roster. Everybody is here because you wanted them to be. You extended them. You drafted them. You've built this roster that's not good enough. And you're at a critical fork-in-the-road moment. Are we just going to lean on another year of development, kick the can down the road, and hope all these players pan out? Or are you willing to do your job as the general manager to ice a better product and take the next step as an organization? I mean, Wojo writes, bluntly, it's time to be bold again. So what does bold look like to you as a Red Wing fan? 248-539-9797. To me, it would start with not using the 13th pick tonight. Not using that pick. There's a list of players out there who are available via trade. We mentioned Noah Dobson.
Yep.
Rasmus Anderson with Calgary is available. There are players out there that you can make a trade to go get. You had a list in front of you in the Detroit News of players that the Wings could go out. We're not putting this on Yzerman to go get one player. It's go out and add a player. It doesn't have to be the guy that we name on the radio today. It's not that. It's use your shrewd hockey sense and go out and add a player who can impact this team. I think a lot of the names we're talking about are blue liners, defensemen, but don't use the 13th pick on a guy who's years away. Use the 13th pick to grease the skids and pull off a trade. Dare I say a heist. He used to do that, win the trade, but go out and make a trade.
Well, and if you're able to get a restricted free agent, somebody like a Noah Dobson who is young, then you don't have to worry about the term as much as, okay, what is it going to take to trade, but then also, hey, along with that trade comes a new contract. What do those numbers look like for Dobson? We talked about it, it was yesterday or the day before.
This week.
It's, I know that he was asking before the season, $11.5 million. Well, he missed a large part of last year due to injury. How much does that lower the price tag? How much less is he willing? Or, as you brought up, I thought was a great point, hey, if he's going to stay in New York, this is the amount of money I'm willing to sign for, unless you trade me and then maybe I'll take 10 or 10.5 from another team. I just don't want to stay here on a team that is at the beginning stages of and maybe entering a rebuild.
Right, and he's 25 years old, 100 block shots, 4+ seasons. He played in New York where that team told you had to sell out the block shots. He's not a soft player, but he's also a guy with a 70-point season under his belt. And it was not last year, but the year before. He's the type of player that fits the timeline. Yzerman has said, I'll trade picks for getting those guys. Noah Dobson. Look, you do a character check. He's not the right player. Move on to somebody else. There's other players available. The name I brought up just a second ago was Rasmus Anderson. He's at Calgary. They're going nowhere. He's 28 years old, still in his 20s. They're not winning anything. He can come in. He's a big-time offensive piece on the blue line. So he gives you a little bit of a best of both worlds. There are names out there. We mentioned Jason Robertson, and I know the Northville connection. It doesn't have to be local guys, but I think it does help when you're trying to secure not only a trade, but an extension with the trade. The Wings have the cap space. They have the urgency. They have the prospects. They have the 13th pick. Today, this weekend, by Tuesday, let's see something here.
Well, you start to lose options the further down this timeline you go. So if you're going to make a trade, you have that 13th pick. You have more, of an arsenal right now to make a trade before the draft begins. You make that pick, and now all of a sudden you're waiting until free agency starts. You pin yourself into having to maybe overspend for a free agent, and if Steve Yzerman is not willing to give term, he's not willing to give money, then you've backed yourself into a corner, and if you're not able to, to sign any of those guys, 5 days goes by, and you have nothing to show for it other than the 13th overall pick, and yes, they'll be here in 2030.
So tell us, a player, a position, a trade, a free agent signing, what do you need to see from Steve Yzerman? The call to be bold from Wojo today. It's going to be 90 degrees today in Detroit. Let's put some heat on Yzerman. 248-539-9797. Because nobody should get carte blanche forever. Nobody's allowed to rebuild in perpetuity until the end of time. You have to show results.
And if you look in the background, the resume of Steve Yzerman, free agent signings, especially here in Detroit, have not been his forte. Trades, honestly, have not been his forte. Do you think it's more likely that before the draft begins tonight, there's a trade, or do you think he gets to Tuesday and signs a free agent?
I don't think he's going to trade the pick. I think he's going to take some Victor Eklund out of Sweden tonight. I really don't. I don't think we're going to get some big, brash, bold move this offseason from Yzerman. I don't. I will be pleasantly surprised if they do something. But, John, I think we're in for another bury your head. And
all right, so if that doesn't happen, and I understand maybe the 13th pick's not a huge tool in the tool chest right now.
I would argue it is, but let's say they don't.
No, but let's say they don't. Let's say they make the pick. Is there still opportunity to make a trade if those trades are consummated by other teams before free agency opens?
Yeah, I mean, you could trade the player you take at 13. You could trade the player you took last year or the year before. I mean, these are guys who are lottery tickets. And I get not wanting to trade Marco Kasper. Like, please understand, guys, I'm not suggesting Steve Yzerman do something just for the sake of doing it. Or trading players who are already here at the NHL level who are contributing. You're keeping Sider and Raymond and Kasper and Edvinson. But the guys who are years away, the guy they drafted last year, Brandsteg Nygaard, I wouldn't have a hesitancy of putting him in a trade if it meant I was getting an NHL player who fit the timeline and was going to make them a competitive hockey team.
Yeah, and that's the question that Steve Yzerman is going to have to answer to his, to his boss, to his team, is how do I make this team better under the parameters that he set for this team? And in those parameters, is it even possible?
Right.
If he's not willing to give out term, if he's not willing to pay market value, or because market value is whatever another team or you are willing to spend. And you may say, hey, well, that's too much. Well, if somebody else is willing to pay it, then you don't get that player.
So a player we brought up in the past in my outline for the offseason, I like Aaron Ekblad.
Right.
Physical, gritty leader, right? If you have any questions of Larkin as a leader, bring in a guy who wore the letter in Florida, two-time Cup champion, plays with an edge, can quarterback a power play, whether that's the first or second unit. It makes you deeper, a better hockey team. He's on the right side, so now you have Sider on one pair and Ekblad on the other. You're a deeper hockey team. He's not going to be cheap. If he's going to leave a two-time Stanley Cup champion, the team that drafted him, he's not taking a discount because he grew up in Windsor. So if he signs for $9 million a year, I think many would say that's an overpay right now. Well, do you want him or not? You got $20 million in cap space, and it'd be more if you didn't have Tarasenko or Peter Mrazek. You could quickly dump their bodies for future considerations and get up to nearly $30 million in cap space. Buy out Justin Hull. Do something creative to add one of these guys. There are no excuses for Steve Yzerman. All the tools are at his disposal. This is the time for the organization to move forward.
Does Marner end up back in Toronto?
No chance. None of the reporting says it. I mean, I would be floored if he ended up back in Toronto.
But here's the risk you run if you don't make a trade. You're putting yourself in a corner that you're going to have to give term. You're going to have to give money, and you may actually have to overpay for somebody to come to Detroit.
Like Ekblad, you go, well, he had a suspension last year, and he gets injured because he plays physical. I don't want to give him a 7-year deal.
Well,
Okay,
if
cool.
you don't make a trade, then you got to do something.
Cool. Then our blue line next year has Jeff Petrie on the second pair.
Yeah,
Sick.
guys, you do something. You have to just do something at this time, for better or worse, right?
Yes, I'm with you. I think you have to make a move.
If you sign Ekblad, make him your number one defenseman. Send a message in the locker room. Maybe the message shouldn't be directly related to Mo Sider, but do it anyways.
I don't even think it matters. You're going to play both those guys 20-plus minutes a night.
Oh, I know,
And
but
it's
no. Things have to be shaken up, too. The status quo isn't working.
Look, you can bring Ekblad in and immediately put the A on him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what I'm talking about. Maybe the
248
C.
539. Yeah, well, I was waiting for you to say that. Let's get to Paul in Clinton Township. Paul, what's up? Good morning.
Hey, good morning. Thanks for taking the call. Hey, listen, as I told the call screener, don't mistake my comments as not feeling Yzerman needs to do better, and I definitely agree. I'd love a shake-up. I want to see some stuff. I just wanted to push back on a couple of narratives. The first one, he gave 8 years to Sider and Raymond. He gave 5 to Compher and Kopp. Whether we think those were good signings or not, the bottom line was he gave 5 years at some pretty good money to those guys. So I think this narrative that he won't give some term to a free agent, I think is false.
We've heard it the last 2 off seasons from the man's mouth himself. Boy, I didn't feel comfortable with term last year. He specifically, explicitly said that.
Correct, on the specific players, okay? You've got to be able to, we're acting like he turned down opportunities to sign great players that were going to help us for the future to term. I mean, there's a difference, and we also got to
So you have
understand,
faith he's going to do it. So you, based on that, you have faith he's going to do that.
I don't have faith well, put it this way. I have faith he's going to try, but I also, I don't think he is going to simply just do anything just to make a move to placate the fan base. I don't believe that. I also
no, but what I'm contending, and I'll let you get to the other narrative. I'm contending he doesn't have to placate us. There's more than enough quality, good players out there that he needs to find a way to get those deals done, even if he can't, quote, win the trade. Right? It's like the guy in your fantasy league that has to add extra stuff to always win the trade. Steve, you have to make the trade. It doesn't do me any good if he tried. You don't get. There's no participation ribbon in the National Hockey League, especially not 7 years in as the general manager. What's the other narrative?
I don't disagree at all, and I pray to God he does that for 2 reasons: for the health of the team, and frankly to quiet some of that stuff. The other narrative is that if we draft a guy, we're not going to see him till after 2030. I mean, name a first-round draft pick under Steve Yzerman that's taken 5 years to get to the NHL. I mean, you can't. I mean, his guys are not going to.
Okay. It's different, but your goalie, Sebastian Cossa? I know goalies take longer.
Okay. Yeah, I was going to say, come on, you know that. That's
no, I know. I'm nitpicking. Go ahead.
Bring up. But that's it. Look at the other.
No, but
guys.
I also said impact.
NHL.
No, my point was impact. They could be here in 3 years, and Wojo says 3 years in his column. I'm talking impact. I'm talking like they are a top 6 guy or they are a top 4 guy on your blue line.
Okay, that's different than what I heard on the radio. I heard we won't see them till after 2030, and that's what I heard. So that's what I responded to. And I'm fine with what you said. I get that.
Okay. Because that's just the frustration is we hear about guys in the pipeline, and by the time they get here and settle in, we will be pushing 2030. And a player they draft this year is not going to be a guy that is making an impact on the ice for
3-4
at
years.
least 3 years. Yeah, and it could be 4 or more. 248-539-9797. The question is for you, the Red Wing fan. Those that are still passionate about this team, that have waited patiently through a long and painful rebuild. The time to be bold is now. What does bold look like to you? It's 97-1. Tell you about Moran Chevrolet. We're talking about for Steve Yzerman being in a position where you got to hit the road and do something. Well, if you're trying to hit the road in style, head up north, do what you got to do. Michigan's #1 selling Chevy dealer in 2024 was Moran Chevrolet. Time to go electric. You can hit the road and skip the pump with the 2025 Blazer EV. Lease it for $199 a month, 0 down, 24-month low-mileage lease. Only at Moran Chevrolet, where you always get the best price, period. Find your ride fast, MoranExpress.com. Stop in. They're on Gratiot north of 15 Mile in Clinton Township. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Hey, fire up Chips. Zach McKinstry, another triple, driving in some runs. Dietrich Enns, Chippewa on the mound, and the Tigers win 8-0 against the A's. We'll talk a little Tigers near the end of the hour here. And a report that came out yesterday, we thought, don't bat an eye.
Yeah,
makes sense.
Sounds good.
Not the case. Plenty in the fan base rejecting this idea. We'll get to it. I want to know why. I want to investigate it. On the hockey front, we brought up Wojo's column in the Detroit News, calling for bold action from Steve Yzerman. What does bold look like to you? Because it's clear we're all on the same page. This is not good enough to keep stalling out just outside the playoffs. It's not enough to just take someone tonight at 13, cross your fingers, and hope by 2030 they're contributing at a high level on the ice. You got to do something bold. And it could be a trade, trading that 13th pick. It could be a trade, you got a player or a position in mind. It could be a free agent. That starts on Tuesday. So what does bold look like to you? 248-539-9797.
And I really think that it needs to be something that's done by the draft tonight. It needs to be a move where you go ahead and trade that 13th pick. You trade some of the draft picks that you have taken over the last few years. We know that he can draft. The question is there a sense of urgency to win, to get to the playoffs, to start building a team that, they can get to the playoffs this year, and then maybe one of those draft picks does develop the year after that, and they're a piece that gets you a little bit further in the playoffs. But you got to be able to put a winner out there and not just get to March and hope that, let's just see what happens. And March, as we know, over the last 3 years, has where this team has just taken a nosedive.
The vocabulary used by Wojo. We need more shrewd, aggressive maneuvering. That's the guy I thought we hired on 4/19/19. The shrewd, aggressive maneuvering. And I didn't expect it immediately in the first couple seasons while they bottomed out, but I certainly expect it going into his 7th year.
Yeah, and the opportunity for this year. There are a number of players that are being shopped around. So it doesn't have to be
one guy.
It doesn't have to be one guy, but you've got to be on the phone, and you've got to be working the phone lines today so that by the time the draft starts, you've made a move.
Wojo also saying it's a fine time for his ruthless competitiveness to kick in. I read that as he hasn't been ruthlessly competitive. Needs to kick in. We know what he was like on the ice.
Right.
Kick in.
And I'm never going to question his want to or his competitiveness, but it's what are we continuing to posture for?
Right.
What are you positioning for? Another, hey, you missed the playoffs by 4 points, or you tied but you lost a tiebreaker. We've lived through those.
Right.
We've lived through enough, and I know he wasn't here for the first 3 years of this, now going on 10-year drought, but at some point, you got to do something to pull yourself out of it and do something to improve the team enough to be able to be competitive.
Rapid fire ticket text here. Can we get a goalie?
What are you going to do with the ones you have?
Well, I don't know why we traded for Mrazek last year on a bad deal, but yes, they do need a goalie. It's not going to cover up all the other issues, but fine. Okay, that's what it looks like to you. They do need a goalie. Texter says, at bare minimum, they need 2 impact players, a top winger and a top 4 defenseman, assuming they bring back Kane as well. 1 player is not enough. Need multiple guys. Buy out Hull and Tarasenko, Steve in Macomb. Get rid of Petrie. Texter says, Ekblad, guy's past his prime. Didn't look good after his PED suspension. I would argue he looked very good in the Stanley Cup playoffs. We may have been watching different hockey. More ticket text, 248-539-9797. Don't forget, people have to want to come to Detroit. We aren't a preferred destination. The only players Yzerman overpays are old veterans, which has been a disaster. Texter says, I heard a trade offer floated, speculated. Noah Dobson. Wings would give up Comfer, Berggren, Danielson, and this year's first, Tony in Oxford. I'd say signed, sealed, delivered. Let's get it done.
Yeah.
My biggest problem for Steve is this team has 0 identity. Every other team has a very clear, loud identity of who they are. He can go out and acquire a big name. It's not going to win them a cup unless they figure out who they are. And then this one says he needs to stop acting so omnipotent or nothing will change. This one says he's incompetent.
Well
there
done.
You have it. Let's get to Heather with the news.
Well, Detroit's future as a PGA Tour site beyond 2026 is currently uncertain. The Rocket Classic is under contract through 2026 with an option for 2027, but Rocket companies have yet to basically announce whether they'll exercise that option for 2027 or not. And it sounds like there's a lot of factors that are going into this decision. The PGA Tour's schedule is one of them. The cost of, hosting the event is another. And then they also say the impact of the Live Golf circuit on the broader golf landscape is to consider. But it does sound like the Detroit Golf Club, they're all for continuing it. And the PGA Tour CEO seems to be open to it as well. So
yeah, we want the event to be here. We want it to be good. We want it to make sense.
Yes, exactly. The body of a man was found in the Detroit River Wednesday night. The man's body was recovered right around 7:55 p.m. by a Detroit fireboat rescue crew. No other details were released, so don't ask me any other questions, John.
Okay.
I don't have the answers.
Message received. Zip it.
Yep. Former Baltimore Ravens kicker Justin Tucker has been suspended for the first 10 weeks of the 2025 regular season after a league investigation into misconduct allegations. So he was released by the Ravens in May. He was accused by 16 massage therapists of acting inappropriately during sessions ranging from 2012 to 2016. On Thursday, the league announced this hefty suspension, noting that he can serve the suspension as a free agent and is free to sign with the team. If he does sign, he could attend training camp and play in preseason games.
I was going to ask, I didn't believe he was even on a team at this
Right.
point. His suspension might be the whole year because no one signs him.
Exactly.
He's coming off a bad year, too, on top of all the what he did here.
allegations. Yeah.
Maybe he ends up in Cleveland. It's possible.
Sure.
He would be eligible for reinstatement on November 11th. Tampa Bay Rays shortstop Wander Franco was found guilty of sexual abuse of a minor in the Dominican Republic. So the story is that this was when he was 21 years old. He was in a sexual relationship with a 14-year-old child. Somehow, though, he did dodge jail time, not going to jail. He was sentenced to a 2-year suspended prison sentence, and the judge did make it clear that he will go to jail if he does engage in any other sexual contact with a minor.
Yeah, and so it sounded like the message was, just wait till they're 18.
Yes, that's basically what the judge says. Like, if you don't like people your own age, just wait till they're a little bit older.
The word wait, I don't like. Shouldn't be like preying on 17-year-olds and waiting till they're 18. A better thing would just say, be with people 18 and up.
Yeah. I think the quote from the judge was, "You have to wait your time." Yeah, I don't
Yeah,
like that.
okay, yeah.
Now, the mother of the victim was convicted of sex trafficking and was sentenced to 10 years in prison. So
10 in prison.
Yes.
And he got 2 suspended
Yes, so he's not actually
in prison at all.
Exactly. Hey, Cedar Point's newest roller coaster is opening this weekend. It's opening on Saturday. Go check it out if you want. There were some lucky, I guess you could call them fans, roller coaster fans, that were able to try it out early. Siren's Curse is being called North America's tallest, fastest, and longest tilt roller coaster. It looks pretty cool. Minimum height requirement of 4 feet tall. There is a max height, though, John.
I know. I saw this.
I think it's I don't.
What is it?
I saw it in inches.
Right. Yeah. So
I
it
think
was
it's 80 inches.
80
What is that
inches.
in
Right.
feet?
So that's 6'8".
You're
and
good.
So I'm 6'7". So yes, I do fit the parameters, but that to me is a little too close for comfort. I love roller coasters, but I'm probably not going to.
Have you looked at other height requirements on other roller coasters? Because it seems like there has to be, because this is actually a shorter minimum height than some of the other ones, 4 feet tall. Some of them you have to be a little bit taller. Like, there's got to be another roller coaster with that same height limit.
I usually look at some of the disclaimers, and I don't know that I've seen a max height before. Not saying that there's not, but yeah, that one, because is that just, are they taking your wingspan into, because I like, arm, hands up, the whole roller coaster, whee.
Yeah, of course.
So they're using like an average person's wingspan if they were 6'8". John, if you have longer arms, I don't know what your combine data says.
Yeah, then you might, maybe that's where you lose your digit.
Oh.
or a whole hand
Yeah, or
half your arm.
So you're not going to ride this?
No, no, I'm not going to be riding that one.
Or maybe getting a haircut.
Yep.
Could,
You
get a trim.
It's Heather with the news. All right, 9 o'clock. Tiger fans don't want to make this move. Why are so many people against it? Coming up next, John, this is a potential change in restaurants.
Yes.
At least at one place.
We'll see what the listeners have to say about this, if they've experienced this as well, but we'll get to that next.
Next, 97.1.
No, this morning I was up, literally just staring at the TV, walking around my room. I checked out the kitchen. It's a fully stocked kitchen. There's a silverware drawer. There's a blender.
I think I would be down with this type of place for a ski trip. Like, because I don't want to, like, you don't need, like, I don't think of skiing as, like.
All right, guys, we are live, hanging out, Shanty Creek on a Friday. And, John, you have
You interrupted me mid-bacon.
Yeah. Which I know is a big sin.
There's no sin involved.
Stopping you from eating bacon?
Oh, yes, that's the sin. Yes, you committed. Yes.
Oh, I'm not saying you can't eat your
Oh, yes,
your
I
bacon,
thought you were
John.
talking about my bacon
Oh, I know not to mess with you and your bacon.
No.
We are going to talk a little bit about our baseball team at 9 o'clock. There's a move that Tiger fans don't want to make. I'm confused. We'll investigate. Let's investigate what's going on in a restaurant here, John.
Yeah, so I saw this news article, and it was something very similar to what I experienced a couple of weeks ago when I was out to dinner with my wife. And so there was this article that talked about a living wage fee. When you go to restaurants, and we've all seen it before, right? On the bottom of the menu, if the party's a 6 or more, we're going to add an 18% gratuity. No problem with that. You know that going in. There's now this thing called a living wage fee, where restaurants are trying to make up the difference of not paying their servers or their employees more. They want the customers to foot the bill. And I understand it. I would think you would just increase the prices so that then you would be able to pay your employees. And I get the servers are not making minimum wage because of tips and all that. And I don't want to make this anything about bills that may or may not be passed. But the living wage fee, which can be seen on some receipts, is 18%. And so on top of your bill, you're going to, on the line item is 18% living wage fee, and then they also leave a space for tip.
That's what I was going to ask. Like, do you think some people just say, okay, well, that's my tip then?
100%.
And fill 0 out for the
Yes.
tip line.
As long as they post it, whether you walk in and you say, hey, on your bill there's going to be this living wage fee, it's 18%, or it's on the menu, it's posted somewhere so you know it's going to be a part of your bill. I don't really have an issue with that because they're letting you know as a business, this is how we're operating.
But it sounds like it's a surprise for people. Like if it's in little fine print on the menu, that's not the same as making it explicitly known. It's shady to throw in at the end. It's not a tip.
Right.
It's to help our restaurant stay in business. Well, that's what your prices are for. If the bacon, John,
Yes.
side of bacon costs $6, but it needs to cost $8, then make it $8, and I'll make a decision if I want to buy it or not.
Right. And so the issue that I ran into, and I would like to hear from our listeners if you've experienced this and how you've reacted, because I was out on a date with my wife. We went to a restaurant, and I got the bill. And I'm going through it, and I'm making sure everything is right. And at the bottom, it says there's a sustainability fee, which was not on the menu, and it was not, it
You
was
didn't
not.
order that, John?
I did not order
Okay.
the sustainability fee.
Okay, just checking.
And it was 6%. And so, I'm looking at it, and I asked my wife, I'm like, what is this? Am I missing something? And I kind of got the look of like, just,
Drop it.
Just drop it. It's 6%. On our bill, it was like, I don't know, $5. And waiter came over, and I gave him my credit card, and but I kind of felt like I had to ask. It was one of those things that was going to eat at me. I said, hey, what's this sustainability fee? And he used some language that I don't think he understood necessarily. He said, well, it's a double entendre. And I said, well, I don't really think you know what that means. And he said, well, it's
Do you mean like a catch-22 maybe?
it's sustainability fee for the restaurant to be able to pay their employees basically a sustainable living.
Okay.
And it was also for being able to locally source their products, to be able to get it from local farmers, a local produce, whatever it was, to decrease their footprint.
Okay. Sure, those are things that a business would want to do.
Right. But I was just surprised to see the sustainability fee. And so he left, he came back, and how I handled it was 6%, and it just came out of the amount of tip that I was going to leave. I was,
Which kind of backfires then for him.
For him,
as
sure.
a server.
Because he's only
Because
going
he
to
probably
so
would have gotten more.
So a lot of people will tip 20%. So in this
Yes.
case, you do 14% or something,
Yeah,
whatever
yeah,
you did.
yeah,
But
yeah,
it comes
do
out of
the
his
math.
pocket. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. And so is this a fee that you're willing to pay? If you knew it going in, obviously if you know it going in, you eat there, you pay it, I don't think you're going to have an issue with it. But when you see it on your bill afterwards, if you didn't know, are you going to have an issue with it?
So my issue with it is it feels like we're just living in the gray area. I would rather, if we're going to do the tip system, do the tip system. Right. And if we're not going to do the tip system because you're going to charge me more on the bill to pay your employees, then I won't tip. But to put me in this gray area where I have to do the calculus in the moment of carry the 3, this is how much he's getting from the restaurant, but that's not enough, and I have to make a moral judgment every time I go to the restaurant? I don't
Right.
like that.
And if I saw an 18%, livability fee, then that's the tip. I'm not actually going to leave anything on top of
Would
that.
you leave 2% to get them to 20? Like these little games we have to play. I don't like that.
I don't want to get into how much you're going to tip
Yeah.
it because it may or may not be as much as I would normally tip. But if it's already there, and then you walk out, and now I feel if that money is going to go directly to the server, okay, I've tipped what I maybe would normally tip.
Yeah.
If it's not going to go to the server, if it's going to the restaurant, and then it's up to them to decide, well, do we want to make this part of our profit and we're going to keep that, or am I going to actually pay
I
the
was just going
employees
to
more
ask
money?
you that. Like, are you sure that money's going directly to the person who serves you? Because, okay, then I can see that could be your tip. I would have tipped a little bit more, so unfortunately, they're not getting a full 20%, they're getting 18, fine, but you don't know exactly if it is going directly to that person.
Yeah, and I'm not going to ask him, hey, can I see your spreadsheet? Can I,
No.
and I'm not going to even ask, okay,
No,
is this going to the
not
server?
comfortable.
But a couple more issues that popped up in my head. What if you're someone who doesn't want to tip that percentage?
Oh, what if you want to tip 15%?
Yeah, now I wouldn't, but
10%?
some people are like, oh, the service was lousy, I'm not happy, I want
Yeah.
to make a statement, I want to leave less.
Well, you just walk out on the bill then.
Well, we know that's what you would do.
joking,
We work with a
I'm
klepto, just stealing food at restaurants.
Dine and dash.
But they have set your tip for you,
Right.
which is annoying. And
Yes.
then beyond that, there's just so many things that this opens up.
And I'm curious, are we moving to a point where typically, because I know not in Heather, you've traveled more internationally than I think the rest of us have. I don't know that tipping is necessarily the culture in other countries.
It's
You
different.
just simply pay the bill. And so are we heading, in terms of this industry to a point where that's going to be built into the cost of going to eat and you no longer tip your server?
I'd be okay, but we'd have to overhaul the whole system.
Right, yeah. I mean, you can't just tip at one spot and not at another because
Right.
how are you going to know when you walk in?
Heather, you said also sometimes you don't know who's getting it. Have you
Oh,
ever seen
yeah.
like those tip jars, or like if you go, would you
Oh,
like to leave a
yes.
tip, and it's not like a sit-down restaurant, and you go, well, who am I tipping? Am I tipping this worker who served me, or is this
Right.
going into the pool?
I used to have a job that was you got tipped for, and we would pool the tips, but sometimes individuals would say, this is for you. You pocket this. Like,
Yeah.
I'm giving this to you. I want you to have this money. Don't share it with your coworkers. And that even felt awkward. I'm like, okay.
Yeah,
all right, no.
Are your coworkers looking at this going, hey, she's putting 20 bucks in her pocket?
Right.
Stealing from us. 248-539-9797. Has this happened to you? Have you seen this? And clearly, how would you feel if this became normal?
Yeah. Again, if it is labeled and you go into the restaurant knowing that this is a part of it, I don't have an issue with it. But then the issue is if you get bad service, you have no recourse.
Right. And it does need to be explicit. I hate the idea that I thought I was paying this,
Yeah.
and you slapped on a fee at the end that I had 18% that I had no idea I was going to pay.
I would rather have higher prices in the food.
Me too.
Know what I'm paying for, know which one I'm picking
Yeah.
out, instead of getting this sustainability fee added on later.
Because you-
as
Right,
like a
because that was,
surprise.
even though it wasn't 18%, it was only 6%. Just to feel like I went to a restaurant and they were trying to slip something into
Yes.
the bill that I
Yeah.
wasn't aware of.
Because
now
most
I'm not
people
sure I want
won't-
to go back to that restaurant. And it was
Most
a really
people
good
probably
restaurant.
won't look at that. Don't even look at the bill. They just sign it. They put the tip down and go. Kind of like how you get away with, like, all of a sudden, like, I look at my cable bill or whatever.
Yeah, whatever it
streaming,
is.
whatever it is. You're like, wait a minute, they've added on something because people
there's a
don't
new
look.
tax.
Don't pay
People
attention.
don't look at it. They just pay.
Let us know. 248-539-9797. It's 97.1.
Hey, you wait for summer all year long. It's that feeling of freedom, trading work for sunshine and getting back to what you love. Summer is all about making memories. At Verizon, we're celebrating you. You deserve to kick off summer feeling refreshed, connected, and ready for anything. This year, summer starts early with incredible value only at Verizon. Amplify your summer with amazing deals on the latest phones, smartwatches, and accessories that keep you connected wherever you go. Verizon has you covered with the network America relies on. And to make that summer feeling even sweeter, just for walking in, you'll receive free summer essentials. That's right, simply visit any Verizon location across the country and pick up your complimentary summer goodie. It's our way of saying thanks. But don't wait, these in-store freebies are only available through June 30th or while supplies last. So before you hit the beach or fire up that grill, make your first stop your nearest Detroit Verizon store today. Discover amazing deals, get connected on a network you can trust, and grab your free summer essential. That's Verizon.
Fun game yesterday for the Tigers. Took another series. They begin one tonight with the Twins, which will culminate on Sunday Night Baseball.
Excited. Scoop will start.
Fun weekend coming up at Comerica Park. We're going to talk about the Tigers in the 9 o'clock hour. There was a report yesterday. We loved it. I've seen people who hate it. Why? Why? We'll get to that. We've brought up this idea of sustainability fees and living wage fees and surprise fees at restaurants when you're getting set to pay and check out, and what it does to the tipping culture. 248-539-9797. We have, what do we got? Tim? Yep. Tim, let's get to you first. You're on 97.1.
Hey, real quick, who decided that tips are based on the amount of the bill? And what I mean by that is, why does someone that works, let's say, at a big boy and waits on two people and serves them dinner and cleans up after them, serves them water, etc., get paid less in a tip than somebody who works at a Ruth Chris serving two steaks, cleans up, water, etc.? Where did this tipping ever come from based on the amount of the bill?
So what the nicer restaurants will tell you is we employ people who can make recommendations and they enhance your experience. But I agree with you. At some point, there is a cap on what that task is worth, right? And it's not based on whether my entree cost an extra $10 or not.
So, Tim, what's the better way? Is it based on time? If you're there for a half an hour, it should be $5. If you're there for an hour, it should be $10, regardless of the bill?
I think it should be like Europe. Just it's built in, and there's no tipping. You want to tip above and beyond, that's great. But it should be built into the cost of the food or the
I'll hear you on that. I think there's logic to that where you just go, hey, look, it's up to you as a business to decide to pay your people enough to keep them employed and to keep
because
them.
That person –
yeah.
I'm sorry. That person, that big boy, can be working just as hard as a person at Ruth Chris, if not harder. They may be checking people out and seating people, etc. So,
I'll tell you, the people who like the tips system are the servers.
Well, yeah, but it's also if you're at the big boy or if you're at whatever restaurant you're talking about versus a Ruth Chris or a high-end restaurant, the turnover is a lot quicker at some of those restaurants than it is at a Ruth Chris. You're going to be spending more time there. They're going to have less tables, less turnover. They're spread out more, not as many seats. And so that's part of it as well.
But when you talk about the idea of removing the tips and having more of like a rest of the world mentality, the first people to push back on that are these servers.
Well, because I think there's a lack of belief that the employer is going to make up the difference, that they're going to pay minimum wage
right, if you go, well,
or more.
They could go, well, you could tell me I'm making $15 an hour or $18 an hour to serve, but I'm making more in tips even than that in some cases, depending on the turnover, the restaurant. So I think that would be some of the pushback would be from the people doing the jobs themselves. I think from a customer standpoint, take that off me. Make this an agreement between you and your employer.
Yeah.
You decide if you're getting paid enough, and if you're not, you'll leave. And if they can't keep you, they got to pay more.
Yeah, but it's unlike Tim said, if they get rid of tips, then it's up to you to decide if you want to add more. No, it's either all or nothing. And so that the server isn't expecting
or relying
on you to tip if now all of a sudden we've changed the system and it's a no tip system.
Joe in Canton, you're on 97.1.
What they're doing now is a lot of these restaurants are including the total bill. They're not supposed to put the tax into their tipping system. And that's a problem because the waitress, let's say the bill's $30, the actual bill is $27 or something. That's what they should be getting tipped, not on the 30. See? And businesses
because you're saying some
getting
receipts
smart.
come out with it already spelled out what 20 and 25% are, and they're basing it off of.
So whenever I look at a bill and I leave a tip, if I look at the total amount, which would include tax as well, and I'm not going to sit there and subtract the tax and then try and get 10%, 15%, 20%.
Yeah, but they're making extra money and not giving it to the waitresses or the waiters. See, that's what they're doing.
Well, the waitress is going to get, or waiter's going to get the tip that you decide to give. And you can decide whether
Right.
you want to do it on the pre-tax or the post-tax, but they're going to get 100% of the tip that you choose to give based on that.
Right. And so Joe, your gripe is you don't want to give that extra 30 cents to the business. You want to make sure that the entirety of it goes to the server.
Yeah, absolutely. And sometimes
Sure, okay.
people, they say we're not giving the right tip, but we actually are giving the right tip, and a waitress or waiter doesn't know that,
Right.
Sure. Bob, appreciate the phone call.
Yeah. The easiest way around that issue is to just leave a cash tip. Now, I know not a lot of people, Heather, and I know you don't always carry
I don't.
cash.
I don't
but,
really either.
And it's hard to have the exact right amount.
Right.
But it's one of that is one way to
That's direct.
make sure that it's cash. Cash is always king.
Going back to you bringing this up initially, the thing that just bothers me the most is the shadiness of, if I don't know this is going to be added on,
And then you see it.
and now I go, well, is this a tip, like a sustainability charge, a cost of living? Is that the same as a tip, or is that you will make the decision as a business? So now I lose as a customer because I don't get to tip the amount I want, and that server's not winning either because they have to now get at the discretion of the business.
Right.
The only one that wins is the business.
Yeah, and is that sustainability fee, is it actually going to go to, hey, we're going to try and source locally, or what percentage it goes to sustaining their employees?
Right. 248-539-9797. Bob in Plymouth, good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, Bob. How are you doing?
I'm doing great. I go out to restaurants all the time, like every day almost, and I always leave a cash tip. And I know the waiters and waitresses appreciate that. And the other thing I wanted to say is about the restaurant I was in the other day. They had a sign that said 5 persons or more, there's a 20% service fee on top
Service
of
fee. Not a
and
tip,
it was
but
only
just
for
like
5 or more, which isn't
Yeah.
really a big crowd. I thought
No.
that was kind of strange.
Some of this is like, what's the
Your
vocabulary?
Whole family, John.
Yeah, I mean, that's a night
every
out for
time I
John.
go out, yeah.
That's a great point.
Yeah.
But some of this is like vocab, right? Like, what does that mean? A service fee. Is that for the server or the service of me?
Owning the business.
Right, yeah. I think that's what's annoying. If it's, hey, you put $20 down, that's the tip, or 20% down, that's the tip. Okay, fine. I get it. That's kind of a standard thing. But it's, what is this really for? You
Yeah.
don't want to put your customers at a position where they don't even know what they're giving you money for.
Yeah, and I mean, it's going to come out of your pocket either way, whether it's built into the cost of the food or it's in the form of a tip. And that's where I was when I saw the service, the sustainable service fee or sustainability fee. This is a restaurant that we've been at before, and I'd never seen that, and it felt like they were trying to sneak it in, and it
Yeah,
was
I don't
low
like
enough that it wasn't going to, you might not recognize it on your bill.
Or
6%.
Or they're counting on, like what Lisa said to you, which is just don't make a stink.
Right,
Just pay it.
Just don't say anything. Can we just go? Can there not be a conflict?
Don't make this a scene at the restaurant, John.
Yes, I like this place.
Let's get to Larry in Grosse Pointe. Larry, good morning. You're on 97.1.
How you doing, guys?
Good morning.
Morning. So, anyways, Noah said what TIP actually is for. The acronym is to ensure promptness. So it's the type of service that you're, should be paying for, not just because it's 20%. You have some stiff that takes forever to get you your food, and you're still expected to pay these guys another 15 or 20%. Now, I'm somewhat older than you guys, and when I was growing up, it was a 10% tip was like a maximum. That was like a big tip. Now 20%
That's
is
kind of
like
standard.
that's the norm. I don't know where that all of a sudden developed. The real one that kills me is that little Apple device where you go into a place getting a carryout, you use your card, and then they flip the thing around for you to sign, that little screen that you sign with your finger. And it's
I
got
don't get it, man.
choices. So
I know.
10, 15, 20%. I'm getting a carryout for crying out loud. Why should I tip?
I'm with you on I'm not going to tip on carryout. And what's tough, too, is if you don't want to tip, you have to hit other and then manually put in the
They
zero.
make it hard to find.
And then
the
the other,
tip.
and then you feel like, well, they're watching me. They
and
know I'm
you
hitting
look for
zero.
person behind the cash register is looking at you like,
Yep.
"Hey, you cheap bastard, you know, what the hell? I handed you your food.
Right.
Come on, give
I
me a
thought there are-
break." But another
Our-
reason why
Yeah.
the servers like tips versus you know, just shoving it into the cost of the food, a lot of that goes unreported to Uncle Sam. It was cash tips. So they like to, you know, as you know, anybody in business likes to grab cash. You know, and unfortunately for them, most people use credit cards now, so it's traceable. But you know, it's just. But if you get good service, you have to pay. I mean, my wife and I used to favor an Italian restaurant downtown. Great place, and there was one server that was excellent. So we would ask for him all the time. You know, we want so-and-so to wait on it because we're regulars.
No, good servers are deserving, and there's no doubt about it, Larry. And we appreciate the phone call and the passion on this. We got to keep it moving. We got to get to the 9 o'clock hour.
Yep.
We've got Cookie Jar. We got to talk about the Pistons adding a Lanier. That's gone well for them historically.
It has.
The pick they made last night, and this Tiger move that feels like a no-brainer, but has big pushback from the fan base. We'll get to it next. 97.1. Hanging out on a Friday, we got Cookie Jar, bottom of the hour, 9:35. We'll get to the Pistons draft pick from last night. Yesterday on the show, we got a bit of a news dump. Bob Nightingale, USA Today, he's one of these trade deadline guys. He comes up around this time every year. Said that the Tigers would be all in on Alex Bregman if he was available. And that was met with, sure,
Cool.
great, makes sense. And then we went on our way and had our day. I know Doug and Gator aren't Bregman people. And I know a lot of Tiger fans reject the idea of adding Alex Bregman. And I truly want to know one thing. What the hell is wrong with you people? Can you give me a valid reason that isn't he turned us down and we want to be stubborn, pouty people? Because he makes them better. I've yet to hear a valid reason for why you wouldn't be all in on adding Alex Bregman to a team that's goal is to win the World Series.
It's interesting because in the offseason, everybody kept saying, we've got to get Alex Bregman. And I'm sitting next to a guy that 100% thought it was Bregman or die. And then all of a sudden, within 30 minutes, and we got that from Alex Bregman, he thought he was coming to Detroit. He was ready to sign the Tigers deal. And then within 30 minutes, he was able to get the shorter deal, the opt-out after year one, and signed with the Boston Red Sox. I don't hate him for doing it.
No, it's business.
And I'm not mad at ownership or the front office of the Tigers for not giving him that offer. I didn't want him for 1 year. I wanted him for longer. I think he's a very productive player. I think he still has 2, 3, maybe even 4 years of good baseball, and he started off the season In 51 games, he had 11 home runs, 35 RBIs, and he had an OPS of 938.
Elite
Yes.
third baseman, great defender too. I want valid reasons, because I don't think it's valid to say my feelings were hurt, he turned us down, and I don't like him very much. We didn't like Chris Chelios very much when he played for the Blackhawks. When they play on your team, you learn to like players like that, good quality ball players. I think what's lost in all this, too, is the reporting of the Bregman stuff. We had Evan Petzold down to the Free Press, and he explained to us that Bregman's camp counteroffered.
Right.
There was the willingness to be here at his terms, and the difference was $15 million over 6 years.
Right.
And an opt-out after one season. And the sides couldn't bridge the gap. Bregman took more of a lump sum approach, but there's clear interest on both parties, including Alex Bregman. I think people think he hates the city of Detroit or he's afraid of the ballpark. He jacked 2 home runs when he was here in May, one off Tarek Skubal. He'll play here and play just fine. I'm not sure why you'd be opposed. I've heard the people who rally around Zach McKinstry. Guys, I went to Central Michigan. I love the story that is Zach McKinstry. Bregman's better. That's all that matters in pro sports. Take your feelings out of it. We want to be better. He's a proven postseason bat. McKinstry's a utility piece that can play everywhere. But McKinstry's playing well above his career right now. And even with Bregman missing a month, Bregman's been a better player than McKinstry. No doubt you add Alex Bregman.
And it's not a Alex Bregman, and if you bring him in, you're getting rid of Zach McKinstry.
No.
It's both of them.
And I'd go a step further because I've had people, because I'm on this personal crusade now, because I don't understand any of this. I've had people suggest, well, we want to add a pitcher. I was unaware you only were allowed one trade at the deadline.
Right.
You get one silver bullet, and if we trade for Bregman, we're not allowed to add a reliever. It doesn't work that way.
You're basically going to get him for 3 months. He's on an expiring contract because if he performs as he did at the beginning of the season, he's going to opt out because the next contract is going to be the one that it's going to be the last big deal that he gets as a major league ball player. And so it was, in the Red Sox eyes, the chance that they could have him for 4 years. In Alex Bregman's eyes, it was, this is a 1-year contract, and then I get to the free agent market again.
Let's play both scenarios out. You trade for him. The most likely thing is he opts out because that was the purpose of the deal. He wants a longer term, wants that $200 million. He'll get $40 up front, opt out, and try to make up the difference. Okay, we only get him for one World Series run, but as a rental, I'm not giving up Clark and McGonigal. You don't have to sweat it. If he were to come here and opt in, it's only for 2 more seasons, and you don't have this 8-9 year commitment that everybody's afraid of in baseball. It's 2 years at a time where your payroll is still relatively low, not a lot of long-term commitments. What's the downside in a player that we know they wanted here beyond one season, being here beyond one season?
So you mean you're not going to have to pay him on years where he's no longer as productive?
Yes. That's supposedly the bad thing if he opts in. Maybe people are afraid he's going to opt out, but then that frees up you from long-term commitments too.
Well, but here's the thing: his motivation. His motivation is to get healthy. He is currently on the 10-day IL. Alex Cora had said we expect him back after the All-Star break. It's a quad injury. His motivation is to get healthy. His motivation is to continue to play the way he did at the beginning of the season so that he opts out and gets a bigger contract. So you're going to get a guy with extremely high motivation, not just to win a World Series, and I tack on more millions of dollars if he's a part of a World Series winning team.
Exactly.
And I'm not saying we tack on those millions, but somebody across Major League Baseball will.
It's good for everybody. But fans booed him in May, so...
Okay, they booed an opponent. That's how you look at it.
I know.
You boo an opponent.
I would hope Scott Harris, it doesn't have the stubbornness.
Oh, I don't think Scott Harris will.
No, I don't think so either. And I don't think he would have this pouty disposition that I get from certain, I'm not going to label all Tiger fans this way, but from the ones that don't want Alex Bregman. If you could give us your perspective. Investigation is what we're doing here. We're trying to figure out why people don't want Alex Bregman. Ticket text 248-539-9797 says, the people in the state have taken Detroit versus everybody to heart. Every little thing that goes against us is a slight, and now it's getting overboard.
So the slight was...
He didn't pick us.
He didn't pick us.
So now Detroit versus everybody, you're everybody, we can't add him.
And anybody that ever says no to Detroit in free agency, whether it's a year down the road, 3 or 4 years down the road, you never want that player again.
No, apparently. Texter says it seems silly giving up prospects for a guy we could have had. No, I agree. It would have been better to sign him last offseason, but you didn't. So do you want to double down on that mistake, or do you want to rectify the mistake?
Well, and the fact that he is going to opt out after this year, and so if that's the case, you're giving up lesser prospects and less of prospects to be able to get him for 3 months.
Yeah, the idea that you don't want him because he's a rental, well, welcome to being a buyer at the trade deadline. They're going to add a player who's a rental at the end of July. No-brainer, Bregman can hit. Given the choice, I'd rather keep McKinstry at third. I'd take him instead of what you guys are discussing. John, do you get that?
I don't, because and I get the fact that Zach McKinstry has been good, but this isn't about chemistry in the clubhouse. This is simply about production. And I think if you add Alex Bregman, one of the reasons they actually were comfortable going after him is because he was going to be good in the clubhouse. He would be a guy that would be welcomed into the clubhouse, because it's not you come in and we get rid of Zach McKinstry. You're going to, send Trey Sweeney down?
Yeah. Great. We upgraded the infield in a pretty big way.
Instead of a guy that's hitting sub 200, you get a guy that's hitting over 300 or close to it.
Basically have 4 all-star bats. Bregman would be an all-star if he was healthy. You have 4 all-star bats on this team.
Yeah.
It's a great move if it materializes. And we understand the obstacles. Maybe the biggest reason not to trade for him is if he doesn't heal. He's currently injured, but we have another month still. And the expectation is he's going to be able to get back out on – it's not a season-ending injury.
Right.
So I kind of want to debunk anybody who's afraid of the injury right now. This isn't a season ender.
Right, and maybe the apprehension is, one, he's not healthy right now, and it's not going to be until after the All-Star break. So it'll be July 17, 18, 19. And if you wait, the other options are traded and they find new spots, and now you're left with – waiting on the availability of Alex Bregman, not just in the offseason, but as you approach the trade deadline.
Butthurt syndrome is the only reason to not want Bregman. That's from the ticket text, 248-539-9797. You're right about the culture fit, though, John. He was an ideal culture fit.
Well, and nobody knows him better than a guy that managed him. If AJ gave the stamp of approval and said, yeah, this guy is great in the clubhouse, he's great on the field, he's great at the plate, I don't understand where the apprehension is.
I'll go a little further. So the manager sets the tone, and the manager has a great sense of culture. The players also have to buy in on him. You know who loves Alex Bregman, the competitor, the person? Turk Skubal. So I listened to that full Pardon My Take interview, and we pulled out the 10-year, $400 million offer there. Yeah, 425. Those millions matter. And that became the headline. But in there, they just brought up Bregman because they had that great standoff, that great at-bat, and he goes, dude, I love the way Alex Bregman approaches the game. Like, that's from Skubal, your lead dog. So you got buy-in from the players in the clubhouse, too. 248-539-9797. Let's get to Noah in Rochester.
Hey, guys, thanks for taking the call. I just got to say I am just so tired of people scared to give up prospects and, future teams when your window is right now. You don't know how long the window is going to be. You could still have all these players, but you might be terrible next year. You never know. It feels like people in Detroit always want the big names and stuff, but then when it comes time to get the big names, you're a little hesitant because you don't want to give up prospects and stuff. Your window's now. Why not go all in and do what you can now to win?
Well, and I mean, you bring up a good point, because they are prospects. Like, I understand the excitement about Max Clark, and I'm not saying he's a part of this deal, but we have no idea if the prospect of Max Clark or McGonigal or Lorenzen or anybody else is actually ever going to be a major league ball player, and let's just say, as good as Bregman is.
I was just going to say, the player could be anything. They could even be Bregman. Well, that's what we'd just be cutting in line and adding that player. And I'm not saying flippantly trade all of these guys.
No.
I do think there are some lines in the sand. You're not going to give up multiple years. Like, someone like Max Clark or Kevin McGonigal are org guys for 7 to 10 years. I'm not giving that up for a 3-month rental. Like, there's some level of discretion here. But when you're as stocked as they are organizationally, you have excess players. They're not all going to make it. Part of being a great baseball executive is you have to project. And that's project into your lineup, and you have to project, well, we think this guy hits a longer shot. We'll let somebody else take that risk while we go for it right now. 248-539-9797. Appreciate the phone call. We're going to talk a little Pistons draft coming up next. I know it's the second round, and it may be under the radar for people, but, John, I really like the guy they got.
Good.
I think you do, too. We'll see if we're on the same page. Maybe not as excited as I am. It's next, 97.1.
Hey, in sports, when you're sidelined by an injury, and we're talking about injuries right now, it is personal. The same goes for life. That's where personal injury attorney David Femininio steps in. And trust me, after an accident, you need an attorney who's going to make it personal. That someone is David Femininio. You hear the slogan, and he says it all the time, get David, get paid. I say it all the time. It's not just a slogan. It's a promise to take care of you. So if you or someone you know has been injured, you need to tell them to call David Femininio at 855-65-CRASH, or you can always go to his website, getdavidgetpaid.com. That number again, 855-65-CRASH, or on the web at getdavidgetpaid.com.
Well, we can't trade for Bregman now.
No, I mean, McKinstry hit a triple.
Why not both? Why not improve? I know we're bad people. We want the team to be better. We should be provincial and pouty, and he turned us down, so never again. That's the Bregman piece. It's been part of the show today. We should give a little more time to the Pistons.
Sure.
I know it's a second-round pick, so I don't think it's like an hour-long discussion, John. But I like the move they made last night. Chaz Lanier is one of those guys who I actually had some familiarity with. Second round of the draft can be a bit of a mixed bag. But this is a guy who played high-level ball in the SEC, best conference in hoops. One clear, obvious skill set that translates, jump shooting. He is a volume three-point shooter, and he makes them at a high clip. He did it lower level at North Florida, instant transition to the SEC, and he was damn near just as good with a higher level of competition. The comp I'd give you, Malik Beasley, 6'4", run around. He can hit some movement threes. I like the pick, and he's not some 18, 19-year-old. I think there's a chance he can contribute as soon as this season.
Late developer.
Yeah.
If he had done this for, instead of just 1 year at North Florida and then to Tennessee doing it there, it's great that he was able to do it in the SEC. Obviously the competition, the defense, being able to get open, create your own shot, all of those things are tougher in the SEC. And coming out of the SEC last year, that was the best basketball conference that there was.
Yeah.
So all of those things are positive, but I think if there was more than just the 1 year at Tennessee, probably would have been a higher pick. So maybe this is an absolute steal for him.
Langdon said he wanted to trade up to get him.
Right.
They think there's a first-round grade on him.
They saw a lot of promise in him. And I know it's been reported, we haven't heard from Trajan Langdon yet, but they were excited that he was there at 37, and it was a quick pick for him.
He also said Langdon said he liked how coachable he is. Talked about making that transition and adding everything to his plate and thriving. And you know who probably appreciates that is J.B. Bickerstaff.
Oh, sure.
The idea that you can bring in a guy who will turn, is it 24
Yeah.
this December? He'll be older than 5 of his current teammates. And within a month, I think, of Cade and Stewart, he is in this pot of young players, but he's not coming in as raw as the last couple picks they've made. And while I don't think he has a ceiling anywhere near that of Ron Holland or Asar Thompson, he brings a skill set that those guys don't have right now, which is a lethal jump shot. He is not a dogged defender. He is not someone who's going to go to the rim and tomahawk it over people. He has one clear, obvious trait that translates to the NBA, and it's the trait that we've been screaming for the Pistons.
More shooters.
I don't know what's going to happen with Beasley. Langdon has said this was not a selection because of Beasley's free agent status. You can have both good shooters, but I like the idea that they are going to keep on that they're not going to ever be satisfied with, oh, we have Malik Beasley, so we don't need to add any three-point shooting.
Right. So, I mean, picks can be for now. They can also be for later. Now, obviously, the Pistons need it now.
Yeah.
But it can also be a guy that fills a role similar to Beasley. Beasley's not going to be out there every second of the game.
Well, what if they can't get a deal done with Beasley? It wasn't the chief reason to make the move, but for whatever reason, it's nice that you're not staring at a blank canvas.
Right. But so what if Beasley's here for 1 more year?
Right.
Or 2 more years?
Yeah.
Now all of a sudden, hey, 2 years down the road, maybe it's Chaz Lanier that steps in a more prominent role because he is coachable, and it's not just a shooter anymore. He's got to improve his ball handling skills, got to improve his ability to play defense. All of those things can be worked on. Now, will he play defense like a Ron Holland or some of these other guys? Maybe he never gets to that point, but he can be better than he is now.
Well, and if you're coachable, he's got a 6'8" wingspan, which I think he's not an undersized guard if you've got a 6'8" wingspan.
Or defense like Asar.
Yeah. But the idea here is if you're among other high-effort energy players and you yourself are coachable, and I think a lot of defense is effort and energy, it'll play. He's not going to be a liability if he uses his length, works in a team concept, and hustles. And then on the offensive end, you're going to be a pain in the ass if anybody leaves you open.
Yeah, and what I'd like to see from him is whether we see him in the rookie league, we see him early in the season is, hey, when he's open, those are the ones you've got to knock down. You've got to show that your money on those. And then can we see him, not be a dribble drive guy, but, to be able to create his own shot. And I know some of them, you mentioned the highlights earlier. Yeah, there are a lot where he's on the move. Can you do that at the NBA level?
Three-point line's a little further back. You're going to miss a few more of them. But I like the pick. I think grading on the curve, it's not a lottery pick. It's a second-round pick. I give the pick an A. For what you're expecting to get in the second round, a guy you were comfortable going up in the first, a guy with some pedigree who can step in and have an impact. Not as a starter, but maybe as a, 8th or 9th guy.
For now. Or it's Beasley 2 years or 3 years down the road. Can he be the first guy off the bench?
He's 6th man, maybe. Laz in Detroit on the ticket text says, I like the pick, but he has to defend at a higher level if he's going to play right away. I think that's valid.
Yeah. That's why I give it a B+. But I don't know that I would give any pick in the second round more than a B+.
Says this will give him what they thought Fontecchio was going to be last year. Kind of. Yeah, I mean, more of a shooter, more of a guy that can help spread the floor a little bit, more reliable from behind the arc. Yeah.
More usable.
Sure.
Or willingness to actually put him in the game.
I don't think they made a mistake benching Fontecchio late in the year.
No, I don't. Yeah, that's.
But getting one more piece that you're comfortable putting in.
Right.
Let's get to Heather with the news. Heather, what's going on?
Well, the 2025 SB nominations have been announced.
Do we have anybody in it?
Tarek Skubal.
Okay.
He's there. He's among the nominees for Best MLB Player.
Oh, well, he's going to lose to Judge or Ohtani, right?
Probably.
Yeah, Ohtani was in there quite a bit. I saw his name. I saw Josh Allen's name in there frequently.
Yeah.
Simone Biles was in there quite a bit.
MVPs have that tendency.
Yeah, you know, you can go online and check them all out because it would take me the whole segment to read them all to you.
Yeah, you don't need to do
which
that.
is no fun, but
No.
they'll take place on July 16th, so you can watch then. Hey, Adam Sandler is coming back to Detroit on his latest arena tour this fall. The You're My Best Friend tour will be at the LCA on Tuesday, October 14th. And, of course, this follows sold-out performances in 2022, 2023. Comes on the heels of his Netflix special. Then you got Happy Gilmore 2 coming out as well. So should be good. Tickets go on sale Friday, June 27th at 12 p.m. Hey, if your dog barks too much, you could get a ticket in Warren. You better be careful. The Warren City Council unanimously just approved this new animal ordinance that has been kind of under development for quite a while. There's a lot of things in this ordinance. It sets out regulations covering things like ownership and care of chickens, rules about dog tethering.
Okay.
But then there's also something that was kind of changed as far as the dog noise, right? The dog barking. So basically, if your dog barks or howls persistently, it's no longer a misdemeanor. It's now a civil infraction. And basically, before, you could still get tickets if your dog constantly barked, but the officers from the animal control had to hear the dog barking. So somebody could call and be like, this dog's been barking for hours. But if they show up and the dog's inside now, no tickets can be issued. But now with this change in the ordinance, tickets can be issued even if the officer does not actually hear the dog barking.
But how would that work? You just take your neighbor's word for it? So if you don't like your neighbor, hey, John's dog's been barking.
Yeah.
God, won't shut up, barking all the time. Yeah, I'm sure there's more rules written in this ordinance. But anyway, just be careful if you're in Warren and you got a loud dog. Watch out.
Hey, Jim's cat's been mewing too loud.
Yes,
mewing. Mew. Mew. It says mew. The Lodge was closed this morning, may actually still be closed, if not opening very soon due to flooding. Flooding from fire hydrants. So both sides of the highway were closed between Howard and Jefferson as the Great Lakes Water Authority performed upgrades. And part of that, they had to flush out the system, and they flushed out the fire hydrants, which, okay, understand, you got to do, but all of the storm drains, covered in debris, which caused the flooding. You think maybe you'd make sure that that was all clear.
Yeah.
Anyway, they didn't. If it's not open now, it will be open soon.
Yeah, but you're getting to the end of the week. You're on your Friday. You just want it to go smooth.
I know. Former Baltimore Ravens kicker Justin Tucker has been suspended for the first 10 weeks of the 2025 regular season after a league investigation into misconduct allegations. So he was released by the Ravens back in May, and he has been accused by 16 massage therapists of acting inappropriately with them during their sessions. This all went on between 2012 and 2016. And on Thursday, after a big review, the league said, hey, guess what? Here's this big suspension. So he can serve the suspension as a free agent. He's free to sign with any team. Somebody can still sign him.
Yeah.
And if he does sign with somebody, he can go to training camp. He can play in the preseason games. And he would be eligible for reinstatement on November 11th.
See, I think the thing working against him here is the obvious optics and suspension. Why would you bring a guy in who can't kick for the first 10 weeks? But also, he wasn't kicking well either. I mean, there are teams that will look past things.
Yeah.
If you're not playing well, it's kind of a double whammy.
Yep. A Florida deputy was recently arrested after he was caught trying to steal cash during a traffic stop.
Okay.
So pulled a guy over, apparently requested the driver's wallet and phone, was seen going back to his patrol car to the trunk, put the items in the trunk, and then later went back and said, "Here you go, sir. Here's your wallet. Here's your phone."
Yeah.
It just happens to be empty.
Guy looks at it and is like, "I had $300 in here. Where's that?" Turns out the officer ended up, "Oh, well, hold on a second." In his rifle bag, he was just like, "Oh, here
I thought
it
it must have
is.
fallen out."
It's right here. I don't know how that got there."
How did
anyway,
that happen?
he was then arrested himself because of that.
Come on.
Dumbass.
What, did you think he wasn't going to look in his wallet?
I think like his body cam wouldn't. I don't know. Maybe it wasn't on, but kind of outed himself. But yeah, not a good look.
Not at all. Heather with the news. Coming up next, it's the cookie jar. We got a question. How far are you willing to go for the Lions to win a Super Bowl? I have a scenario that involves spiders, so apology to Heather in advance. It's next, 97.1.
Hey guys, it's me, Heather, and if you've ever thought about getting a hot tub, this is your moment. I got mine from Beninati Pool and Spa, and let me tell you, it has been a game changer for us. We're using it after workouts for recovery. We're relaxing in it with the kids in the evenings, and we are totally loving it. And they made the whole process of getting a hot tub a breeze. They helped me pick out a hot tub that was perfect for me and my family. They delivered it, they installed it, and they've been there to help take care of maintenance as well. I'm telling you, they handle everything. Beninati Pool and Spa is right in Utica. It's next to Jimmy John's Field. Plus, they have a brand new showroom in Clinton Township right off M59 and I-94. So really, no matter which location you go to, you're going to be met with Beninati experts who will give you a personalized experience and help you find the right hot tub. And get this, if you mention my name, they're actually going to take $500 off your purchase just like that. Visit BeninatiPools.com or stop by Utica or Clinton Township and see why so many people love the Beninati experience.
Hey, FanDuel, because nothing says summer fun like adding excitement to the game while your friends and yourself are getting sunburned at the beach. Summer sports are calling your name. Baseball under the stadium lights, golf on pristine green fairways, soccer matches with world-class goals, and all the action-packed moments that come in between. Maybe you're going to spend all day following your favorite teams on your phone anyway in your favorite sports, so might as well make it more thrilling with FanDuel. Open the app today to see the daily promotions. There's something new all the time. If you're new to FanDuel, new customers can bet just $5 and get $150 in bonus bets if your first bet wins. So open the FanDuel app today, or you can visit FanDuel.com/971Detroit to get started. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit is required. Bonus issued as now withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. If you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
be another hot one today, high of 91 in Metro Detroit.
Woohoo!
But
Woohoo!
what does that mean?
I don't know. I was cold. Yesterday I was cold.
It was in the 60s a little earlier.
The wine didn't warm you?
It did not. It didn't. I was just
Should
cold.
have had more.
Well, depending on who you talk to, she had plenty.
Oh, what does that mean?
Well, I actually don't think you had too much. But I think it
didn't.
was funny how everybody kept assuming you did.
Maybe it's because no one sees me hanging out outside of work. So I was having fun with people. Like,
So you don't have fun at work.
well,
This guy.
She walked right into that.
it's different.
People
right?
saw me having a good time.
And they're like, "Oh God, she's intoxicated." It's like, "Oh no, I had
No,
some
yeah.
wine and I'm
Just
having
having
a good time and
Yeah.
I'm chatting with people and yeah."
I brought up the temperature because while it's hot in Detroit, it's even hotter for Steve Yzerman. Wojo wrote his article today in the Detroit News where he says it's time to be bold. And I don't know what bold looks like to you or you, the listener, but we all agree it has to be something. 13th pick tonight, I don't need to see him use it. Trades, free agency next Tuesday.
Yeah.
It's time to do something to push this forward.
I think we're at a point where we just feel like by Tuesday night, this roster needs to be better. It needs to be improved upon. And the first opportunity is before the draft even starts tonight. So at what time does it start? 7? So you got between now and 7 or 8, whatever it starts, to be able to construct a deal to bring somebody. Maybe it's Noah Dobson. We talked about him yesterday or a couple of days ago. And I don't care who it is, but this roster or how they do it, trade, free agency, it's just if we end up, Tuesday night and the only addition that we have is the number 13th overall pick, I think it's
going to feel flat.
It's going to feel very
Because 3 years at least for a player like that, maybe 5 before they're a high-level contributor.
Yeah, and we are going to play hockey next year.
Trust me, my wallet's well aware. How about this report? This is from 32 Thoughts. If you're a hockey guy, you know that podcast. Elliot Friedman is one of those hockey insiders. He said, I think Detroit is looking at the goalie market. I think Yzerman would like to see if there is a goalie out there that, for him, can solve his problems.
So what are you going to do with the ones that we have?
You're looking at me like I have the answers. I don't know why you traded for Peter Mrazek last year. We're going to carry 3 again.
I know, exactly.
I don't doubt that they need higher-level goalie play. You need 2 good ones. I don't think they have 2 good ones. You need a goalie. But the idea that it would cover up for other mistakes, you can't put lipstick on a pig. They need help on the blue line. They need help in the forward group.
It's like when we talk about the Tigers. We talk about bullpen help. We talk about a right-handed bat and possibly starting pitching. Like there are many needs, and it doesn't have to be just one. It doesn't have to be just the goalie. You can help on defense. You could do something else along with improving the play in between the posts.
I don't know why you trade for Mrazek if he's not going to be your 2 this year. I don't know why you're not comfortable with Kosa unless you feel like his development is stalling out. I mean, these aren't good signs even if they are in the goalie market.
We'll see what happens.
Yeah.
I mean, he's got an opportunity right now to make a trade. He's got an opportunity tonight to draft. He's going to have an opportunity in free agents, so we'll see what happens.
To be bold, as Wojo says. Doug, what's up?
How we doing?
Good.
Good.
Good morning.
Morning.
Yeah.
You look refreshed.
I had a good night's sleep.
Lucky.
That makes
After
one of
not
us.
having a good night's sleep.
Oh, okay.
So, yeah, it's catching up to do. So,
Good.
you guys good?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. So we'll build our case against Bregman.
Oh, yeah. Can we do this right now? We only have a couple minutes.
It's no problem.
Okay, so I wanted some valid reasons. So what are yours?
One is I like Eugenio Suarez better. He wouldn't cost as much, nearly as much.
I could buy you on the second point.
Yeah.
He's not better than
No, I
Bregman.
like him for this
okay.
team better because he wouldn't cost as much as
Okay.
one. 2 is Bregman's hurt, and I was watching when he got hurt, and I'm like, that looks bad. And
Are we
it
doing
keeps
Dr.
getting-
Doug?
It keeps getting pushed back. It's got all the telltale signs of a player that isn't going to be around. 3 is, I don't know if you noticed, but McKinstry was nipping at his heels in the All-Star voting, Jim. Hello.
He's playing into my Chippewa sensibilities.
Way down the list is, and oh yeah, screw that guy.
So that is, you acknowledge, though, that is some of what the fans are feeling is
Whether they feel
is
it or not,
rejection, and they're letting that be
they have every right to feel that.
their motivator to not want to get him, though. That's silly. That You
Yeah.
can't pout. You got to put it behind you and get better.
So, yeah, I mean, given the market and the fact that I wanted to make multiple moves, and I think getting Suarez and Stuff for probably the same price as Bregman. The other thing about Bregman that scares me, and this scares me a lot, is Boris came out the other day and said he was willing to reopen negotiations. And I'm like, Shut up. I mean, seriously, basically, I'm willing to get paid my client more money, and he's.
I don't like Boris. I know you don't like Boris. We got to deal with Boris. Skubel's a Boris client.
I get it.
We know they like Bregman, which means they have to deal with Boris too.
I don't want to deal with Boris any more than I have to.
But dealing with Boris means I have really good players.
True.
And that's to the point about McKinstry. Bregman's a better player than McKinstry.
Yeah, of course.
He's also a better player than Suarez. And I'm just at the point where I don't want to sacrifice good. I want to be great.
Okay.
Well, but to your point, Doug, I don't.
By the way, that's the most condescending line of crap ever. I want to be great.
Well, you would like to settle for a lesser player because he's cheaper.
No. I want Suarez and Stuff for the same price it costs to get Bregman.
Can I get Bregman and Stuff?
Well,
we have the best farm
way
system in
more.
baseball. What's way more? Relievers are the most abundant.
For the same
and it's a
price
rental
of Bregman,
player in
for
Bregman.
the same price of Bregman, Suarez, and a bullpen arm out of Arizona. Of course, I also flatly reject the premise that Bregman's even going to be available.
Well, and that may be the case.
I don't buy that they're selling.
Here's what I'm worried about, and you mentioned the injury. If he's not available, and this is if he's available after the All-Star break, you got to see if he's healthy. Or do you miss out on Suarez? Is he moved before Bregman's even healthy?
Hope not. I mean,
you're not concerned with strikeouts.
Is Boston going to sell?
They're 2.5 back as of yesterday. I didn't check this morning.
I don't think they're going to sell.
But that's a different argument than I don't want him.
I agree, but I'm not focused on Bregman. I moved beyond. I think Arizona's more, and Arizona's only like 3.5 back themselves.
Yeah.
Well, that's the problem with the extra wild card spots is no one really drifts out of it.
Yes, and this is our first time doing this. 2014 when we last did this, there weren't as many wild card teams. So I don't know. I'd pay the same price and get 2 players. So, because I want to be great, Jim. I'm the one.
No, I want to be great more than you. Doug Karsh next. Karsh and Anderson, 97.1.
All right, Carson Anderson here as we bring you the show from Shanty Creek on this Friday. Hope you're doing well and hope you have a great weekend planned. Hopefully some of the harder, it feels like we've had a ton of heavy rain lately. Rained up here this morning, could rain again later today in the Detroit area. Scott Anderson, how are you today?
I'm all right, Doug.
Yeah, good. Glad to hear it.
Yeah.
Glad to hear it.
Kept it in check last night?
Yeah, so maybe not so much Thursday. Was it Thursday night? No, it was Wednesday night. Maybe not so much Wednesday night. Got a little, let's just say I needed the sleep. Needed the sleep last night and got the sleep. Tigers 8-0 winners yesterday afternoon to improve to 51-31, and their lead 9.5 games in the American League Central. Let's just stop and appreciate for a moment where this team is and this organization is. To have a record like that at this point, to play as well as they've played since basically the beginning of last August, to be trending towards another playoff spot, to have an organization that's loaded with prospects that others want, and to have what appears to be a commitment to get out there and be a buyer at the trade deadline. It's a good time to be a Tiger fan, isn't it?
It's a great time to be a Tiger fan. I love what's happening here with this team, and it's all throughout. It's not just, the big league club is doing well. It's like the minor leagues have been one of the top-rated systems for the last few years now. And if you look across at what's happening at low A, high A, double A, and triple A, the Tigers affiliates are all like at the top. They're doing remarkably well. So it's all stocked up. The big league club is really good. In fact, tied with the best record in baseball. So it's time to make something happen and really kind of sustain this thing and amp it up, I think.
Yeah, it is. And, the A.J. Hinch interview yesterday morning on the morning show where he said you don't overreact to one game. Hey, big deal, we lost 4-0. We're going to lose games like that throughout the season, to come back and shut out Oakland. And you know what? I'm watching and thinking about this game, and there's something to me. I figured out what it is about this Tiger team that is most amazing. I think they're like any other office situation where they have a project, and the project needs somebody, and what do? They call up the agency, and they send in the temp. And the temp comes in, gets the job done, and then the temp will probably go away. But I feel like this Tiger team and this Tiger organization has an elite temp agency that keeps sending them guys that can help them win. And yesterday, the temp was 34-year-old Dietrich Enns.
Wow.
And, they're just getting a temp. And the temp comes in and throws 5 shut. I mean, what more could be said? They got a great temp agency.
Yeah, and this guy, excuse me, that was about the worst cover-up you could ever do.
No, I thought you hit it well. You're a true pro.
Thank you. I learned from you.
Yeah, fair enough.
So this guy was available for anybody, you know? And when you go back and look at his stats, and I know stats aren't everything, but when you can't see a guy pitch, it's what you go on. But you go back to 2021 when he last pitched in the majors, and he pitched in like 9 games that year. His numbers were actually quite respectable, if not, dare I say, slightly impressive. Now, he's a 34-year-old at this point, so you go back and you got somebody who's in his late 20s, but he was getting the job done. I'm surprised that he didn't get some kind of contract from a major league team. He goes overseas and plays in Korea and plays in Japan and does okay out there, but gets another chance, another taste of playing here in the States, goes to Toledo, pitches really well in Toledo, under a sub-3 ERA in the 14 starts that he had, and he gets his opportunity. And you just look back at it and go, why didn't anybody else? Okay, fair enough, Tigers, let's get after it. I don't know. Central Michigan connection, it works. 5 shutout innings, 1 hit, couple of walks, struck out 4, hit 94 on the gun. And he pounded the strike zone. That's all you can ask for. And look, is he going to stay up the rest of the season? I have no idea. But it's interesting. The timing that the Tigers have had with guys at AAA and guys at the majors is unbelievable. Cato Montero, nothing special in the minors, comes to the majors, and like 2 out of 3 starts, he's pretty good. He gets sent down. He pitches last night for Toledo, doesn't make it out of the 3rd inning, gets shelled. But the guy they brought up pitches 5 shutout innings. Right. It's unbelievable, and it happens all the time when they bring guys up. Hey, we need, a hand from Jahmai Jones. Okay,
temp.
Yeah,
I feel like he's another from the temp agency.
Exactly. Let's call Kelly Services and get these guys up here, and it's worked. It's incredible how well it's worked. It's not necessarily the business model you want.
Well,
but it's the business. I mean, what you'd like to have is just a solidified lineup and not have to lean on a temp agency. But I love how it's working right now. And you look up and down what they have in Toledo, and it's just a bunch of guys in the waiting room for Major League Baseball because they've already gotten a taste, and they want to get back there. It's full of Ryan Kreidlers and Nikhil Badus and Hicklin and Justin Henry Malloy, all these guys that have already played for the Chase Young. These guys have played for the Tigers, but they need to be sent back down because somebody else got healthy or somebody else is doing better. It's worked out really well.
So Jahmai Jones had a 2-run double yesterday. I didn't really get to see a good replay whether that ball should have been fielded, but it went in the books as a 2-run double, and good for him. He's another example of attempt. And at some point you wonder, do you question or give credit to just the people in the organization for constantly finding useful players that are on the open market? Mm-hmm. If Dietrich ends, if I'd mentioned his name before yesterday in my life, I'd be stunned. But they went out and got him. They went out and got Jahmai Jones. They've done a really good job of repurposing veterans that they see something in them that can fit with what they're trying to do. And that might just mean, hey, you're going to be good against lefties, or we like you against pitchers. There's a lot of pitchers you've shelled in our division that we're going to see a lot. Whatever it is, they've done a really good job. In fact, I think Caputo addressed that yesterday. Give me a second here.
I think what they've done is, as an organization, years ago, whether it was 3-4 years ago, they went from being shopping in the dumpsters and going dumpster diving to now they're at the dollar store or the bargain bin and finding guys. But they're better equipped now because of what they've embraced as an organization, because of who is leading the scouting department, because of who the general manager is. They're better now to scour and find those little gems and say, well, we can work with this guy because we know we've done this before. And the pitching staff can get fettered up and get hinched up. And the other players are, they find guys that just have this burning desire to play baseball and want to make it, and they'll get chances. But you have to fit certain skill sets.
You have to have certain skill sets, and they're doing a good job of identifying skill sets that can come in and help. Here's the Caputo, and this is much more eloquent than I put it. He writes, today's a good example of how the Tigers' baseball operations is at evaluating. They gave up no players to acquire Enns, Holton, Hannafy, and Jones. Lee was part of a Chafin deal. Pitcher dealt for McKinstry is in Double-A. Those 6 combined for 8 shutout innings and 4 RBIs in an 8-0 win. When Enns, Holton, Hannafy, Jones, and Chase Lee were all acquired, it moved the needle 0 in Detroit.
None. Yeah, none. Absolutely none.
None. And those guys, I mean, look, merely the Athletics, or just the Athletics, or whatever we're going to call them now, the Athletics, they're not a very good team, but they do have some guys that can hit.
Yes, they do. They do actually have a reasonably formidable lineup.
So, anyway, just a really check plus for the Tigers to have a bunch of temps come up and beat a major league team. We'll get more into that. Of course, the Bregman story, look, to each their own. I think when you go shopping at the trade deadline, you don't limit yourself. You can get aggressive, and you can go after elite players, and you can also find multiple players at multiple positions that can help. And in the case of Bregman, I think Bregman would be pretty costly, but I just can't believe he's going to be available, personally. But I also don't like that he's hurt. And the agent concerns me. The agent really concerns me with his recent comments about we're open to opening up negotiations again, which feels to me like I'm open to holding you over a barrel.
Yeah, I think it's interesting how Boris is playing this. I like Alex Bregman as a player. Mm-hmm. I don't like damaged goods right now.
No.
And hang another year on a guy, the more injuries you can accrue and the more time you're going to be out. And I still like Alex Bregman very much. I have no idea what the price is going to be, right? It's easy to say, let's go get Alex Bregman. But even when I talked to Costa off the air, and I'm like, so I just, are you going to give up Max Clark to get Alex Bregman as a rental? And he's like, well, no, the price won't be that high for a rental. And that's logical to say that, but you have no idea what Boston's going to ask for in return. But it's interesting because Boston's in a really crappy situation, but they put themselves in that by giving him the contract that Boris wanted to get. Yeah, we'll pay you $40 million a year, but there's an opt-out after the first year. Mm-hmm. Like, that's crazy.
which basically the only way he makes it past year one is if he's not worth it.
Right. So he's I mean, and I guess if you look at it from Boston's standpoint,
Because he'll opt out.
Boston's standpoint, he's a rental.
Yes.
They signed him as a rental. They gave him the rental contract, even though it was a 3 or 4 year deal for $40 million a year. But Boris is going to play this to the best of his ability, and that kind of scares me. It's certainly a red flag because I want what's best for the Tigers long term, not just short term.
Well, and look, there's other guys that you can go get that I think come with less hiccups baggage, that are healthier, that don't have Boris as an agent. So we'll get into it. 248-539-9797. Phase 1 complete. We'll move into Phase 2 discussion, which I'm sure all of the baseball world is fired up to discuss in the most not convoluted, certainly not manufactured, exciting process of all time. 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson on a Friday with open lines here on 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797 on remote from Shanty Creek, where we played golf yesterday, and something happened to Gator that was hysterical.
Is it?
Yes, it was hysterical, and we'll get to that a little bit later on. We are streaming live. If you want to watch the show, you can go to twitch.tv or youtube.com. See our setup as we are up at Shanty Creek in the main lodge.
There's a lake right there.
There is a lake right there, but at some point maybe we'll show Should I show people? Well, I'll let more people get logged on, and then we'll show our view. It's kind of a nice view, overlooking that lake, whatever lake that is.
I think that's Lake Bel Air. But
is it? Okay.
Yeah, it's a beautiful setting up here. Really, this is better than I thought it was, and I knew it was good, but this is better than I thought.
Awesome. Let's get to your phone calls.
I mean, we're here for Sasquatch,
right?
So
yes,
we went looking last night.
And
did our shift.
Yep. And tell the people what happened.
We just found tufts of hair.
Okay.
And a little bit of bone, which was strange because didn't know what bone that was, but somebody pointed out to us that they said that's a femur. I'm like, well, that's not very big.
It was identified as a squatch femur as well.
They said like baby squatch. I'm like, wait a minute, they can reproduce? So this is very strange. But
of course they can reproduce.
Breakthroughs.
Hello.
Well, I didn't know. For all we know, they could be hatched from an egg. I don't know. But that was kind of wild last night. We got that info.
Let's get to your phone calls. Chris on a cell. You're on 97 on the ticket. Hi, Chris.
Hey, yeah, so talking about Bregman is fun. He's everything we need at third base, but he doesn't make sense for a multitude of reasons. Number one, he's injured. Number two, he's potentially on the hook for $40 million a year for the next 3 years. If he opts out, you potentially lose him after, a 3-month rental. You lose all the prospects that you're going to be trading for him, which is probably going to include Kevin McConaughey, another 1 or 2 top 10 prospects. He spurned you in the offseason. If he opts out again, he might spurn you again. I mean, look, I like to get somebody, if we're going to spend prospects to trade for somebody that's going to help us win, you want some certainty with them being on the team beyond the rest of the season. Because the way that the Tigers are set up right now, they're maybe overachieving, arguably, but the nucleus we have of players, our culture and our manager, I mean, with the prospects we have coming up in the next couple of years, I mean, we have the makings of continuing what we're doing right now and doing something special for the next 5 to 10 years, as opposed to just start trading guys for a player or two that isn't going to be here as early as next year.
Well, here a couple of things, and I think you bring up some good points. First of all, because he's hurt, right? He's got this quad issue. He's going to heal from that, and hopefully will play well before the trade deadline, so he can show that he's healthy. So if that can eliminate
the earliest is July 18th,
which would be still a couple weeks before the trade deadline. Now that could help alleviate concerns from the injury front, and I get that because I've got concerns too. The second part of the rental versus contract, because the contract he's on is basically he's a rental after every year. He can opt out of the contract. Well, if you're going to trade for Alex Bregman, you need assurances that you're going to sign him to a new long-term deal that does not include opt-outs after 1 or 2 years.
The odds of Boris giving that up is?
I don't know. I mean, I think Boris's endgame
0.
I don't think it's 0 because I think Scott
0.
Boris all along has wanted to get him this giant contract that was going to be at least $30 million a year. They did not get from the Tigers. The Tigers offered just underneath that, and he was going to sign it until the Red Sox came in and said, how about we do a shorter-term contract? We'll give you more money, and we'll give you the opt-out after each year. Done. If the Red Sox didn't
100%.
If the Red Sox didn't step up with that, he would be a Tiger right now.
Yeah, if they come to him with 6 years at $160 million or $170 million, I mean that effectively makes the contract a 7-year, $200 million or $210 million contract, which is essentially what he was looking for in the first place.
Exactly. So, I mean, you'd have to have that assurance that you can sign him to that long-term deal of a 5 or 6 more years at $30 million at least a year on that contract if that's what the Tigers want to do. And then the next component is what's going Boston's way, and that's where you might have some really cold, hard decisions to make about your prospects. But that's why you have the prospects, is to land a superstar player like Alex Bregman. But you have to get through.
Well, guys, one more thing, and I want to hang up here. I don't like the idea of Bregman for the final reason. We still need more pieces. You still need a relief pitcher. You still need a starter. I mean, 100%. You got to look at something that's cheaper to go get because you still need other pieces. You can't just put all your eggs in one basket. Alex Bregman is not going to effectively take us over the hump. Maybe he will. Maybe he could. And we got these other guys coming back, Reese Olson and Cobb. Maybe he shows up. He's a ghost. but maybe he does something. But we need other pieces, and we just can't put all our eggs in one basket. See you guys.
There's no question, and Bregman would cost more than Eugenio Suarez. Look, I don't know if this is a thing, not a thing, Scott. You tell me. Bregman did opt not to be here. And I'm not talking about, ooh, I'm mad at him. You know, I'm never going back, you SOB, any like irrational, emotional. That's way down the list. It is on the list, but it's like bullet point 12. But is there something to be said for not choosing here and choosing somewhere else, that you'd prefer to have a guy that saw what was going on here, that bought in from moment one, thought it was special and wanted to be a part of it, as opposed to a guy who chose somewhere else? It might not be working out with that team as much. They're looking to sell, and now he's going to his second option. Is there anything there, just from you're getting a guy that wanted to be somewhere else? Not, I'm mad at him for it, but is he fully committed to being here? Because he's going to leave that opt-out in. I wonder if that opt-out absolutely stays in for that reason. Is that a thing?
I don't think for me, it's not a thing.
Okay.
Because as I look, if you take a closer look into that thing, the Tigers' offer was out there and reported, and I think there was an opt-out after whatever it was, 4 years. I think that there was some sort of, or there was deferred money late in the contract. It was something that looked like he was going to do it. He went to the Red Sox. In large part, I think, because who the Red Sox manager is, it's a guy that he knew back in Houston, just like he knows A.J. Hinch from Houston. So you have, there literally may have been the two teams he was going to consider was Detroit and Boston. And Boston gave Boris the contract that Boris wanted. Now, ultimately, it's a contract Alex Bregman wants. But I don't think it's a thing. I mean,
because I'm wondering,
this is a superstar player, and at this stage in his career, he's earned the right as a superstar player to chase the big money, and it's going to be the last big contract he gets.
AJ always talks about the buy-in in the clubhouse, and about how he knows he can sit a guy 4 or 5 straight days if it makes sense from a lineup perspective, and that guy won't be upset. They understand what's going on. They understand what he's trying to do. And you probably wouldn't sit Bregman all that much, but I just don't know if his second choice, I'm going to go somewhere else instead of there, actually speaks to that. Now, he knows the guy, I guess, so if he wants him, then he probably, I guess I trust AJ's instincts on that. But I just kind of wonder a little bit, not from I'm mad at him standpoint, but do you introduce a guy who chose somewhere else into the clubhouse? But 248-539-9797, phone calls, feedback. We're talking about this because this morning I got up to go for a quick run before the rain hit, and I had the morning show on, and they were talking about the Bregman story and how we didn't want him, and it's not what they thought. It's we'd rather others and stuff for roughly the same price that doesn't come with some of the concerns that Bregman has, which number one is the injury. Number two is I don't trust Boris, and we're dealing with one Boris client that I hope we can get a deal done with, and Tarek Skubal. I'm in favor of staying out of the Boris business when possible. It's not possible with Skubal. If there was only one third baseman available and it was Alex Bregman, then I'd do it. There's others that can be had.
The biggest thing that I have, and the caller kind of touched at the end there, was that this is not the priority. It's not my number one priority. Number one priority for me is a bullpen arm. My number two priority is a bullpen arm. My number three priority is a starting pitcher. And my number four priority would be adding to the lineup. And if you're going to add to the lineup and you're going to go big, okay, you can go big. You don't necessarily have to go. But going Suarez, going Bregman, that's going big.
Oh, yeah.
So, but again, it's down my list. It's my fourth priority for this team right at the trade deadline.
We'll get to more of your phone calls next. 97.1, The Ticket. Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket, 248-539-9797 with you from Shanty Creek on a Friday. Let's get back to your phone calls. We go to Jim on a cell. You're on 97.1. Hello, Jim.
Hey, good morning, guys.
Morning.
Glad to be back in Detroit, my hometown. And I've been listening to your show this morning, and there's a lot of talk about, and seems to be a consensus, that we're looking for a bat for the third base position. But I'd like to hear you guys elaborate a little bit on the wisdom of getting a number 2 ace. And I'm thinking about the playoffs in particular, and a closer. Shouldn't that be a higher priority for us to win in the playoffs?
Well, one thing, just keep in mind, Bob Nightingale wrote about Bregman. If he wrote about a pitcher, we'd be talking about a pitcher. I think everybody, it's weird to have the best record in baseball and be talking about needing a bat, a pitcher, and a relief pitcher, a starting pitcher and a relief pitcher, but it's kind of where they are. Flaherty is making people uncomfortable, and a little bit better last time out. There's still a long way to go to prove that he can be enough. Because what you want is a degree of certainty behind Skubal that you're going to get another good start. And I suppose you can never be 100% guaranteed that Flaherty's going to be, or anybody's going to be, the best version of themselves on the right day. Flaherty is capable. Let's be clear. Flaherty is capable of being a really, really good starting pitcher behind Skubal. We just need to see more of the capable version of him as we get closer to the playoffs. If they go starting pitcher, I think it is going to be hard to get somebody that will unseat Jack Flaherty as the number 2. I think it's going to be hard to get somebody that good.
I think it is too, particularly with Chris Sale having the rib injury.
Yeah.
Because that was the guy that we were all hot after about a week and a half ago, and then he got hurt, and who knows when he's going to come back, but that would have been a real nice fit because the way he was pitching, free agent at the end of the year, or I think he had 1 year left, maybe it was an option year at $18 million, very affordable, and the Tigers had the prospects to get him. But now he's hurt. But I do think that looking at starting pitching is, again, a higher priority than upgrading a third base.
How about that pitcher from Pittsburgh? How about that pitcher from Pittsburgh? Is he available? Yeah.
No, he's not available.
No, I mean, look, I don't know where this gets started, and there's a lot of writers that write about it, and I guess GMs keep calling. Jim Bowden did a story about how GMs will call about him. It's probably a fantasy, and for a pitcher of his age, what he gets paid, the organization he's with, how long he's under club control, I can't imagine. I mean, you would be talking about they would want a major league ready star player back to give up Paul Skeens. They'd probably want Riley Green and your top prospect to give up Paul Skeens.
And then more.
I mean, and so
because it's having a guy like that. That's a guy you build around. If you're Pittsburgh, there's no point in why the Pirates would even think about moving him, except for the ridiculous trade offer that would come your way. You'd have to, I guess, answer a call and listen to it, but you're 99.9% just going to say, shut up. We got our guy. He's a stud, and we don't really have to pay him big-time money for another 4 years down the line or whatever it is. And in the meantime, we're starting to assemble some pretty good young talent, and if we continue to flounder for the next couple of years, we're going to have higher draft picks, and we continue to build up our base. But, I mean, people also say because Pittsburgh's not going to – they're not a major market, they're not going to be able to pay Skeens down the road, and they probably won't be. But now is probably not the time that Pittsburgh's going to trade him.
So what's interesting, though, he mentioned a closer. I don't know that the Tigers look at it as we need a closer. I think they look at it as we need another guy that can pitch the 7th, 8th, or 9th. Because I think on one game, Canely can close, another game, Vest can close. I think they would love to have a third element mixed in there to sort of be a setup guy / closer. And you might be able to find that guy. I'm a Jake Bird fan out of Colorado. His name has shown up on some lists as a possible trade candidate. But there's a long list of bullpen arms that are alleged to be available. Bautista, if Baltimore decides to be sellers. There's like 3 guys out in Arizona if they decide to be sellers. So, yeah, I think I at this point, I'll shoot the boot guarantee that they will add a relief they'll make a trade for a relief arm before the trade deadline.
Guys, thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
Thank you.
That wasn't that ballsy, was it?
No, I mean, you know what, Doug? I'll do it with you.
You're in too?
I'm in with you. And when you look at bullpen arms, I think you're 100% right. It's not necessarily finding your absolute closer and getting a guy like, let's say, Emmanuel Clase, getting a closer.
Yeah.
If you can, fantastic. But I think with the way the Tigers value pitching, it's all situational. It's about who comes up in what inning. And sometimes that best matchup that you want your best against their best, sometimes that comes up in the 7th or the 8th and not the 9th. So you're not going to get credit for the save, but you'll do what's necessary for the team. I think the Tigers look for guys that are going to be high strikeout ratio guys that aren't going to walk too many guys, and pitchers that get lots of swing and miss, and go from there. But you're going to have to find those players from the bottom feeder teams right now, because everyone else right now is thinking they've got a chance to make the playoffs, and they're probably not going to part with one of the better pieces on their team.
Okay. Scott, yesterday I read a text on the air. The text said that they really needed to move Colt Keith, get Bregman. I think it was get Bregman, move Colt Keith to first, and send that bum Torque down to AAA. You remember that text?
Vaguely, yeah.
Yeah. Early in the game, Torque takes an 0-2 pitch, low in the zone, barrels it up, and hits his 17th home run of the year. Now, they decided to keep him up for the weekend series against Minnesota. From what I understand, he went 2 for 4. He hit another ball to the wall. But that bum Torque, I guess at this point, you ride it out. You reevaluate maybe on Monday if you want to keep him up.
Well, I mean, it's all kind of ridiculous. It's a knee-jerk reaction, and I kind of understand it because the team is so good right now, record-wise, that you want the best. And if you're going to want the best, and we get all excited about the trade deadline in 4 weeks and who can be available, how do you improve this team? You want a team chock full of all-stars. Well, Phase 2 starts today, and they might have 3. But plus
it starts
plus
Monday,
school.
actually.
Oh, damn it.
Yeah,
Monday.
it's okay.
But Phase 1's done, right?
Yes.
We're done with Phase 1. We know 3 guys advanced. The Tigers have potential for 3 guys to start in the All-Star game.
Yes. Well, we'll see what happens when the breakdown gets applied.
It's a fantasy football thing. That's Mike Valeni.
When he ran, explaining the inside joke to everyone who doesn't get it, Mike Valeni ran our fantasy football league. He was an unbelievable commissioner, but he had something called the breakdown, which we paid out, and I never understood what the breakdown was. But anyway, sorry.
There was one. No, but I think people just have the knee-jerk reaction, and they want to improve every single position and put an all-star at every position, which who wouldn't want that? But that's not how baseball is done. This is the best team in baseball right now. Torque is a big reason why they've been the best team in baseball. Yes, he went through a slump where he went 11 games between home runs. Yes, he was mired in a slump that saw him go, I think it was 3 for 32 before yesterday's game. It's going to happen. AJ said everyone goes through that. Now, you have to understand Spencer Torkelson is not going to be a guy who's going to hit 280 on a season. That's not who he is. What you do understand is he's a guy who has prolific power, will hopefully get you at least 30 home runs a year, drive in close to 100 if not more, and have an OPS. Hopefully it's like 100 points better than league average. And you'll take it, even if he's hitting 230.
For a relevant and very timely comparison, Gator yesterday compared him to Gorman Thomas.
That's right.
248-539-9797.
Former Brewer Supreme.
Yeah, feedback coming into the Carson Anderson inbox, and you can text us at the same number. Leave McKinstry at third. He's doing a great job. Well, I love the McKinstry story, and I'm comfortable. I think McKinstry's making them comfortable and taking away a sense of urgency to have to do anything. I mean, he had another game yesterday. Zach McKinstry, Zach Attack.
3 hits, yeah.
So, he stole a base. The hits were double, triple, single, and he stole a base.
Got caught stealing as well.
He's got a skill set, and, just blossoming in one of the great stories for the Tigers in recent memory. I I mean, if you can upgrade any position, I'm interested. It just depends on the price. McKinstry has other uses other than third base. That's the good news.
Well, that's one of the big appeals of Zach McKinstry is you can put him anywhere in the field, anywhere in the outfield, and pretty much anywhere in the infield as well. But for this team, right now, third base looks good for Zach McKinstry. And you've got a guy who's got an OPS approaching 800 now. And we're past the halfway point now of the season, too. So it's not a screaming need like some people say. It's just not. I don't understand the constant narrative from people that say, we got to have a third baseman. We got to have a right-handed bat. You don't. You don't. There are other priorities. You can add that to this team, but it's not a screaming need. It becomes, a bit of a luxury when you've got a team like this that you can, let's just upgrade this position. Okay, great, but this team still has priorities they have to address.
Well, after yesterday's game, the Tigers have passed the Yankees for most runs in the American League. They're at 410. I'm not against improvements, but you're right. That does not feel like a problem that needs to get fixed. Now, are there some overachievers on offense that might regress to the mean? Perhaps, and you can prepare for that. But there feel like there are other more pressing needs. I agree. 248-539-9797. More your phone calls and feedback coming up. Also, how important is this to you, the Tiger fan? That at 10:50 here on 97.1, The Ticket. Do you know what your home's water score is? Telltale signs like water spots, dingy laundry, or dry skin indicate your water score needs to get better. Improve your water score by calling CGC Water at 855-339-4242. This month, get a free Kinetico reverse osmosis system with the purchase of a Kinetico Premier Softener. Remember this, if you're not filtering your water, you are the filter. Call 855-339-4242 or visit cgcwater.com today. Improve your water score. Contact CGC Water Treatment and Plumbing, your authorized independent Kinetico dealer, and tell them Doug Karsh sent you. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson. Happy Friday, everybody. 248-539-9797. Let's go to Lenny in Farmington Hills. You're next. Hello, Lenny.
Hey, guys. I got a couple of ideas that you're probably going to think are outlandish, but just hear me out. Gator was saying, we need a closer who's got, strikeouts.
It's a closer, just a bullpen arm.
Yeah. Tremendous, stuff. So I would say we have him on our roster, Jack Flaherty. For an inning or two, I think he's got strikeout stuff. He could do the job. He'd be fantastic. His problems, lately he's had a few problems in the early innings, but mostly it's, in the sixth inning or so, they'll get to him. So I think, other than Will Vest, we don't really have a strikeout type guy. So I think he would be tremendous. And then as far as the starting pitcher goes,
let me stop you right
I know
there.
he hasn't done anything.
Hey, wait, Lenny. Who's replacing Flaherty in the rotation?
Well, jeez.
Did you just hang up?
Isn't
that an important consideration?
I like the response. Well, jeez, and then hung up. What he's offering up is certainly something outside of what we've thought. And I would say it's interesting. Okay, let's say that Flaherty continues to struggle as a starter, even though his last start he was much better. If he continues to struggle, then could you possibly think about putting him to the bullpen? I suppose you could possibly think about that. But
we just called up a temp to start a game, and he wants to take away a starter and put him in the bullpen.
But for his reasoning, I understand the reasoning because he is he can't be a strikeout pitcher, and if you just utilize that for an inning or two at a time, I understand it. I don't think it's necessarily what the Tigers would think of. And apparently, we're hearing word back from the station that his solution was, and then go get Justin Verlander for the rotation.
Well.
Or perhaps a bullpen. That's a hard no.
It feels like a lot easier solution is to just add a bullpen on.
Yeah.
Now, if you're looking for in-house candidates, we've talked about them. Guys in the minors, Alex Lang, rehab assignment. You got Matt Manning, who's doing a good job in short relief. They clearly want to see more from him in that role. He might be a repurposed starter that can do what Lenny was talking about. You just create another hole and maybe a bigger hole if let's say the Flaherty thing is exactly what the doctor would order for the bullpen. Now you've created a hole in the starting rotation. So, why do that? Why fill one hole but create a whole nother one? Jason's in Fenton and next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Jason.
What's going on, guys?
Hey.
Yeah, I think my biggest concern by far this entire year has been pitching. And I feel like we're hanging on by a thread, and it's just, it's working now. It's just a matter of time before I feel like that it catches up with us. And so, when we talk about fixing things at third base and bringing in a guy like Bregman, I'm concerned about the clubhouse with that because I keep telling my dad, who him and I watched the '84 Tigers, and we saw what a great close-knit group of guys that was and stuff. And I feel that with this clubhouse, and I don't know what it would be like bringing in a guy from the outside that didn't choose us first. Are the guys going to be as welcoming to him? And is it possible that if we were to bring in somebody like that we actually just tip the balance of what we've got going on in the wrong way? So I think we need to go a different direction to solve that problem, and we got to deal with pitching. We've got to fix it because I think it's going to catch up to us if we don't.
So, Jason, a couple things here. I think clubhouse chemistry and buy-in is a real thing. I think it's a tangible thing. I think when you got it, you can see it. I think you can play that to your advantage, and I think you have to be very careful about upsetting that chemistry. The thing about Bregman is Bregman seems to have a good relationship with A.J. Hinch, seems to actually have a good and somewhat playful relationship with Tarek Skubal. I asked the question earlier if this is a thing, not a thing. This was his second option. And we could sit here and we could say, it was just the money or it was just the contract. It was still, he had a choice to still come here, chose somewhere else. It's going
to be on people's
possible
mind.
That
is this guy truly bought in?
And does he truly want to be here? Now, my guess is it's probably going to be okay. but it's a question worth asking. I don't think a deal like this gets done without AJ's approval and without probably the approval of the clubhouse. And the reason, again, this is getting talked about is because of the Bob Nightingale story this morning. Morning Show brought it up again today and got traction about whether or not Bregman, because the story read that Detroit kind of tipped its hand what they'd want to do at the trade deadline, and if Bregman's available, they'll be all in. I will go back and circle back and say, again, for the umpteenth time, I flatly reject the notion that he will be available. But
Right. And I trust AJ, though, and honestly, if the move does happen, I think he'll find a way to make it work. I just feel like that we have bigger, like you had said before, we have bigger needs, and I think that we can work with what we've got at third if we get the pitching that we have, because I think the pitching is potentially a bigger problem on the horizon if we don't solve it.
I don't disagree with Jason.
No, and thanks for the call. There are other priorities. I'm not at all concerned about Bregman. If the Tigers were to land Alex Bregman, I have no concerns whatsoever that he could fit into the clubhouse. The Tigers were that close to signing him in the offseason. They know exactly what they'd be getting if they were to get him. They know what kind of player he is. A.J. Hinch worked with him for years. That, to me, is not a concern. My concerns are more about, is he going to be healthy? Because if he's not coming back before the trade deadline, then you're really taking a risk. You can project, it's a tightened up quadricep muscle. It'll loosen up. He'll be fine after the All-Star break. But you don't know. You can think that's going to happen, but you don't really know. So I'd like to see him play before the All-Star break happens, before the All-Star break's in the middle of the month. So I'd like to see him play after the All-Star break and before the trade deadline to really know where he's at. But even then, I'm not looking at it as a priority.
The crazy thing is, they as far as that injury is concerned, they said, and I quote, the earliest is July 18th. They didn't say he'll be back July 18th. They said that's the earliest. And I'm sure if they are going to opt to be sellers, they're going to want him on the field as soon as possible. But I don't know why a Boston team in that market would accept selling, given how close they are to the postseason. In fact, I think they're more likely to be buyers.
Well, they could be, but the team has gone south since they traded Devers. And they may end up – they absolutely may end up selling. And if you're Boston and you're outside and you think you're going to lose him to the opt-out anyway – then, yeah, actually, I would trade him, Because if your team's not going to make a playoff run, this guy's going to opt out because he's going to get a 6-year, $180 million contract from somebody in the offseason. It might even be the Tigers. Trade him. Try to trade him.
Seattle holds on to the last wild card spot with 41 wins. Boston has 40. So
what's Boston's record in the last 10?
I'd have to look it up, but they are 2 games out of the wild card right now. They've lost 5 in a row, so they are 4-6, apparently, in their last 10. So, I mean, it's not great, but
no, and it's trending in that direction, downward. If
it keeps going like that, then they become sellers. But we'll see if they level off anytime soon. 248-539-9797. Who do we got next here? Matt in Livonia. You're on 97.1 A Ticket. Hi, Matt.
Good morning.
What's up?
I wanted to just have a discussion about the other end of the offensive spectrum, the number of shutouts that the Tigers have had, where they've been shut out by really good pitching. And if we're going to trade for a bat, I'd like to see him trading for somebody who's going to be able to hit those premier pitchers, hit their pitching, and get him some runs and avoid those shutouts. You want to analyze shutouts, how many have they had, who the pitchers have been against. I think they'd also make some good pitchers look fantastic. So to me, that's the concern I have, and what can we do to improve that situation?
Wow. They've been shut out 5 times this year.
Do we know where that ranks?
I don't know where it ranks. I just went through the schedule and saw they've been shut out 5 times. I don't think it's a ton of times to be shut out. But the Tigers do strike out a lot. There's no question about that. Riley Green strikes out a ton, but you'll take it because of everything else he brings. You know, if you're going to make 2 outs in the game or 3 outs in the game and one of them are going to be by strikeout, I don't care. What are you doing when you're putting the ball in play?
You know, the fact is they score a lot of runs, the most in the American League. Whether they've been shut out or not, I'm not sure it's particularly relevant. It sucks getting shut out, but it doesn't feel to me like 5 times shut out is particularly exorbitant. But I have to look it up and see where it compares to other teams, because that 248-539-9797, your phone calls and feedback. We will get to more of them when we continue Tiger Talk on a Friday here on 97.1 The Ticket. Carson Anderson, 97 won a ticket. Scott, you got the stat in front of you?
Yes.
Buddy was worried about shutouts. Tigers get shut out too much.
Yes. First of all, the Tigers have shut out opponents 8 times this year, which ranks tied for 3rd in Major League Baseball. Cleveland has had 9 shutouts this year, and some other, I forget what the other team is, that leads the league with 13.
Padres.
The Padres. Was it Padres? The Tigers have only been shut out 5 times this year. And there's a bunch of teams tied for 6th place with 5 shutouts.
Fewest.
For the fewest. And then it jumps to 16 with Miami, who's been shut out 6 times. So, middle of the pack.
This isn't a problem.
It's not a problem.
Okay. I mean, look, there's a shutout is just simply a type of loss, right? I mean, it's a some days you don't hit, and if it happened, if it was an exorbitant number, it's more indicative. My guess is there's a direct correlation between when the season is done, the teams that score the most runs are probably the teams that get shut out the least, and the teams that score the least amount of runs probably get shut out the most. I'm not sure it's all that important.
No, Seattle, San Diego, St. Louis, the Mets, the Tigers, Toronto, and the Yankees have all been shut out 5 times.
The Yankees are 2nd in the American League in run score.
Yeah, so they've all been shut out 5 times. It's okay.
Let's go to Black in Detroit. You're on 97 won the ticket. Hello, Black.
Yeah, how you doing?
Good.
Oh, yeah, good. Hey, I wonder 2 things I want to say real quick. You guys got a good show, very relaxing. And that's the credit you guys. No wonder you guys been on the air for so. How long have you guys been on the air now?
Is it 18 years?
Yeah, we're into our 18th How long?
year. Yeah. 18 years.
Oh, started together in 07. Oh, my good. Well, God bless you guys. Okay, again, thank you. Very relaxing.
Thank you, Black. Appreciate it.
Yeah, now, the Tigers don't have enough pitching, but when I watch Flannery pitch, I'll say, oh, God, he'd be a great reliever. His curveball, the first time through, they can't figure it out. That's why he strikes out so many of them. The second time through, he's throwing the same one, but he's trying to throw it for a strike, but really it's a ball. But they've seen it enough now to say, oh, I'm going to lay off of that. It's going to be a ball. So now he's in the hole 2-0, 3-0, and here he comes with that 92-mile-an-hour fastball, sometimes 93. But as a reliever, they only get one crack at it. Unfortunately, we don't have no starting pitching to move that. But and you had him, Henry, and the guy from the Yankees, and Vest. If you had them 2 out of 3 games, man, it'd be like last year when you was calling on Vest and them to come out of the board. It was perfect. And I think the Tigers are
You know what I think's more likely? I appreciate the thought, but I think what's more likely, I think the most likely solution to the bullpen is Tyler Holton gets his act together or Alex Lang returns healthy. If I'm going to predict who's going to be that third arm on the back end of the bullpen, I think it's either going to be Holton, who gets back to form, or Alex Lang gets healthy. What's that? All right, I appreciate it. There's a lot going on there, so we'll let you go. But thank you for the phone call. I would say Holton, Lang, trade for somebody in the outside are in order the most likelihood of the back end of their bullpen. And I think, by the way, all those things could happen. Holton could get better, Lang could return, and another arm could be introduced. Right?
Yes.
That could all happen. And really, that sounds like a bullpen makeover, but there's a lot of good that could happen there.
There is a lot of good. And we talked yesterday. They have other guys that, like Alex Lang is rehabbing. He can come back and be a part of this bullpen again. And, I still want them to go out and get bullpen arms, however they come. But that's the top priority.
248-539-9797. All right, so look, I question – I feel like I'm out of touch when it comes to something, and that is all-star voting. Scale 1 to 12, how much do you think this matters to fans? Because we've had some guys advance. The new system is everybody votes for whatever it is, 3 weeks, and then they basically narrow it down to 2 finalists at every position. They account for the top overall vote getter after phase 1 automatically is named a starter.
It's Aaron Judge.
And so there are 4 outfielders battling for 2 spots. Those are the finalists in outfield. And that includes Riley Green and Javi Baez, along with Mike Trout and Stephen Kwan. At second base, it's Gleyber Torres versus Jackson Holiday. McKinstry finished pretty close to Alex Bregman at third base for the second spot at third base, but he's out. So this is for the starter, and they do this by phase. Phase 2 gets underway Monday at noon, and it runs through Wednesday at noon. So the 2 finalists for second base are Gleyber Torres and Jackson Holliday. And the 4 finalists for the 2 outfield spots, Riley Green, Javi Baez, Mike Trout, Stephen Kwan. I'm not against people voting for their favorites. Go for it.
Yeah.
But how important do you think this is to Tiger fans?
I think it's reasonably important because think about the All-Star game. You want to see your guys play. And when this season began, I don't think we thought that there was really going to be much of a All-Star discussion other than Riley Green or Tarek Skubal. And as a kid, I always wanted to see the Tigers play, and it felt like they just never had the starter. And then they started to get better, and then you started to see more players get into the game, and you're dying to see your guys get in there. So I do think it's important to some fans. It's important to me to an extent. I mean, the fact that these guys are all making it to this round where now it's like, okay, it's a showdown, you against another guy, who gets to start. I love it. Gleyber Torres has had a great season for the Tigers. He's had the best season among any of the second basemen this year. He deserves to start the All-Star game. Now, it's interesting because he's on the Tigers, which is the first-place team, going against Jackson Holliday, who's on a last-place team. So maybe now as you get nationwide, are they going to go with the name? And actually, Torres has a name because he played with the Yankees all those years. I want him in. He deserves to be in. The guys that have they deserve to have the recognition. And Riley Green, you could argue, is having the second-best season among outfielders behind Aaron Judge. He deserves to be there. The crazy thing in all of this is Javi Baez. It's absolutely crazy that this guy has gotten a vote for outfielders. Like, what? When did that happen? When did they make the switch on the MLB, website to put him in the outfield group instead of a shortstop group? And it's amazing because he's had a really good season. Has he had an all-star quality season? I don't know. I mean, you have to look statistically at the other guys. He certainly played his best baseball with the Tigers this year, and he's a great story in all of baseball. Yeah, I want my guys to get in. It still matters to me.
Okay, cool. 248-539-9797.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No. I want these guys to get in because I think it'd be cool for the fans. I'm just
too cool to
no.
care?
I care so much more about the season.
Well, everybody cares more about the season.
I think one of the things that happens, I get wrapped up in the season that I really don't care that much about the All-Star game when my team is good. When the team is bad, then I go all in for it. I think it's kind of funny that there is something to be said for getting an All-Star nomination and making it to the All-Star game and getting that All-Star on your baseball card, a little star down there in the corner.
It's pretty great.
For something that is determined midway through the year, right? It's not even the full year. At the end of the year, is the accumulation of the work you've done. And but this is the way it's done. And, it's funny because I guess I've been somewhat dismissive of it because to me it was a popularity contest that had little to do with merit. Now we've got guys involved, and it's awesome, and it's really cool. But I'm not. I'm just, if I'm not going to be mad if somebody gets quote unquote robbed.
Well, I always thought it was a sign of recognition if you weren't a Yankee. You know what I mean? Because the Yankees had the biggest fan base.
Didn't one year Baltimore basically vote all their entire roster?
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. But I mean, you could when you look at these 3 players, 2 of them absolutely belong in there, and the third, you're making a strong case that Javi Baez belongs in there too. But I'm sure there are other arguments and stronger arguments. But Riley Green's argument is massive. Gleyber Torres' argument, there's no competition. He should be the starter. So I think it's going to be cool. It should be cool when we find out that at least 2 of those guys are going to start.
Well, Phase 2 starts Monday at noon, people, and you'll have 48 hours to make a statement on behalf of your Tigers. Baez, Green, Gleyber Torres, all could be starters in the All-Star game, which is just, 2 weeks away. So 248-539-9797. All right, shifting gears here a little bit. The NBA Draft last night, and it happened again, and everybody in Detroit noticed. We'll talk about that today at 11:18 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. Michigan Auto Law, Auto Accident Attorneys. They specialize only in auto and truck accidents, which is why Steve and his crew over there at Michigan Auto Law are most adept at solving your case in your favor. They take on fewer cases. They do that on purpose. They've got more time for your case, and they get quicker results because of that. You wouldn't go to a doctor who specializes in all sorts of medicine, so why would you do that with your lawyer? Specialization really matters. If you give them a call, they will call you back. Customer service, elite. Michigan Auto Law, the law firm that puts people over everything. Visit autolaw.com. That's autolaw.com. All right, let's get to a bunch of the feedback that's coming here on the Tigers. Doug in Oxford writes in, I don't understand how fans can celebrate Verlander and former players leaving us, but we don't want Bregman because he didn't choose us. That's from Doug in Oxford. Well, the simple answer is Bregman's done nothing for us. Those players did do something for us. Look, I don't I learned a long time ago that we don't need to tell fans how to feel. They feel how they feel. If you have a history with a player who did great things in Detroit, that's a lot different than a player that never came here, I would say. But next text, the Pittsburgh arm to target is David Bednar. The closer, the guy in the back end of the bullpen, yeah, he'd be really, really good. I don't mind that move.
No, welcome addition to the bullpen. Take him.
If the Tigers can't get a high-end bullpen arm at the deadline, I'd look for Chase Lee to get more leverage innings. He's been very good.
I worry about Chase Lee. Is it a gimmicky pitcher because the sidearm delivery? Is it just a matter of time before people catch up to him as they see more of him? He's doing great for this team right now, but I'm a little hesitant about giving him more of a workload or more leverage situations. But here's the other thing. I trust A.J. Hinch to make that right decision.
Doug, I heard the tail end of you saying someone said something about moving Keith to first and sending Torque down. However, I never referred to him as a bum. And yes, after yesterday's game, I'd still take Bregman, move Keith to first, and give Torque some time in Toledo. I might be conflating two texts there. We're combining two texts. Somebody yesterday, I read a text on the air referring to him as a bum. And I'm just like, come on, man. Guy might hit 30 home runs, driving 100 runs, going through a cold stretch. The target of criticism slides up and down the roster on a winning team.
It does.
Pitching. I worry more about 2 and 3 and a middle reliever, a closer. You put pitcher in who's doing the job. You put the pitcher in who's doing the job, I think is what they meant to write. Yeah, I mean, look, there is something about adding a big name that is so alluring and makes you feel really, really good about your team. Remember when the Tigers got David Price?
Yes.
They got David
Vividly.
frickin' Price.
I was at Comerica Park. It was crazy. That whole thing. That was wild. I think there were the two in-season names. Was Cespedes? It was a mid-season one, right?
I don't remember Cespedes quite as much, but could have been.
At the time, I mean, he was really good. It was exciting to get a guy like Cespedes, and it didn't stay here long. But the Price one was big. That was adding. That was a team of riches with pitching, and you went over the top with it by adding David Price, and somehow it didn't work to a World Series.
All right, so the NBA draft, it happened again. Detroit is on the clock, and we'll be right back. It is amazing how many drafts it feels like our team is on the clock, and they go to commercial break. I suspect tonight the Red Wings will be on the clock, and they'll break for commercial.
I doubt that because the NHL is different with the first round anyway. But I thought it was really kind of funny and ironic last night because as I'm watching it, they even joked about before they did this as they're literally ready to do this to the Pistons. They joked about it. Hey, remember when it happened to Jokic?
Yeah.
And it went to it, and everybody goes, "Oh, Taco Bell commercial." Yeah, right. And then he ends up being the league MVP. Right. And they relay that story, and then the host tells a story of when she interviewed him, what his line was about that, and then sure enough, and we'll be right back. The Pistons, they're on the clock. Pick is in, and here comes Chaz Lanier.
Yep.
And I'm just starting to laugh because it happened to the Detroit team again. It happens to be the player that you wanted the Pistons to draft.
Yep.
And they come back for commercial break, and someone else is already on the clock. But they had time to talk, which was good. They didn't blow it off. They did talk about him for a couple of minutes and said some really glowing things about him. So, but yes, for the sake of what you were watching last night, it happened again.
Yeah. Look, what are they getting here? They're getting what is being people call the best shooter in the draft. The one thing about I watched Tennessee basketball, surprising amount, in large part because I wanted Dalton Knecht last year. And Zakai Ziegler, the point guard there, feels like he's been there forever. Knecht was sort of the guy that Ziegler would set up, and he leaves, goes to the NBA draft, and they get Chaz Lanier, transfer from North Florida, and he picks up where Dalton Knecht left off. And when you watch him play, he's not a spot-up shooter. He can shoot on the move. He's a guy who can shoot with somebody in his face. He's a guy who's comfortable from 3-4 feet beyond the arc. He's got all of the makings of being an elite shooter in the NBA. The question is, does he have anything else? And the skill set that he possesses is the most coveted of what's going on in the game today. He's got to prove that he can do other things, but he's got a quick release. He can shoot off the bounce. And the funny thing is, Zakai Ziegler, who I mentioned was Dalton Knecht's setup guy, was a setup guy. The Pistons signed him as an undrafted free agent. So they're bringing in the Tennessee backcourt. But, this feels like a modern-day NBA second-round specialist pick. And there's belief that he could play early. So to get anything out of the second round, I mean, there's a lot of the way it works now, the less predictability. So guys can be selected in the second round and go on to do great things, especially ones drafted during Taco Bell commercials.
Right.
But bottom line is I love this pick for the Pistons, understanding it is what it is. It's a second-round pick.
Yeah, I love his shooting ability. I had a couple people text me last night and even this morning, hey, what do you think of the pick? I can't knock him as a shooter because he is a lights-out shooter on the move. That's great. But the Pistons need guys that can play defense too, and that's a big question mark for him. Can he play defense? He's big, he's physical, but can he play defense? I imagine this is a guy who's going to come off the bench for the first couple years at the least. I don't know if he'll ever be a starter, but it doesn't matter. You're picking him 37th overall. You got him for a reason because he's a high-volume three-point shooter that knocks them down at a pretty good clip. So I like that. What I want to know is, what does this mean for what happens with the Pistons and free agency next
100%.
week? Because what are they doing with their own free agents that, like a Malik Beasley? Malik Beasley's, the guy's the man when it comes to three-point shooting. He's one of the best three-point shooters in basketball. May not like to do a little bit of a disappearing act in the playoffs, but okay. He's one of the reasons the Pistons had a big turnaround. I want the Pistons to re-sign Malik Beasley. What does it mean for Tim Hardaway Jr.? That's a guy who has a little bit more of a skill set than what Chaz Lanier does. But does that mean they don't want to re-sign any of the other free agents that they have? Is it just going to be Beasley? Are they going to let Beasley go? That's the question I want answered, and we'll know soon enough because NBA free agency begins on Monday.
Starting to look real crowded in the backcourt when you talk about Jaden Ivey coming back.
Yep.
A bigger role for Ron Holland moving forward. You bring in a draft pick that people think can play right away. You might love Schroeder, Hardaway, and Beasley, but it's probably squeezing somebody out.
Yeah.
And, depending on what kind of money these players command or what kind of role, I believe Beasley is eligible for the mid-level exception, so he could take up that. But somebody's going to be left without a chair in terms of the backcourt. So get ready to say goodbye to somebody. And I still contest that stretch four or big, Naz Reid or Bobby Portis could make sense. Preference Reid. Portis isn't what he was, but I think he's one of those guys. Just because he's not what he was doesn't mean he still can't be good, and he was a big part of the Milwaukee championship run. But Naz Reid, if they could find a way to get Naz Reid and add him to this team, I don't know if I'd even call that a move on the margins. I think that would be an exceptionally good move to add to this Piston roster, to go with the addition of Chaz Lanier. If they bring back Beasley, it really starts to look to me like a team that is going to be a problem for people when it comes to defending the perimeter.
Yeah, I think I'd like to see the Pistons find some size and some defense. I think they've got a lot of young players that can improve in scoring. I'm not worried about that as much as I'm worried about preventing other teams from scoring.
248-539-9797. Piston fans, if you want to react. I did see a quote yesterday, Gator, from a pro that made me think, could this be good for us? Quote from a pro, could this be good for us? We'll get to that today at 11:36, plus more of your phone calls. Feedback coming into the Carson Anderson inbox. Who would you rather have? If Jose Ramirez was available, would you rather take him or Alex Bregman? That's from Spike in Ann Arbor.
Jose Ramirez.
Yeah, why are we – where's this coming from, Spike? Bregman's rep is as good as a good clubhouse guy and a leader. His experience would be invaluable. He also isn't going anywhere, and Harris would not rent him. I tend to think that's 100% true, but I guess we'll see what direction Boston season goes. The other day we played Oakland. Sure, the A's, yep. They had a guy we just couldn't hit off of, Lopez. He's young with decent numbers. Any chance Harris might be looking at him? Hans for the Uber driver. So when you say young and it's a bad team, bad teams don't want to trade their young players.
Particularly bad teams that have no pitching.
Yep.
And he's the lone guy. I don't think you'd want to move that.
Mitch in Chicago writes in, last year by June 27th, the Tigers have been shut out 9 times and were shut out 14 the whole year. Guy called up and thought there were too many shutouts at 5. 248-539-9797. We got open lines. 97 won the ticket.
Hey, listen, it's getting hot out there, right? We all know what it means in the summertime. We love our air conditioning. But if it's struggling, if your AC is struggling, or maybe it's simply not working at all, it's time to call my great friends over at Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. They've been keeping homes in southeast Michigan cool and comfortable for over 20 years. Whether you need a quick repair or a seasonal tune-up or maybe a brand new system, their expert team is fast, friendly, and local. So don't wait for a meltdown. Call Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling today or visit birminghamplumbingco.com. That's birminghamplumbingco.com. Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, your Metro Detroit boiler experts.
There you go. The analysis when they came back from commercial break. Chaz Lanier, Detroit Piston. Yay. That's a good pick.
Why aren't you taking a little bit of victory lap today?
Because it's not as good as Kang pulling Isaac Tesla.
But it's pretty good.
It's not bad, but him pulling Isaac Tesla was unbelievable, really. And really well done by him. 248-539-9797. If you want to get into the Pistons there at all. Feedback coming into the Carson Anderson inbox. What do we got here? Doug, did your son pitch yesterday, and who won the baseball game? No. They rode Cash till there were 2 outs in the 7th, and then went to Matt, who closed it out. and then came back and didn't use him in game 2 either. Timmy went 5 strong. I think Matt went 2 to close that one out. Matt was reliable out of the pen.
Was he?
Yeah, so my son may get a spot start here soon. The team is still the best in baseball, correct? I don't understand how everyone can come up with so many problems. The ones that are obvious, sure, bullpen, starter, maybe a right-hand bat, sure, but coming up with shutouts against random pitchers that he couldn't even tell you who they were, well, he insults him. I don't
Well, he insults him.
I don't. I mean, it's funny, but yeah, I do feel like some people get panicked over this team. Maybe it's they just don't want anything to go wrong, and any first slightest sign that there might be trouble leads to quick correct it.
Well, it's the longest season of all the sports, right?
Yep.
You get 162 games before the playoffs begin. And when your team is good, you live and die by it every night. That's just how it is, you know. And I think most fans anyway kind of live and die by the team every night, regardless if they're good or not. This is a really good baseball team. And you want this team to stay where they're at. You don't want to see some sort of correction or water finding its level, and next thing you know, the team goes on a 5-15 stretch and comes back to the mean. You don't want to have that. So you're trying to protect that against that as much as possible without realizing that, you know, the first 82 games is a pretty good predictor of what's to come.
Well, here's what it is. What it is
like it.
What it is
doo-doo.
We have a lot of players that are performing that we don't have a long history of them performing. If it were Bregman at third putting up the exact same season that McKinstry would, we'd have no doubt that he would continue into the second half. If Torque had 3 really good years of hitting 30 home runs and driving in 100 runs, we'd have no question he would keep it up. If Javi Baez had been nothing but productive and played outfield his entire time in Detroit, we'd feel comfortable. But because all of these things are kind of new, it's natural to wonder if the carriage is going to turn into a pumpkin at some point.
I guess, but the Torque stuff is interesting to me because a couple years ago, he literally hit 30 home runs and damn near 100 RBIs. Last year, he got off to a horrible start. They, said you got to figure things out. And when he came back to the team, he was better. And then in the spring, he looked like a different guy. I mean, clearly looks different at the plate because his stance is different. His approach is a little bit different. And it's been met with that pace where he was a couple years ago, which everybody was all excited about. And now we're not excited about 30 home runs and 100 RBI?
Feedback coming in. Randy says, seeing Jaden Ivey will be back and Ron Holland to be getting more playing time, I'm shocked the pick wasn't the 7-footer from Stanford/France. At this point, I'm assuming Hardaway, Schroeder are gone, and Beasley is about 50-50. Randy, I think that they'll probably want to bring back 1, maybe 2 of those guys. I think Beasley is the one that's eligible for the mid-level exception, but, player has to want to be here too. How is it that Mark Sears from Alabama went undrafted, or that Johnny Broom from Auburn, consensus number 2 player of the year, lasted until the second round, 2 picks from us? We desperately need a third big man in the mix with Duran and Beef Stew. Broom would have provided instant low post scoring. That's from X. Oh, it's from a Twitter account, The Gooch. Thank you, The Gooch. Well, he went 2 picks before, right? Broom went 2 picks before.
Yeah, he went to Philadelphia at 35.
So that's why they didn't take him. I mean, I guess they could have tried. Unnamed texter, Ziegler got added to the Pistons Summer League team, as we mentioned. Yep. David Price was amazing. We were countering what Oakland did, getting John Lester, but I'll take that addition. I remember how happy I was adding Matt Stairs in 2006. That's from Tom and Flat Rock. All right, Scott, I saw this and I thought, is this good for us?
Okay.
So yesterday, Detroit's PGA event, the Rocket Classic. I haven't looked at the leaderboard recently. I guess I will shortly. But Minwoo Lee goes out and puts up a 9 under. Then Aldrich Potgieter, or Geeter, a South African who lives in Atlanta who's 20 years old, went 10 under. Aldrich Potgieter. And then Kevin Roy is in his second season as a pro, went 10 under. But it was this quote from Lee. Hopefully the PGA Tour can have more courses like this. it would be a bit more fun and less stressful. I like somebody saying something like that about what is clearly, for the pros, a relatively easy course.
Mm-hmm.
The feeling I get, this is my interpretation, Scott, the golf establishment thinks that this kind of scoring and hence this venue is beneath them. That's the feeling I get.
I would be interested to see a poll of what golf fans really feel on this, because I think the stodgy old group, the old guard, they're all about making it as difficult as possible, and that's why they love what happened at the U.S. Open at Oakmont and why they view the U.S. Open to be the best. Or if you look at the British Open and when you get the side winds and the side rain and it's 40 degrees, they love that because that's the origins of golf and all that, right?
Yep.
I was talking with some people yesterday about this after a round of golf, and we're talking with the people that came up on this trip with us up to Shanty Creek. We're all, doing different kind of. We're learning about, salvaging honey and harvesting honey from beehives.
That's why we're here.
It's one of the reasons.
Yep.
It was pretty cool. But we got into a little bit of a debate about, do you like a course that's set up for people to succeed, or a course that's set up for people to fail? And there's an appeal to both of it. There's nothing wrong with liking both. I don't understand why people have to take such a stance and say, this sucks, or this is the best. Don't. Just enjoy it both. Or you can say, I prefer it to be this way, but this is fine. I mean, I don't want to have 40 tour stops on a year where it's the same course. Why would you in the same conditions? I think it's kind of a cool to see this type of changeup, which is where we're at. This is a changeup.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what I'm not in the golf establishment. I'm not an old school golf guy. I'm just a guy who likes watching a game on occasion, right? Mm-hmm. And I think it's really, really cool that we have this event here, and I hope that it gets protected. And I've gone as a fan in the past, and would love to go again if the calendar allows for it. I love the quote from Lee saying, "I wish there were more events like this." It's not bringing out an impressive field. I mean, Pot Geeter's leading the way, not anymore, but raise your hand if you'd heard of them. Are they scoring again today?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Maybe not. Matsuyama is taking the lead now at 12 under overall. He's 7 under for the day, and he's got 3 holes left.
Yeah. So, I'm under the impression that I'm scared that this thing's hanging on. The contract's running out in a couple years. The new PGA commissioner, Rolop, came in and said some very nice things. You're right. Embrace the different. One of the terms, of course, you said the U.S. Open setup has its place. The British Open, where I remember in 1842, Alistair Smythe chipped in and then died. Right? I mean, there's always stories with these old school courses.
Wow.
Detroit can just be Detroit, and everybody shoots 20 under. Right?
A dark day in golf history. Alistair Smythe. Dropped dead right after the round, huh?
Well, you know what I'm saying. There's always stories and history, and there's a place for that too.
Yes, absolutely, and that's why it's great. Each course is different. The NBA and the NHL, and the NFL, the fields are all the same, and there's nothing wrong with it. Baseball, one of the things I love about baseball is each stadium is unique and different. We can make fun of the short left field dimensions in Fenway with the high wall and the green monster. It's okay, and we'll talk about Yankee Stadium and how fly balls to right are always home runs because it's so shallow there, or the vast center field we have here at Comerica Park. But each park is different, and that kind of makes it cool. I like these courses are all different. They're all designed differently. Some are flat, some are incredibly undulating and have hills and all these elevation drops. It happens that the one in Detroit is the flattest course on tour, and players are geared up for it. Some guys get really excited for this one, and others are like, I'm just going to take this and take the week off, and I'll prepare for the next major as opposed to going to this one.
Come on, guys, get a confidence boost. Come to Detroit.
Well, yeah, but I mean,
the Confidence Boost Open.
I like it.
Yeah.
But with and now Potgater is also tied for the lead here at 12 under. They have 4 players are at 12 under right now, including Matsuyama, who's one of the bigger names out there. I would love it if each year you got more and more bigger. The names got bigger and bigger. But look, the reality is, I think this is a great tournament for fans more so than it is for players, because fans get to see the best in the world eat up a course that you want to see. I want to see good shots. I don't want to see somebody, whiff out of 8-inch rough. That doesn't really interest me as much. It has its place. The one time a year, I'm fine with it. But I don't want to see half the courses they're playing on have these punitive conditions just because they want to keep up with the U.S. Open.
Hey, attention golfers, let Twin Peaks be your new 19th hole if you're hitting the links on these hot summer days. Cool off after your round at your local Twin Peaks. Why go to Twin Peaks? It's easy. For starters, nothing cools you off better than their 29-degree draft beer or cider. There isn't a golf course in the state that can offer that up and pair that with food made from scratch in the Scratch Kitchen, and you'll never want to stay at the course for that old hot dog again. Hand-smashed and seared burgers, house-smoked brisket and ribs, hand-breaded chicken tenders and boneless wings, light and fresh salads with the house-made dressings. They got it all to help you recoup after a long day of being on the course. Bring in your scorecard and receive a free chips and queso appetizer to pair with those beers. What makes it even better, wall-to-wall TVs, so you're not missing any of your favorite teams in action. And then again, there's the beautiful Twin Peaks girls serving it all up. See what it's all about tonight. Deontay Wilder returns to the ring for a fight with Terrell Herndon. Then circle back Saturday for a doubleheader, the Octagon featuring Ilya Topuria squaring off against Charles Oliver in UFC 317. And then Jake Paul enters the ring against former world champion Julio Cesar Chavez Jr. Fight nights just hit harder at Twin Peaks. Don't miss all the action. Twin Peaks, eats, drinks, and scenic views. Car Scott Anderson, 97 a ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. Guys, there were calls for Riley Green to get sent down after the Brewers series. People need to relax. That's from York. I think okay. People need to relax on torque. It says York, but people need to relax on torque.
I think that makes more sense.
Yes, it does.
Unless we're talking about days of yore.
So,
I mean, Alistair Smythe.
There's some great British names. I'm a big fan of British names. Smythe is one.
Yeah.
You get a lot of Smythe over there.
Alistair's a great name.
Alistair's a good one. Ian.
Ian,
Get Ian. Windsor.
You just throw a Sir in front of it.
Well, you could also, I feel like a lot of cities in Ontario serve as last names. Chatham. Windsor's one. Windsor, isn't that? I think actually the royal family might be the Windsors.
Well, Canada's got a lot of those ties, right? I mean, the whole thing.
Well, yeah, they're part of the Commonwealth.
Sounds good.
Yeah.
That's another word.
Commonwealth. Totally British word, yeah. I understand the big names are really attractive, or it's an unnamed texter, but if we go into the postseason with this offense and one of our random guys lights it up every other game, we will end up with a few big names on our team that might already be here. So that's an interesting take. You're sitting there and you're watching other teams play, and you get jealous that they have developed these players and they become big names.
Yep.
And I've had that thought to myself. Are we in the infancy stages where people will look at names like Wencel Perez and Zach McKinstry as big names? Because I feel like you don't have to be a superstar to be a big name. You have to be a guy who does something in the postseason, something significant and usually repeatable to become a big name.
Yeah, and with the Tigers, it's been a long time that we've gone without really developing their own. Castellanos was developed a little bit, and he was a good player, but obviously they moved on from Nick. But beyond that, it had been a while. Mm-hmm. A long while. Bobby Higginson was good, not great, good. But it almost feels like you got to go all the way back to Travis Fryman.
Yeah.
And even before that, then you had, obviously they had a ton of success with the guys that they developed in the 70s and formed the 84 team, but it's really been a while. So it's nice to see Riley Green, Tarek Skubal, hopefully Casey Mize keeps going, and Tarek, Spencer Torkelson gets going. But it's guys that they've inherited or taken on and developed is also interesting. It's a different feel for this organization. This organization is seemingly completely competent at developing talent and finding the talent.
Are you guys going to bring back the BBC sound this year? That's from a listener, Scott. So historically on this program during the British Open, when Tony Ortiz was doing updates, he would stream radio highlights of calls from the BBC. What we discovered is that the BBC has a way of describing golf that is spectacular, and Tony, God bless him, would just find funny things they would say. The one I'll never forget was somebody made a putt, and it was like a child nipping some chips off the table of their neighbor or something. And I'm like, what? Which I think meant stealing some French fries off the people's table next to them in a restaurant. But Tony has left doing updates and now anchors on WWJ and has said he will still vet out and give us highlights from the BBC while he's doing his day job.
Good for Tony.
Because Tony was so good at it. And if he can pull that off, then we might hear from the course report from Ian Windsor or whomever. Those guys aren't there. So I hope we do have it.
I like it.
It's kind of up to Tony, though, because
well, now we're going to put pressure on Tony. Because he never did deliver on the shoot the boot, so he still owes us.
Yeah.
For sure he owes us.
Yep.
He owes you, the listeners.
The listeners, yeah. He's kind of let you down, really, is what it comes down to. 248-539-9797. All right, so NHL Draft is coming up tonight. We'll get into that a little bit next hour and what the Detroit Red Wings might be looking at. Gator, did you see that this weekend opens Siren's Curse? Do you know what Siren's Curse is?
No, I don't know what Siren's Curse is.
It's the new pivot to vertical drop, oh hell no, roller coaster at Cedar Point.
Oh hell no.
Have you? This is one that incorporates something completely new.
Nope.
In that it's a I would think a roller coaster innovation, although I'm not an enthusiast, and we might have some people out there that are. But it opens this weekend. You climb to the top of the first hill, you level off, and the track ends. But then the track pivots from horizontal to completely vertical, locks up with the rest of the hill, and you sit there looking straight down until it releases you into the drop.
Oh, hell no. Nah. No. I mean, I don't like roller coasters to begin with. I don't like the stomach drop feeling. I know people do. I can't stand it. I've never liked it. And I will continue to never like it. That's why I don't go on roller coasters. I haven't been on a roller coaster since I was 25, maybe, and even then I was a complete wuss on which roller coasters I decided to go on.
Mm-hmm.
I think the most adventurous I went was the Corkscrew in Cedar Point, and I was on some ride, a Jurassic Park ride that they had at Universal Studios in California, that I did not know there was a big drop in that. I just thought, oh, we're going around, and it's going to, oh, here's a dinosaur here, here's a dinosaur here. I didn't realize we were going to go into complete darkness and then have some dinosaur breathe fire on us, which was kind of cool, and then go back to complete darkness, go into this cave, sit there, and you hear water, but you don't know what's happening, and then you dropped 50 feet.
If I recall correctly,
wasn't thrilled with that.
The drop, you drop outside of the cavern, right?
Yeah.
Can't you see it when you're in line? Did you think it was a different ride?
I don't know if I was paying attention, to be honest with you. So, yeah, there's
you
that.
You accidentally got on a roller coaster with a drop.
I was having a great day. I really was. It was my first time in California. It was part of it was that same trip that I went to the Craig Kilburn show.
Okay.
It was a great day, and that was that same day. We spent the day at Universal Studios and met up to go to the shooting. It was fantastic.
Well, I'm intrigued for the roller coaster crowd. Does Siren's Curse bring you out to Cedar Point? Does that make it a must-visit trip this summer? I'm not particularly a roller coaster guy myself. I'll go on them. But usually if we're going to a theme park, it's because the kids want to go, and the kids I don't know if they've moved beyond it, but the trips to Disney aren't on their agenda the way they once were. And, none of those roller coasters are like anything they have there are some like they have at Cedar Point, but Cedar Point is a great coaster park.
It is a great coaster park, if that's your thing.
Yep.
That's the place to go. They're innovative as hell. They always come out with something new, and
I
never hear them retiring.
Oh, they do.
I'm sure they do, but
they do.
I feel like some of
the big wood one on the back that I actually really liked.
The big wood one was the mine ride.
No, it was beyond. What? The Mean Streak. Thank you, Evan. The Mean Streak.
Blue Streak, but Mean Streak.
No, the Mean Streak was. I love the Mean Streak, but I guess they took that one down, which was a shame. Although it was a wooden roller coaster, and I think it got too rough.
That was wooden on Mean Streak?
Yeah.
Wow.
Way in the back there.
I couldn't tell you the geography of the whole place.
Well, 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Hope you're having a great Friday and have a big weekend planned. And we are wrapping up our shows from here at Shanty Creek, big client event. Got to play golf yesterday. This hour we got to tell what happened to your golf ball in one hole because it was spectacular. In the meantime, taking your phone calls on a variety of topics. We'll get back to some Tiger stuff here shortly. We'll talk some NHL Draft this hour. We also, we're talking about Cedar Point's new ride. Siren's Curse opens up this weekend. The pivot to vertical, oh hell no, roller coaster, as Gator put it. But, I think roller coaster innovations are intriguing because, it's hard to come up with something new. I don't know if this is the first pivot to vertical roller coaster. It probably isn't, but it's new to us, at least those of us that in this area. Cedar Point, very popular. 248-539-9797. Let's go to Joe in Madison Heights. You're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Joe.
Hi, how's everybody doing today? I belong to a roller coaster club called American Coaster Enthusiasts, and this is only the second one in the world that's a pure tilt coaster. It is the fastest, and it's not the steepest because they're all 90 degrees straight down. What that ride does is it picks you up, it dangles you in the air at 161 feet, and then all of a sudden it tilts to line up with the bottom track. 7 seconds you're hanging there. Once it releases you, you travel at 58 miles an hour through 13 times of airtime. Airtime is what we like as coaster enthusiasts. That's where you're off the seat. You're not touching the seat anymore. It's got two barrel rolls in it, and the ride lasts about 1 minute and 40 seconds. I haven't been on it yet, but I'm going to ride it July the 4th. It looks great. Get out there and ride it.
Do you know where the other one is? You said this was the second. Do you know where the other one is?
Oh, okay. The other one is in Taiwan, and they are building even a bigger one. Get this. 50 feet higher in Saudi Arabia. That's going to be 220 feet.
Joe, will you make the trek from Madison Heights to Saudi Arabia?
Absolutely, because get this, Doug and Gator. They are building a roller coaster that's 540-foot drop. A 540-foot drop and over 13,900 feet long. It's going to have a hill. The second hill, we call a camelback, as tall as the Washington Monument, and travel at 155 miles an hour. If anybody's interested in looking that up, it's called Falcon's Flight. Yeah, take a look at that during the break. That's Saudi Arabia, too. Same park. That's
2.5 miles of track there, Doug.
Saudi's getting it done there when it comes to roller coaster construction.
Yeah,
Thank you, Joe.
check that out. Go. Okay, bye-bye.
Just flat rejection.
Nope.
Not my thing, Gator says.
No, sir.
Bill.
Anybody else sweaty? Anything else?
No. Bill on a cell. You're next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Bill.
Hey, how are you guys?
We're great, thank you.
I was at Cedar Point yesterday.
Yeah.
We were supposed to go today because I have a Prestige Pass. I was supposed to be able to ride Siren's Curse, but I got a funeral today. So we went yesterday, and it looks, I wasn't able to ride it, but I am very, I'm intimidated by it. It holds you, like he says, it holds you up there. I thought it was 10 seconds. Previous gentleman said 7, but it holds you up there. I mean, Top Thrill 2 was enough for me. I mean, 100 and something miles an hour going straight up that thing in a twist. I'm roller coastered out for the season already, and I have a Prestige Pass.
Now, wow. So you didn't get on it, and you're not planning on getting on it?
Yeah, my daughters want to go. They want to go like next week, but I'm not going to go during 4th of July week. We'll go probably later in the summer and ride it. I'll probably get up the courage and ride it, yeah. It's just, my roller coaster days were done a couple of years ago, so.
Appreciate the phone call, 248-539-9797. Steve is in Detroit and on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Steve.
Good afternoon, Doug and Gator.
What's up, Steve?
So
I clicked in just as you were talking about the mean streak. This is the wrong time. I clicked in just as you were talking about the mean streak, and they didn't discontinue the mean streak. They actually updated it, and it's Steel Vengeance now. So everything that was everything that was the mean streak is still intact, but they updated certain parts of it, and the roller coaster that is Steel Vengeance is what used to be the mean streak.
I thought they tore it down.
No, absolutely
Gemini
not.
tore it down.
Steel Vengeance is now wood and steel, whereas the mean streak was strictly wood. Steel Vengeance is wood and steel, and they added tracking to it that created the barrel rolls and whatnot. If you've written it, but the mean streak, what was the mean streak is now Steel Vengeance.
Okay.
Is the mine ride still there?
I'm not 100% sure. I take my kids. We always go closer to Labor Day because Ohio is back in school by then. So Friday the park is empty. You get to ride everything, and on the Saturday that's the crowded day. But I don't participate in certain roller coasters. It's got to be what I would consider a real roller coaster, and I don't think the mine ride is a real roller coaster.
Well, why is the mine ride a real roller coaster? It's like wood. It's dangerous.
Is it?
Is it really
dangerous?
I need some flips and spins and
yeah, I don't even
and something that
here's
really
what I always thought
feel like
the perceived danger to me in the mine ride was that it could break at any moment. That's what I thought the danger really lied. It's this old Ricky thing. It's made of wood.
Any roller coaster.
Yeah, I really don't want to.
Steve, are you going to do Siren's Curse?
Absolutely. It's the only reason we're going this summer.
All right, there you go. Enjoy. Report back, please. 248-539-9797. Lyle on a cell. You're on 97 on a ticket. Hi, Lyle.
Hey, what's going on, guys?
Hey.
We're headed down there this weekend. Plan to get on Siren's Curse.
Yeah.
It'll be our sixth visit, I think, this year already.
Wow.
Park's looking great. Nobody head down there Sunday so we can get on. Nice short line.
It's a good shout out to all the people there. Stay away.
I heard it's going to rain. Yeah, no, it'd be great.
Yeah. And you're fired. So you've seen this thing. You've been down there already. It just wasn't open.
Oh yeah, just seeing it empty it's a marvel. Top thrill was everybody stops and stares at that. But seeing that 90-degree tilt is something crazy.
Were they test running at all when you were there?
Oh yeah. There were some shots that were on the internet of the night testing, and there's some really cool lights on it. Really cool ride.
Wow. Enjoy it, Lyle.
You got it.
All right, there you go. Cedar Point always it brings the people out. You don't like this conversation at all.
Not even a little. I'm very uncomfortable.
Oh,
I'm completely out of my element. I've never been a roller coaster guy.
No.
I would go to Cedar Point and I would want to spend 2 hours with the bumper cars. That's what I wanted to do. I wanted to try to knock those milk cans open with the softballs. That's what I wanted to do. I made a horrible mistake one time. I got in those. It was like the flying swing set thing. You got in like a swing set as a kid.
Yeah.
But it had some sort of apparatus to hold you in, and it would start off going lightly around in a circle, and it started to flare out a little bit.
Yeah.
I'm like, okay, this is fine. And then it got
centrifugal force.
Yes. And then it got a little faster, and then the angle that you're out on the outside is a little too extreme for me, and I felt myself shifting. I've never been so scared in my life. I really thought that I was unsafe, and I may have been unsafe in that thing. I don't think I was strapped in properly with that, and there's nothing you can do. Once you're on, you're screwed. You can't, hit the pause button. You can't slow things down. You're on that thing for the duration. That was the longest 90 seconds of my life.
Well, given the fact that you were scared by the swings, I'm not surprised you don't like roller coasters.
There we are.
248-539-9797. We'll get to more of your phone calls and feedback coming up. We got some Tigers to talk. Got some feedback coming in on the Rocket Classic, which is cool, ongoing right now at the Detroit Golf Club. all that straight ahead. Later this hour, we'll talk some NHL draft here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket.
Hey, lots of great sporting events take place. There's only one place you really want to go to watch it all. It's 24 Seconds Bar and Grill in Berkeley. They've got everything going on. They've got the best wings in town. They have amazing food, and the staff is so friendly and so great that's the only place you're going to want to be. They've got a deck upstairs, overlooks downtown Berkeley, right there in 12 Mile. And on these beautiful days we're going to have in the summertime, that is a great place to be. And how about this Saturday night? That's tomorrow night. UFC 317. Topuria is taking on Oliveira. You got Pantoja against Kara France. No cover charge, but you're going to want to get there early because they really pack it in for the UFC crowd. It's great. And come to 24 Seconds now for your chance to win a 3-night stay for up to 2 people at Circa Resort and Casino in Vegas. Now, there's limo transportation, the Legacy Club welcome party, Stadium Swim Cabana party, and football season kickoff watch party at the Underhang with Circa owner Derek Stevens himself. It's all included. It's a great trip, and it's starting in July for all Friday Detroit baseball home games. You can take the 24-second shuttle. You can remove the hassle, the parking, the driving nightmares, BYOB on the shuttle, and tickets are only $40 round trip. And also, you're going to want to watch all the games at 24 Seconds anyway. You get $4 bottles and cans of Miller Lite and Coors Light. They got trivias on Thursday nights at 8 o'clock, and they're open for lunch on Thursdays and Fridays. If you need any event or party catered, let 24 Seconds do the work. They're amazing. Every seat's a great seat. The service is amazing. Food's even better. Check out all the specials and happenings at 24secondsbar.com and grab a taste of the action for yourself. It's my favorite place to go, 24 Seconds Bar and Grill on 12 Mile in Berkeley.
Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. We'll get back to a bunch of feedback on a lot of different things coming up momentarily. Thank you, everybody, for listening and sending your feedback over. Remember, if you send a text, there's always a chance we are going to read it on the air and comment. Tigers win 8-0 last night, or yesterday afternoon, rather, to improve to 51-31 their lead. 9.5 games. They take the series against the A's. Tigers called up the agency and got a temp set in, 34-year-old Dietrich Enns, who was great. He was great. And I've come up with the analogy that I feel like the Tigers are really, really good with their core, but they also have this rotating group of temps, like in an office. When you have a project you need to get done, you call up the agency, they send over a temp, and that guy comes in, gets the job done, and then goes on to the next job. Enns, I mean, look, is he going to take up the Kiter Montero role here for a while? Maybe. But good to see. And really, we look at it, Jahmai Jones had a 2-run double. I put him in that category as well, and I think it's amazing. And Caputo sent that tweet out yesterday. I kind of expanded on it a little bit earlier about all these guys the Tigers have that are winning, that help them win, are guys that didn't cost them anything. McKinstry was traded for a guy who's in Double-A. They signed Chase Lee off the street. They signed Dietrich Enns off the street. They signed Jahmai Jones off the street. Holton, Hannafy, guys like that off the street.
Hannafy.
They've done a really remarkable job of subtle moves on the margins that have led directly to wins.
They really have, and it's a credit to the organization for finding those players and for helping to get the most out of those players. And I think A.J. Hinch has done a great job of managing this baseball team, and it's a large reason of why they are where they are. They've been able to do it on a budget. They're expanding the budget. For sure, they've expanded that budget in the last couple of seasons, and now we'd like to see them perhaps expand it a lot more going into the trade deadline if those players are available. Continue to say that I think that the priorities are in the bullpen, then probably starting pitching, and then a bat. If you want to go that route, I don't think you necessarily need to right now, but when you come to the trade deadline, it's all about in your good baseball team. It's about fortifying that good team. And will the Tigers go ahead and fortify the lineup and find somebody that might be an upgrade over somebody else? Would require a cold, hard decision to move somebody out of the way in place of an all-star type player? Maybe. But I would hope that they address the bullpen more and that they would address starting pitching more. But they have done an amazing job of finding these guys. Dietrich Enns was available to anybody. All these guys have been. But the Tigers got him. He hasn't pitched since 2021 in the majors. He went overseas to pitch, and he was okay. He wasn't like lights out great.
Didn't he have a 1-10 season with one of those teams in Japan?
I don't know what the record was, but the ERA was nothing special. But he comes to Toledo, and in 14 starts had like a 2.89 earned run average. His whip was decent, and all he did was go out there and pitch well this year. So they gave him the opportunity yesterday, handing the ball. Here you go, kid. 34-year-old kid. Not really a kid. He's one of the elder statesmen on the team.
He could buy some of the guys on the team beer.
He probably could. But he's 34, and he's getting an opportunity again for the first time in 4 seasons, and he lit them up. 5 innings, 1 hit, 2 walks, I think 4 strikeouts, no runs, only threw 77 pitches, and they turned things over to the bullpen. And what does the bullpen do? Those guys you mentioned just did the job. It was an incredible day for the Tigers yesterday with a lot of who's this guy going on. If you look at it just in the box score and the pitchers, like, who the hell are these guys? Well, these are the guys that over the last couple of years they've accumulated and have played a huge role in what they're doing, and Enns is just the latest.
Torque got going again with a 2-for-4 day, another fly out to the wall, did hit a home run on a 2-strike pitch down in the zone, but barreled it up and muscled it over the left field wall. Gleyber Torres had an excuse-me home run, one of those ones where he hit it and he's like, eh.
Is that what he said?
And it just carried. It just carried, and it left the park in right field. Jahmai Jones, we mentioned him, the 2-run double. Zach McKinstry had a 2-run triple, went 3 for 4, had a double, a stolen base. He continues to do good things. It's fun to watch. And now the Twins. Here come the Twins. Gators got a hunch I want to get to a little bit later on a player that might be traded. But Sawyer Gibson-Long, Casey Mize, Tarek Skubal pitched this weekend against the Twins. You know what's funny? Because, I mean, division rivals coming, like big series. Well, if you get swept, the worst you're going to be is 6.5 up, which is a good place to be. But you know what? It's a big series. It's a big series for the Twins. Like the Twins, okay, we got to crawl back into this thing.
They got to get back on track, right? I mean, that's a huge thing for the Twins, and it's up to the Tigers to make sure they do not. We're sorry, sir.
We reject your.
There is
plan,
no room at the end for you.
All right, Tom and Flat Rock writes in, I feel like the Rocket Classic is always a tournament where the winner shoots 40 or 50 under, and I don't see what's wrong with that. It's good to be known for something. What was the record, 26? Something like that, 26. I think it's 26 under. Joe in his Jeep says, if you look at tour stops this year, there are multiples where the finish winning score is 20 under par. It's not the only course that's like this. No, it's not. I do like, though, that we had somebody come out that was atop the leaderboard in Minwoo and say, hopefully the PGA Tour can have more courses like this. It would be a lot more fun and less stressful. Well, anything to keep our tournament, I'm in favor of. I'm not a golfer, however, I am a NASCAR fan, and I would be really boring if they raced on the same track every week. Different courses and tracks mixes it up. That's from Flea on a Roof.
That's from a NASCAR fan where it's just an oval.
Yeah, but all the tracks.
But the tracks are
different.
different.
Tracks are different, and there's
different stands and everything.
They've incorporated more. It used to be a little bit more cookie cutter, but even the subtle differences between the banking in this turn's different. Oh, that's a restricted plate race. That isn't,
you really did spend time in this. Your past radio life, having to do a handful of races, you really had to pack it in, didn't you?
Our Hoosier tires, good for the game. I love the low scoring. I was stressed just watching the U.S. Open. Can't imagine how it was for the players. From an unnamed texter, I wrote Siren's Curse 8 times for the preview, and it is amazing. It's going to compete for one of the top 3 at the park. Let's see here. Mean Streak was converted to Steel Vengeance because Mean Streak became angry in its older years, a.k.a. rough. It was torn down. It wasn't torn down. It's the world's greatest hybrid coaster with a wooden structure and a steel track. Google a POV ride, or better yet, go ride it.
No, that's all right.
Mean Streak beat you up like you went 12 rounds with Mike Tyson. No thanks. I haven't been to Cedar Point in a number of years, but if I'm going to try and fit in a trip later this year or early next year. That's from Marlon. John and Lake Orion headed to the Point in an hour for a season pass holder preview of Siren's Curse later tonight. Kennywood and Pittsburgh rivals any amusement park in the country. If you get a chance, go. I'd highly suggest it. Gator, he highly suggested.
Oh, good for him.
You're not going to go, huh?
No, I'm never going to go on a roller coaster again. It's okay. I'm not going to miss that in my life.
Okay.
I'm not a thrill seeker, Doug.
You don't live on the edge?
I don't live on the edge.
Danger isn't your middle name?
Is not my middle name. No. I have fun. I just don't need to.
Call sign.
Risk
calm.
life. Right. Yeah. Smooth.
Call sign. Grounded. Maverick, Iceman, and Grounded.
And Snooze. Hey, where's Snooze at? What do you think?
Regarding Tony Ortiz, you could do quid pro quo for him. You get BBC radio calls from Tony in exchange for a pardon on his shoot the boot guarantee he never followed up on.
It's quite possible.
That's a good call. Okay, Scott, we've got NHL Draft tonight. There are some NHL rumors floating around there. We had NBA Draft. There's NBA rumors. Gator, could this player be headed for Detroit? Is this player headed not to Detroit? We will get to that today at 12:31 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97 The Ticket. Great to be with you on a Friday, 248-539-9797. A lot of Tiger talk today, as we should have. 51-31 this team is, 9.5 games up. Series with the Twins starts this weekend. NBA draft last night led to some interesting takes. I mean, I got to tell you, I really like the player the Pistons got in the second round. I mean, second-round picks in the NBA, you just never know, and it's not like – this was a high draft pick, but he specializes in something everybody wants. He can shoot it.
Well, last I checked, Doug.
Yep.
In order to score in the NBA, you have to put the ball in the basket.
Yes.
So if you can shoot, ergo.
Good use of ergo. So NHL Draft tonight, there are rumors, and one of the things that got floated out there, and people were talking about, the possibility of Noah Dobson being traded to Detroit. Big year as a 23-year-old, not as much last year, but still, expected to be an expensive player, very, very highly regarded young blue liner. And
good size.
Yeah.
Could compete.
There was some Detroit talk in there, but Frank Cervelli, writer that covers the National Hockey League for Daily Face-Off and Sportsnet, tweets out, sources indicate the Islanders have shifted approach in Noah Dobson talks from roster players to futures and first-round picks tonight. Belief is New York is seeking a package return to reach up and grab Long Island native James Hargens. A lot of work ahead. But this is on the heels of a story in The Athletic that says the focus is the Canadiens and the Columbus Blue Jackets. Detroit has young players and draft picks.
That they do.
So they have what the Islanders are after.
Correct, but I think there was a report last week from Elliot Friedman who suggested that the Red Wings were interested in Dobson and that the haul in return was, I believe, Kampfer and Berggren, which seemed way underwhelming in terms of what the Islanders would get back. It didn't make any sense to me. Like, why would the Islanders do that?
Yeah.
Take on players that are, one's aging, one's a restricted free agent that just really hasn't, latched on to the Red Wing lineup in Berggren. And that didn't make sense to me. It made no sense to me, in fact. So then you have to start crafting ways. Okay, now that Dobson's name's out there, what would they have to give up? And you have to start thinking about actual prospects. Players from the roster, the players that they want to hang on to, they're going to hang on to. So you could throw Comfort, Kopp, Berggren, Tarasenko. These are guys I'm sure that every Red Wing fan would say, yeah, go ahead, part with that to get this guy. But the Islanders wouldn't want that. Now with this report, I find it interesting because this actually is something where the Red Wings can compete. They could absolutely give you a prospect and draft capital. They have the 13th pick overall tonight. The Red Wings are in a position right now where they need to make a move to become playoff bound. This rebuild has taken too long. Adding a player like Dobson, who will be 25, would help the blue line out significantly. He would automatically become a top 4 defenseman on this team and really help them out, making this team better. And if the price to pay for that is prospect and draft capital, I think they're in a great position to do that. I was a little surprised to see this come out today that the finalists, according to sources for somebody in The Athletic, are Montreal and Columbus. Because I think the Red Wings could easily make an offer for a player like this. Now, this is a guy who's a restricted free agent. And if you're going to trade for him, you're going to want to sign him to a long-term deal because he'll be an unrestricted free agent after next year, if I'm not mistaken. And it's a player that many think is going to get a salary around the $10 million to $11 million range. So that's a lot. But the Red Wings do have the cap space to do this, and they certainly have a need on the blue line, and they have the resources to make it happen. So I would think that the Red Wings would be in the mix for this player as well.
So if the Islanders are trying to get up to get Higgins, and they have the number 1 overall pick, Higgins might be a top 10 guy.
Higgins is?
The player that Cervelli said that they're eyeing that they'd also like to add, if I'm reading this correctly. So, is Detroit, is he going to be on the board when Detroit's picking at 13 is a question. And okay, here's my I don't cover the Red Wings thought. I'm not around the team and I'm not there every day. But when I talk to people in the league, my takeaway is Detroit can't get anyone to take their money. Like, they've had cap space, but they've been left with leftovers. And that's how you end up with a Tarasenko type contract. And we keep talking about Marner or Bennett or whatever. How do you convince somebody to take your money? What has happened to the Red Wings organization where it doesn't feel like, in spite of having cap space, that they're going to be a major player here? And I hope that they are. But are Marner and Bennett real, legitimate goals, or is it just a pipe dream that one of those guys will come here to try and jumpstart an organization that really has just been on the outside looking in for so long?
I think in the end, if you wanted to get Marner or Bennett, you can do it, but you'll have to outspend. You might have to outspend everybody. The allure of playing for the Detroit Red Wings isn't what it once was. But I'm not sure how many teams can afford that kind of price tag for a player like that. The Red Wings can. So I think they're in a small group of teams that can be in the hunt for that. But I would imagine at this point Steve Yzerman has a pretty good idea if they can land one of those big fish or not. And if you can't, then focus it a little bit lower and focus it on Dobson, because he's a really good defenseman. He's young, but it's going to cost you. It might cost you the 13th overall pick and Nate Danielson, something like that, right?
Yep.
And that's not nothing to give up. Danielson's a former first round pick, a really good two-way player that is going to compete in training camp this year to try to make the Red Wings roster. And if that's not enough, then maybe it's a couple of their prospects. Maybe it's okay. You got to send a defenseman the other way. If it's Axel Sandin Pellikka, that's not comfortable, but you're getting a known commodity in Dobson and giving up an unknown in Sandin Pellikka. There's a lot they can do because they do have prospects that I think other teams do covet. They're still rated among the top 5 in organizational talent. So
if they sit there at 13, I actually have faith that they'll probably get a good player. If you look at Yzerman's drafts, all right, Seider in the league, Raymond in the league. These are his first-round picks. In 2021, they took Edvinsson and Kosa. Edvinsson in the league. Kosa's played one game in the league, but he's still only 22 years old. Casper in the league. Nate Danielson and Axel Sandin Pellikka in 2023, both still regarded as prospects. And last year, Michael Brantzig Nygaard, again, 0 confirmed busts.
Right, but so can they get somebody at 13? Sure they can, but you're not going to see that player for 3 years.
Well, no.
That's the issue, right?
Yep.
So if you've got that pick and you've got all the prospects that you mentioned, guys that are on the team now and guys that are knocking on the door to compete for jobs on the team for this season, why not give up the 13th overall pick and one of those prospects to acquire a player who's definitely going to be on your roster, not just on your roster, but be a plus player?
So that's the updates on what could be going on in a player maybe coming to Detroit, but probably not coming to Detroit. I guess it depends who you believe. I was shocked when I saw this, and that is Jimmy Shapiro from betonline.ag set odds for Jaylen Brown's next team. If not with Boston, because there's much speculation about him maybe being moved to get a haul of assets. Jaylen Brown's next team, the Brooklyn Nets are 4-1. The Detroit Pistons are 5-1.
Wow.
They're the second favorite.
Wow. I say wow because I spent a lot of time the last 24 hours watching ESPN's coverage of the draft and then the post coverage of it. And, Brian Windhorst is one of their big guys.
Mm-hmm.
And kept saying that when it comes to Jaylen Brown, that the Celtics are asking for a lot in return for Jaylen Brown, as they should. But Jaylen Brown isn't going to even play next year, more than likely. So does it make sense for the Pistons to go after him? Now, it's a long-term play, but who would you be giving up? If you're talking about a lot to give up, it's interesting.
Well, Jaylen Brown's going to play. It's Jason Tatum.
I'm sorry. Tatum.
Yeah, it's all right. It's a question of whether or not, what is the haul? What is the haul? Even in the story where they put the odds out, they said a haul of young it would be costly. And, they don't appear to be, those odds come out. This week, the GM himself said he didn't expect much this offseason. That it's going to be moves on the margins. This would not be a move on the margins. So, I don't know why Detroit is listed that high. Seems awfully unlikely. We pass it along because, it's a story and it's out there, but I just don't see this being a thing.
I don't either. I believe the general manager when he says that they're not going to be big players in the offseason. I believe him. I think that they're going to pretty much run the same team back. I think that re-signing Malik Beasley makes all the sense in the world. Now that they've drafted Chaz Lanier, does it make sense that they can let one of the other guards go because they can view this guy as coming off the bench and maybe plays 15, 20 minutes a game but can just knock down shots and be kind of a mini microwave, so to speak? I don't expect them to be involved at all. I was stunned when I saw these odds come out. Like, the Pistons are the second favorite to land Jaylen Brown if the Celtics trade him.
Well, we'll continue to monitor it and let you know if there's any news, but I think it's probably more likely to be news with the Red Wings than the Pistons at this point. 248-539-9797. Gators got a hunch. We will get to that today at 102 about a player that might get moved from Detroit. Hey, it's Doug Carr. Summer savings are in full swing at Sarah Chevrolet in Sterling Heights. Right now, you can lease a new 2026 model year Equinox 2LT for just $349 per month with zero money down. Go now to 17.5 in Van Dyke in Sterling Heights. 87-SAY-SARAH, saysarah.com. Together, let's drive with GM Employee Discount Finance through Ally Financial or Dort. 10,000 miles per year plus taxes and fees with approved credit. Offer ends at the end of the month. The latest on Aldrich Pete Gator. He is now 12 under and tied for third at the Rocket Classic. Chris Kirk shot a 7 under to drop to 14 under. Mark Hubbard, a 4 under through 16. He's at 13 under. Pote Geeter, along with Philip Knowles, Jackson Suber, they all are at 12 under, tied for third. And where's your guy, Lando?
Lanto Griffin?
Lanto, sorry. Where did Lanto?
He might be teeing off right around now.
Okay. Well,
he was at, 5 under, I think, so.
Which is the projected cut at this point, is 5 under. All right, so Gator, I think we tell the story about yesterday we were golfing here. Was it the Legend? Was that the course we played?
Yeah, beautiful course.
I don't know.
Beautiful course.
We're at 14, 15, something like that. And Gator hits you bomb a drive out there. It was really pretty good. And your approach, you hit a wedge, and the green had a bunker on the front side. It was kind of up the hill. Gator, your approach shot, you walked up to the bunker and couldn't find it.
I think it's physically, the law of physics, there's no way that ball should have landed where it did. There's no way. Because of the way that the trajectory of I hit the ball nice and high.
Yep.
Right?
Yep.
Just unfortunately didn't hit it far enough. It fell short by literally about 2 yards. Because it would have bounced, if it had been 2 yards further, it would have bounced onto the green. It would have been a fantastic shot. It did not. It was 2 yards shy of that. How that ball lodges itself under the lip of a trap, I have no idea how that happens. Like, I get it if you just skull something and you hit a worm burner and it skips up and, hits a rock and goes up underneath it and plugs underneath it.
Yep.
But how in the hell is it supposed to do that from coming straight
above?
down?
It came straight down, and it plugged in the sand just under the lip in unbelievable fashion where you could barely see the ball.
It was 80% covered by sand and soil. And I still don't understand it.
The proper play there is to burrow underground.
I honestly think
and have it pop out from underground onto the green.
And maybe Evan give me a thumbs up or thumbs down on this. I honestly think that a pro golfer would declare it unplayable. 100%.
Yeah, you can barely see the ball.
Yeah, so it's not. I wasn't. You guys are go ahead and hit it. I'm like, there's no point. It's underneath the lip. It's not like I have to clear the lip. I have to, go all Hulk.
Burrow.
Take out the entire lip with the swing of the club, and then it's still going to roll back. There was no point.
I wanted you to play it just to see you try to play it and see what stance you'd have to take, because you would have had 1 foot. I mean, we got a table in front of us, those of you watching on Twitch. No kidding. He would have had 1 foot, way up here.
Well, that's not. Thank you for that.
And try to play the ball.
All right, Doug. Just sit down. You don't need to. Please don't ever do that again.
At one point, you were saying you're going to go for it, where you're going to hit it under the green and it's going to pop up.
Burrow through. Yep. Evan actually got down on his hands and knees and crawled up to it from I couldn't believe. I'd show it on my phone to the cameras, but we're using the phone to stream.
I tweeted it, so if you want to retweet it.
Oh, really? You got it?
I took some stills.
Okay,
so not the video.
Doug took a video, but there's some not safe for
language,
work language.
I took stills.
Stills are good.
But that thing was as buried as I've ever seen, and it was like soft sand.
And it came from straight down. That's what makes no sense.
Well, when you got a swing speed of 4,000 miles an hour.
Do I?
Your ball speed was probably 7,000. Came in like a rocket, man.
And this is, by the way, the picture you're showing is after you've cleared away some of the sand.
Well,
so that you can
I
see
put
the
my
ball.
finger in there because I wanted to see if you could actually get in, because I thought the sand was going to be pretty dense since it rained, and it wasn't. And good job, man.
The second, and we've now, it's been retweeted from our account, so you can check it out at DunganGator971. The picture on the right is what we walked up and saw. And we're like, how in God's name are you supposed to play this?
Because you see the lip, but you really don't understand that the ball is buried deep underneath the lip. I still don't understand how physically it got
I think
there.
if you would have opened up your club face.
Stop. Yeah.
You could have maybe
And
done one of
stood.
those cool trick shots where it goes up and over your head. Should we go back out and recreate this?
Let's not.
Kind of like with Bryson in the U.S. Open, everybody wanted to go recreate that bunker shot.
The video that I took, I really wish we thought about it because we couldn't stop laughing. But Gator, there was some unsavory language.
I was pissed.
Understandably so.
It was so close to being an amazing shot.
But that's golf.
It is golf.
Oh,
yeah.
Everything's so
But
close.
it's the contra.
So you know what?
Looking at where it could have been and where it ended up is so disparate that it pissed me off.
Well, since all the PGA pros are here in town, maybe some are listening right now, and they could call in and give you advice for a shot like
For a
that.
ball
What
that's
they would
plugged
do.
like that.
When it's 100%, 100 times out of 100 you say unplayable. Actually, I'll say 99 out of 100 because there's going to be that one guy.
No, there's always that one
Got to
guy.
be a hero.
Yeah, well, the one guy that's a man, unlike you.
Yeah, Doug and I would have tried that shot.
Yeah, would you have?
Dude, Doug was trying to go through trees. They had 7-inch gaps. Doug was just getting it right through.
Doug jokingly, he was maybe 75 yards from the hole, and it was over by the cart path area, and he had to navigate this shot between some trees. There was no way he could try to take it over. It had to be a low shot that would get no more than, I would say, 12 feet up in the air. So he's got with him. It's I don't know what kind of wood it was, a 5-wood or something, 4-wood?
It was a 4-wood, yeah.
Doug has nobody has a 4-wood, but Doug Harsh has a 4-wood. There's a 4-wood, and I'm watching this, and I'm protecting myself because this thing could ricochet and come right back at you, right? Mm-hmm. Somehow Doug hits the miracle shot. It clears all of that stuff, skips off the cart path, jumps up in the air, hits something else, lands on the green, and rolls to within 8 feet of the hole. It was one of the best shots I've ever seen you make.
That was just a casual shot for Doug.
I did not have a good day, but I did have that shot where I had, I got to smash it into the uphill and hopefully it hits the face and slows down.
You did.
Somehow. And I did. Well, it was the same hole that you plugged this golf ball. Go check it out at Doug and Gator 971. Feedback coming in. Adam says, good luck with that one. Marlon says, well, the rules say play the ball as it lies.
Yeah, well, not that one. It's an unplayable lie, literally.
AW Detroit says, yeah, that had to cost him a couple strokes to get out.
We need a shovel to get it out.
The backhoe.
Oh, my God. I blame Jimmy, man. Once Jimmy joined us, everything went haywire.
The three of us were actually having
great time.
Good round.
Well, back then we were having a good round.
And
Animals were coming up to us.
Georgia Jimmy rolls up and comes in shooting par.
Yeah, birdie's the first hole.
Pissing everybody off.
Yeah.
And we're like, we didn't invite you.
Oh.
He just rolled up and said, can I join you for the last few holes? Because his group was done.
Right.
There was nobody else on the course. And it all went to hell. I felt like that guy who is at a poker table that blamed somebody who walked up and started watching.
Yeah, that's how you should do it.
That's what it was. Is that what's called a bunker? It looks like a desert. That's from Doug Hammer. From David. Be a man. That's playable. Gator.
You could see ball.
You could see ball.
You could only see ball after you cleared out some space.
God, it was funny. Check it out at Doug and Gator 971.
That was difficult.
248-539-9797. Let's get back to your phone calls. We go to Rod in Royal Oak. You're on 97.1 A Ticket. Hi, Rod.
Hey, guys. How you doing? Happy Friday.
Happy Friday to you.
I just want to comment on what you guys said about the Jaylen Brown odds and where we're second if the Celtics don't decide to keep him. I've been pretty big on this, but I think this may anger most of Detroit. The money would just have to add up, and you'll just have to give them the expiring contract of Tobias Harris, Jaden Ivey, and Isaiah Stewart, and 3 or 4 first-round picks. Seems like a lot, but those picks won't be consecutive.
Actually, it doesn't. I mean, swapping out Ivy for Brown and giving up Stewart basically is what you're talking about. Giving up Tobias Harris, which is an expiring contract.
Dude, the first-round picks still were something.
Well, but it's not. I imagine
So-
Boston's looking for a way more.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard for me to take this seriously based upon what Trajan had to say, and I'm not talking about you, Rod. I'm talking about this report. You know, because he seemed pretty well committed, and I'm not sure that was poker face Trajan. Although I got to tell you, if a guy has a poker face, his entire demeanor could be a poker face. He's very, very clinical and soft spoken. But I can't see there being any merit to the Pistons being in on Jaylen Brown. But since it's reported, we will talk about it. I kind of agree with Gator. I mean, 3 first-round picks, and you know, does still carry some weight. But you're right; they can't be consecutive because of the whatever that rule is. Because Cleveland did it all those years. Whatever the Stepien rule.
Right.
I can't remember.
And the CBA or something.
Smythe rule.
Yep, but you do it, and you know, it doesn't seem to be in the cards. He seems committed to letting the young group grow together. 248-539-9797. Look, I feel like there's a potential huge story that's probably going to get little attention because of what happened. I want to talk about it at 101. And Gator's got a hunch about a player that could be moved from Detroit. 105 for that. It's Carson Anderson here on 97.1 The Ticket.
Day 2 of the Rocket Classic continues today. According to Tony Paul, the greens are a little bit more firm and the wind is more of a factor overall. How about the day for Jake Knapp? He shot an even score yesterday, a record 11 under here today, though. He's just seen, according to Friedman, bracing his girlfriend as he walks off the course. What a round number 2 for him. He's tied for 7th right now. It's a pretty packed field. Chris Kirk is now your leader. He's up 6 spots. Potgieter, who's also finished his round, is tied for 2nd along with 4 or 5 other guys. The cut line expected to be about 7 under at this point. Actually, it's moved to 5 under. We'll keep tabs of that as the day goes on. The Tigers begin their series with the Twins tonight. Sorry Gibson Long will make the start for Detroit. His last outing, he went 6 1/3 while surrendering 4 runs. He'll oppose David Festa, who was lit up his last time out against the Brewers, allowing 12 hits and 8 runs overall. Hear the game right here on 97.1 The Ticket at 7:10. The Pistons selected Chaz Lanier with their 2nd-round pick yesterday. We asked his Tennessee head coach Rick Barnes for the scouting report on defense for him. The NHL Draft is tonight. The Red Wings are set to select 13th overall, and the team announced that Michigander and Full House star Dave Coulier will help them announce the pick. According to ESPN, Texas State is in the final stages of becoming a Pac-12 school. They've scheduled a Board of Regents interview on Monday to seal the deal. At the Corwell House Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
We are at Shanty Creek, where we've been the last couple of days, and coming back to Detroit after the show, and do look forward to it. In the meantime, Scott, final hour of our program from up here, and if you missed we've retweeted the golf ball, the shot that you had yesterday that plugged in the face underneath the lip of a bunker. It was something.
Yeah, it was something. Why we got to keep celebrating this? I don't understand. It's like it was a shot.
Well, because there's feedback here. Trying to hit that, Gator would have either broken his club, broken his arm, or broken both.
Yeah, that's why I wasn't going to hit that shot, Doug. It's an unplayable shot.
I would have hit it for the show. I would have done it for the show.
There were shots you could have done for the show that you did not do for the show.
Hold on. There was times where the stupid play was go hero shot, and I went hero shot for your entertainment and for Evan's entertainment. Evan put it perfectly. I'm standing in front of this tree. I can try and go over the tree, and I mean really massive flop shot over the tree, or I could bang it under the tree, and try and hit it off the facing and roll up, or I could chip out and make the smart play. And Evan said, "You're not shooting a score here. Go for the hero shot." So I went for the hero shot, mostly for your entertainment.
Well, that paid off.
It didn't pay off at all. All right, so quietly, but very importantly, is something that, is the NHL and the Players Association came to an agreement to extend the collective bargaining agreement. Now, normally, okay, cool. This is the business side of it. The difference is, I think they're going to 84 games, and players' maximum contracts now can be 7 years instead of 8 years when this new deal kicks in. But Scott, this is a work stoppage avoided, and we got nowhere close to any reports of there being a work stoppage. So I don't want to have a early collective bargaining agreement extension go without praising the league for doing something that, every sports fan cannot stand player strikes and lockouts and all that. But NHL and the NHLPA, Players Association, new CBA, good for them.
I think one of the maybe underrated things in sports, and maybe one of the greatest things in sports that happened, was a result of that NHL freeze-out years ago. Because when they had the strike, if you will, it forced both sides to come up with a solution. And they came up with an excellent business model that works. Everything is tied to revenues. Mm-hmm. If the league revenues go up, the salary cap goes up. If it comes down, the salary cap comes down. So everything is all up front. It's all out in the open. They know exactly what they're doing. And I think that's an amazing way to do business where both sides are going to be happy. And seemingly they're always going to be happy because that's what you want. You want to make sure, is it fair? Is the split equitable enough where we're all going to be able to make money off this? Yes, great. That's all you can ask for. And I'm sure players, I don't know if the players will like or not like the going from 8 years to 7-year contracts, but
they agreed to it.
I think it makes sense. Some of those guys, hey, that just means they get another free agent contract sooner or whatever the case is. I think they've done a great job. And the fact that this goes completely, without any fanfare, without any threat of a work stoppage.
I believe a season and a half before the expiration of the CBA.
It's a credit to the NHL and the business model they've adopted and what works for them. I really wish that other sports could follow that suit, like the baseball, for instance. Because baseball feels like it's always under the threat of a work stoppage pending an agreement, pending the next agreement. And we went through that before, and I remember how furious we were that they literally wouldn't even start negotiating until there were like 5 days left.
But here
it's done early.
It's done, and it's done early, and praise to the NHL. Wasn't the NHL also the first league to take a team to Vegas? Like, the NHL has done some cutting edge stuff, which, I know people make fun of Bettman all the time, but I'm kind of impressed, to be honest with you.
Yeah, I think. Look, you may not. There's plenty not to like with Gary Bettman. With you don't like that he's outlawed physicality from the sport, or tried to. When physicality mean fighting from the sport, and the strange rules they have with that. Like, guys want to protect themselves if they're going to get into a fight, but yet you're not going to allow them to remove their helmets for if they do, then they get suspended. That's stupid. I think if guys are going to throw hands, let them at least take the helmet off so they're not smashing each other in the helmet, because the helmets have shields, which makes it even more difficult.
But Gator, as it pertains to a work stoppage,
I love it. I think they're
not
great.
up in here.
Not up in here.
Not up in here.
I think Gary Bettman and the Players Association deserve a ton of credit for just getting it done without it even being a thing.
248-539-9797. John in Detroit, you're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, John.
Hi. Everybody is too hard on Steve Yzerman. He says he wants a team that is cup ready. What he's saying is making the playoffs with an inferior team is overrated. He's getting better draft choices by not making the playoffs. Anyone who can draft Moritz Seider at 6 when he's ranked 19th knows what he's doing. The Wings are drafting 13th this year. That's not bad. Trades and free agents are not going to win you a Stanley Cup. Drafting well will. And do you think that Yzerman doesn't know the value of Jake Wallman? Do you think he doesn't know he's a good player? I'm sure he does.
Well, look, I mean, I think you need to be able to do both. Drafting well is probably the best skill you can have, but you have to be able to acquire talent in the league through free agency and trade. And he hasn't done that to instill any confidence that he can do it again. I hope he can. I'm with you. I hope he can, and I don't love the way he's drafted, because I'm not sure there's a superstar in the pipeline anywhere, but I really like the way he's drafted, because if you look at his first-round picks, nobody's a clear-cut bust, and many eventually get to the league and contribute, but you need a superstar at some point.
The NHL is the league with the least amount of talent. You got to strain it through a strainer to find somebody, and there's just enough talent. Trades don't work. Mitch Marner's not going to work. You can't win a cup with Mitch Marner. You need more than that, and it's going to take a while.
Well, I would agree you need more than that, but I also don't you need a superstar to win a cup?
I don't consider Mitch Marner a superstar. He's sort of a mini superstar.
With mini superstar.
He's a 100-point guy that goes to superstars.
You need better players to win a cup. Gator, you got a hunch. Trade deadline a month and like a week away here. You got a hunch about what might be next for the Detroit Tigers.
I do. My hunch is that when we get to the trade deadline and the Tigers will be in negotiations with the team, they'll acquire some player, and the player they're going to have to give up, it's just a hunch. I think they're going to give up on Jace Young. I think that way things have not worked out for him at the major league level, even though he hasn't played a ton at the major league level. It was a real struggle for him at the plate. Gets back to the minors. He has shown some power at the minor league level, but he's struggling at Toledo. His average is around 220, and he's hit some home runs, but it's just I think it's a situation where I still think he's a big enough name in the prospect world, being a former first-round pick, that it still has an appeal to somebody. Like, if you have to get a bullpen arm and it costs you Jace Young, do it.
Yeah, he's an interesting player. He's still ranked in the Tigers' top 10 prospects, right? That makes him an easy sell to an opposing fan base. Not that you should probably really care. Because, like last year, I think we were underwhelmed by the return for Jack Flaherty, and now we feel pretty good about it. And also, in the return for Jack Flaherty, they also got Jack Flaherty. But, in the case of Jace Young, for a bullpen arm to get a guy that could be a top 10 in an organization's top 10 prospects, yeah. And sometimes a guy like that needs the change of scenery, maybe needs to know he's going to be penned in every day. And he's still – do you have his age? Is he 23?
He is 24.
24. Yeah, we're kind of getting to the you-know-what or get off the pot. I mean, it helps that he has the lineage and a brother that's in the league, that's for sure, in terms of a selling point. But for a bullpen arm, Chase Young, I could see it. I don't think that's unrealistic. I don't think you've crashed through the guardrail, Scott.
No, I'm not crashing through the guardrails. It's just I'm trying to think. Okay, if I'm another team and I'm looking at the Tigers organization and I know I'm not going to land one of the big prospects they have, what about somebody that still has something left to prove? And Chase Young certainly has something left to prove. He's got a great eye at the plate. His on-base percentage is 160 points better than his batting average at Toledo. 8 home runs in 51 games there. He's got a 787 OPS. He just hasn't been able to hit for the Tigers. But he still has something to show. I think he's got talent, but it's going to take something to get something. So if you're the Tigers and you've got a whole bunch of other players coming down the pike, and Scott Harris doesn't like to block guys, right? I don't want Jace Young blocking somebody who needs to move up from AA to AAA.
Hey, look, the sun's coming out.
I know.
Yeah, it's kind of nice.
Well, ish.
Yeah. This is about as good as it gets for this last couple of days up here at Shanty Creek. 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson here on 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, FanDuel, because nothing says summer fun like adding the excitement of the game while your friends are getting sunburned at the beach. Summer sports are calling your name. Baseball under stadium lights, golf on pristine greens, fairways, soccer matches with world-class goals, and all the action-packed moments in between. You're going to spend many of your summer days watching your favorite sports on your phone anyway. You might as well make it more thrilling with FanDuel. Open the app today and see the daily promotions. If you're new to FanDuel, new customers can bet just $5 and get $150 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. Open the FanDuel app today or visit FanDuel.com/Doug to get started. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions do apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. 248-539-9797. We got open lines. Let's get back to your phone calls. John in Livonia, you're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, John.
Hey, fellas. How we doing today?
We're good.
Hey, I was wondering, there's this new trade target that's come to my mind recently, and it's Juwan Duran of the Minnesota Twins. I like him because he has 2 more years left of team control, and I throws 101. He's nasty. He's lights out, and I think the Tigers should try to get him. If they can't get Chapman or Bautista, those are my other two. But, yeah, Duran, I have my eyes on him.
Interesting. The Twins are a weird team, and it seems like they get really hot and really cold. I haven't thought about the Twins as a trade partner much at all. Where are they in terms of 2.5 out of a wild card? It'll probably take some fading before they decide that they want to pull the plug on the season. But look, I mean, it's amazing when you start getting into back end of the bullpen arms. I don't know if they're going to want to trade him. You said he's under contract for 2 more years?
Yeah. I think if we could get him on our team, man, we would have him for 2 years. He would just be our closer, he'd be our guy. I'd
Would
really
the
like
Twins
that,
want to
but-
trade him within the division? It doesn't matter to some people. It does to others.
He's arbitration eligible after this season, and he's a free agent in 2028. He's awfully good.
I would have to think that they would want him to be part of their team if they're not going to win it this year. Moving forward, he's not ancient, but he's also not particularly young. I mean, he's right in the prime, right? He's 27 years old.
Yeah.
So
He's
it might
the
be
man.
hard to pry out of there.
Yeah. All right, thank you guys for taking my call. Love you guys. See you.
I appreciate it. Thank you. 248-539-9797. Jason is in South Lyon, and he's on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Jason.
Hey, guys. Having a wonderful day listening to you. Appreciate it.
Oh, thank you.
So I'm jumping on where Gator was talking about earlier about Jace Young. I kind of like how the Rockies are doing real horrible this year, but Jake Bird, excellent bullpen arm, having an excellent season. You got Herman Marquez, who's been a solid starter, but in a bandbox park. I would like to get those guys, give up Young, Jaden Ham, right, starter in the minors, kind of up and down guy, and Lorenzo, who's kind of an up and down prospect. He's not having the best year, but he's still rated highly. I think giving them, if they were to accept that trade, kind of shores up the bullpen and gives us that strong arm with all the injuries.
It feels a
we're
little
having.
bit like an overpay for me, but I'll agree with you on Jake Bird. If Jake Bird came to Detroit, he would be the highest whiff rate arm they've got in their bullpen. And people talk about them wanting to add some swing and miss. And what he is doing in Colorado is pretty remarkable. So I would be a big fan of Jake Bird.
Yeah,
coming to Detroit.
not a free agent until 2029. He would be outstanding. We talked about him before a few weeks ago. If he's on the market, you want the Tigers to go after him.
Yep.
Without question.
Yep. So I like the way you're thinking. Now, do I
Thanks.
think they'd have to give
Appreciate
up?
you guys.
What did he have him giving up? He had him giving up Jaden Ham, Tyron Lorenzo,
Jace Young.
and
Yeah.
Jace Young.
But it wasn't just for him. It was for somebody else.
Yeah,
Too, right?
it seems like quite a bit.
It does, but, I mean, and Lorenzo is starting to pick it up a little bit at Double-A. He started off not so good, but now he's picked it up.
Feedback coming in. The Islanders want the number 5 pick in this year's draft to pick James Higgins. We can't give them that. Nope, we talked about that earlier. Thank you. But that's from an unnamed texter. If Yzerman makes the number 13th pick tonight, he has no expectations or pressure from ownership. Well, what if he's got a free agency plan? Like, is it possible that he could have another trade or free agency plan? It's only trading the 13th pick is the only thing that he could possibly do?
I think it's let's just say this. It's a little premature to say that given that free agency takes place on Tuesday. Maybe you hold that take for, how about at least next Friday? Maybe next Friday you want to say that, because by that point you'll have a pretty good outline of what's happened in free agency, the early stages of free agency. The draft will have come and gone, and then if you want to make a statement like that, fair enough. But again, it's not the easiest thing in the world to work out trades in any sport because you have to find a trade partner. And you're not going to snooker everybody you're trying to trade with. So I'd love to see the Red Wings make a move tonight. just because I like the action. It's kind of fun, but it's got to make sense too. If they can somehow make a deal with the Islanders to acquire Noah Dobson, that'd be great. And, yeah, if the rumors are they love the pick at number 5, and obviously number 13 is not going to get that done, or that they think they can move up to 5 and get it, well, I hear you. But there are other ways to give a team what they want. And the Red Wings have plenty of prospects, and they've got plenty of draft capital.
Next text, what's happened to the Wings is Yzerman. Agents don't like him. I don't know if that's true or not, but it does feel like they've taken money into off seasons, and the returns have been underwhelming. Marner and Bennett are not coming here. Steve will sign more underwhelming bargain bin veterans until it comes time to pull the trigger. I think they're gearing up to make a run at McDavid next summer, and yes, I'm serious.
I'm not going to say he's crazy to think if they can do it. I'm just not sure he's going to have that long of a runway to wait that situation out.
Okay, so let's say Steve Yzerman doesn't do anything massive, and he truly is war chesting for McDavid. Okay, let's talk about this. I find it hard to believe Connor McDavid would ever wear the winged wheel, okay? But he might be available to a degree because it might just run out in Edmonton. If he hits the open market, where the Wings have a chance. If Yzerman has some sort of in with the agent, has the agent knowing what his plan is, and has convinced ownership that this is going to work and I'm going to get you Connor McDavid – but I'm having a hard time believing that that's true.
The other thing is this. I would feel so much better about the possibility of something like that happening if the Edmonton Oilers had won a Stanley Cup.
Yeah.
But they haven't with Connor McDavid. It's frustrating, and I think eventually that's what he's going to chase. Money will come with it, but he's going to want to be on a team that is competing for a Stanley Cup. It's imperative that the Red Wings take steps forward if they expect to have something like that happen down the line. I'm with you. I thought a few years ago that was something that they could do, and that Ken Holland was there, and maybe they could work some kind of magic together to make that happen where both sides would be happy with it. But I don't know. That's like a pipe dream.
Yep.
But I'm not saying it's
like Skeens talk.
Yeah. Again, and it's like 99% chance it's not going to happen. I think it's less likely that Skeens gets moved than McDavid with some of the Red Wings.
Well, there's some legitimate NHL writers that are writing about this as a possibility, but I guess there's some legitimate MLB writers. And I think it's because it got floated out there, and GMs are like, well, I'm calling. And so the reporters talk to these general managers, say, yeah, we're going to make a run at him. We're talking about Skeens, but I think that's why it gets written about. But I truly believe that Pittsburgh has zero interest in moving Paul Skeens.
Yeah.
So was the ball embedded, and with an embedded golf ball, you could take relief one club length no closer to the hole, so you can move it. You can't move it forward, but you can move it to the left or to the right for a better lie.
Yeah, I removed it from the hole and let it fall down into the trap, and then I hit actually a pretty good shot out of the trap. The only shot I was able to hit out of the trap all day. And put it on the green, left with me like a 15-foot putt or something like that.
If you didn't see Gators lie, he had a approach shot on a hole here, and it plugged underneath the lip in a bunker, and I mean, it buried. You hit the ball high, but you didn't hit it like burning up on re-entry high. You just hit it high.
No, I hit it well. I hit it exactly how I wanted to hit it. I thought. Unfortunately, it was just a couple yards short, and then it came straight down right into somehow the underside of the lip in that sand trap.
We should edit up the video I took in 7.
Or not. Or just send it out.
With the NS not safe for work video, yeah.
Warning language. Yeah. Warning Gator graphic.
There was some language. 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson. 97-1 the ticket. Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. So, a couple things here. Tiger baseball coming up tonight. Tigers open a series with the Twins. Still playing pretty dang good. Baseball took 2 of 3 from the Athletics, and they've won, 3 of 4 now following a 3-game losing streak. They have had 2 prior 3-game losing streaks. Both of them, they followed them up by winning 7 of 8. This team's resiliency, Scott, is something that stands out. They really losing streaks don't get long, and really they bounce back. It doesn't feel like things spiral out of control with this group, knock on wood, but it's been a team that hasn't let a prolonged losing streak of any kind even happen, and when the short ones have happened, they usually just get white hot right afterwards.
Yeah, they've done an amazing job with that, really have, and now they're taking on a Twins team that is, they're struggling a little bit here. So, see if the Tigers can take advantage of that. It wasn't that long ago. The Twins were the team that were on their tail, and now it's not. They're 12.5 games back now in this race, and Cleveland moved up, but now Cleveland's 9.5 games back. Just when somebody thinks that maybe they can make up a couple steps, they don't, because Tigers are the class of the division. They're
not cracking the door.
They're the class of the American League. They're the class of Major League Baseball.
They're not cracking the door open at all.
No.
The teams that are chasing them, hey, we got to be ready for when the Tigers falter. Well, we're now past the midway point, 20 games over. Not a lot of faltering.
No. You're going to have to do something that the Tigers did last year, was just catch fire. Don't let them get hot.
So, a couple things from the NFL. ESPN put together a list of one final move each team should make prior to the opening of minicamp, which, we're moving in on 34 days to that Hall of Fame game, which is hard to believe. But the Lions, what's listed for the Lions is re-sign Zadarius Smith.
Yep.
What's the hang-up here?
I don't know what the hang-up is.
I'm trying to figure, and everybody, Zadarius is saying it. Everybody out there saying it.
Is it that does he want more years other than a 1-year deal? They got cap space. If you give him a 1-year deal, let's say you give him a 1-year deal at $8 million. Okay? Does that get it done? It should. Isn't that more than he got last year?
Yeah, they cut him because they were saving money. I think he was owed 5.5. There's no way they'd give him 8. They wouldn't have cut him.
So now they still have all this cap space. It's like, what are they waiting for with the cap space? So now maybe it comes because they're going to give some money to Alex Anzalone to make sure that he's in camp on time. That'd be nice, because you don't want him to be terribly unhappy. He's deserving of more money, even though he is under contract, and there's that whole debate. But even if you give him a couple $1 million more on the season, you give Zadarius Smith a contract that pays him perhaps more than what he made last year with the Lions. You can still give a couple other guys 1-year raises. You still have a ton of cap space. So I honestly don't know what it is. Is it all going to go away because they're hey, are they going to announce the deal with Aiden Hutchinson or some other players? I don't know.
I don't either. But tell me this: does this stand to reason? If he was going to make, I think, $5.5 million next year, and the Lions cut him for cap purposes, and Zadarius Smith is walking around and telling everybody who'll listen, "I want to go back to Detroit," isn't that Zadarius Smith advertising, "I will come back for less money"? Isn't that basically him saying, "That's cool with me, just bring me back"? Am I wrong to not draw that to draw that conclusion?
No, I don't think you're wrong.
Then what the hell's holding this up?
I don't know. Call your buddy Brad and ask him.
Well, Brad, get it done.
But I saw that column and I thought, well, before I read it, I'm going to predict what it's going to be. And I'm like, oh, it's signed Zadarius Smith, and sure enough, there it is. Now I don't know if it's a last ditch effort. The Lions just sitting back and making sure, absolute certain, that there isn't going to be some cap casualty that happens that has them going, now that's the guy we really want. Or if it's, is there some last vestige of Trey Hendrickson that is still possible, because I guess sides are talking again there, but nothing's getting done.
When you say sides are talking, you're talking about Hendrickson in Cincinnati.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't want that to either. I didn't want to misinterpret that or make sure nobody else would. You there's probably some date on the calendar, like a collective bargaining deal. Well, he'll be cheaper after July 1st or something like that, or he'll be cheaper. But I think you might be right that they're just they probably aware of who might be a cap casualty elsewhere. Teams know. Let's just wait and make sure that, Houston's not going to cut this guy or Arizona's not going to cut that guy, because from a savings perspective, that might make sense down the road, and we don't want to give the money to Za'Darius just in case we can get this player we like a little bit more. So, by the way, we haven't even talked about yesterday. I gave the Chaz Lanier take on him being the Pistons pick. It worked out. It's cool. Have you got a take on who the Red Wings are going to take tonight at 13 if they stay there?
I will tell you that the player that I like, just when I read about this guy, is Kashawn Aitchison. He's a left-hand shot defenseman, decent size. He's like 6'1", 200 pounds, but he plays with an edge, everybody says. He plays with a little bit of a mean streak. Listed at 6'1.5" and 196.
Medicine Hat?
Where did he play? I don't even know if it was Medicine Hat. Barry.
Oh. Is it Barry Colt?
Sure.
Okay.
But the fact that he's a decent-sized defenseman who plays physical sounds like that's the kind of guy Red Wing fans would really love to see. Now, again, anybody you're going to draft at 13 is likely not going to make this roster for a few years because you're drafting 18-year-olds.
Mm-hmm.
It's just the way it is. But this guy's already got a physical build and he has a physical style of play. Maybe he gets to the Wings sooner than later. But that's the guy, I guess, that I'd like to see. There are other players that are available. I'm sure they're going to consider. There's guys that have size. I was talking to Jimmy, Georgia Jimmy, before the show about what I like to look at in the draft when it comes to prospects.
You want a bear, right? Like a real bear?
Well, the bear. The Carter Bear.
That's what I'm talking about. Way to go. Way to pick up what I'm putting down.
He's a possibility as a winger. Could be there for them. But there's I tend to think the guy that they're going to end up taking, because it just feels like it's a Steve Yzerman pick, is Victor Eklund, who's a Swedish forward. One of these guys who can play both ways. Right? There it is. He's already wearing.
Size
a
him up for the winged wheel.
But there's another guy who's a European player who's like 6'6".
Anybody from Rogel?
I haven't seen anybody from Rogel.
Okay.
Rogel is more the men's league rather than the junior league. So.
No. Zug? Is there a Zug guy?
I don't know. There's a Zug guy.
My favorite was a Zug guy. All right. Well, we'll see what they do tonight. So did you hear who's the celebrity that's going to make the pick for them?
I haven't heard.
Yeah.
Dave
Coulier. Thank you, Evan. If you're committed to having a celebrity make the pick for you, that doesn't mean you're committed to the pick, right? You can still trade it.
Yeah, you can still trade it.
Well, Dave Coulier announced the trade. We have a trade. Look, you're right. It's probably going to be a few years. If the track record's anything, he'll probably get a good player. I don't know if he'll get a great player, but his draft picks have been decent, and there's zero busts defined as busts yet.
Well, and this one's picking further back. Now you're picking 13th as opposed to picking in the top 10. So.
I also want to follow up on this. Did you see that there is a sequel in the works for The Social Network?
I did see that. So The Social Network was the movie about Facebook, effectively. And Kang and I both love the movie. I love.
Was this the Van Winkelmans or whatever?
Yes, the Winklevoss twins.
Sorry.
Or as they refer to them in the movie, the Winklevi. It's a really, really well-written movie, the first one. It's an Aaron Sorkin project, and Aaron Sorkin's a brilliant writer, and I think he's going to direct this one. And it's the dialogue is always really fantastic, witty, fast, sometimes almost too fast and too clever, but it's okay. The fact they're making a sequel to the Mark Zuckerberg story is interesting, although I guess what I had to read is not so much of like picking up where it left off. It's like focusing on a different era of what Facebook has gone through, some of the turmoil they've gone through over the last 6 to 8 years, which I'm also interested in because I have a friend of mine who worked at Facebook at one point in time and during some of that struggle. So I wonder if he's going to be part of it. just from a selfish standpoint.
Interesting. Let's get back to your phone calls. Frank and Romeo, you are next here on 97.1 The Ticket. What's up, Frank?
Hey, guys. Sorry I'm not with you. I'd like to be up there playing golf myself. I've got a trade to propose before tonight happens. I'd like to take our number 13 pick and package it with our number 44 and 76 pick with Bergen, Danielson, and one of our goalie prospects. I'm going to trade it to Nashville for number 5. I want McCarron and Blankenberg from them. And then I want to use the number 5 pick to negotiate with the Islanders to get Dobson.
So you want to trade all that basically just to land Noah Dobson?
Yes, correct. But I also want McCarron because he's a big body. He likes to hit. He's a big physical force. And Blankenberg is a defenseman that we could use. He's from this area. Not that it matters, but he is. Played at Michigan.
So's
Good
McCarron,
player.
isn't he?
McCarron's not a bad player, but he doesn't score a lot. He's a fourth-line guy. He's a guy you'd love to have in the playoffs. He's a big physical presence. He'll fight if you need him to. But that's my trade. That's what I would try and do. I'm not Steve Yzerman, so I don't know what he's thinking, but that's what I'd be trying to do.
Well,
Nashville's
you brought up assets.
Nashville's a good trading partner. We've traded with them a lot before. They like getting goalies. They're like us. They collect goalies. So giving them one of our prospects.
All right, thanks for the call. We appreciate it. You mentioned some realistic prospects that the Red Wings have to give up. If they were to move on from Nate Danielson or move on from one of the goaltending prospects, they have 2 very coveted goaltending prospects in Sebastian Cossa and Trey Augustine. They're, Augustine's 20, and I think Cossa's like 21, 22.
He's 22.
And they actually have a third prospect, a guy who was near perfect last year, that nobody's really talking about. I think that still has to play in a higher level before they really buy into it, but there is another one.
There is another.
There is another. But it's a lot. There's a lot to think about there. It's an interesting trade proposal, adding depth to this team on the blue line, and that's where they have to get better for sure. And none of that is free agent driven. So free agency next week, I think the Red Wings are going to try to be active. But it's all about the draft tonight. Is interesting if they make a move or not. The Free Press basically said today, they had an article today from Helene St. James saying they should trade, but if they don't, here are 8 prospects to look at. So I found that to be interesting. Wojo had a column in the news about it, trading as well. So we'll see if they trade.
Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket.
Hey, it's great to see our teams in the D back to their winning ways. It's just like the team at Sarah Chevrolet Southfield. Sarah Chevrolet Southfield is making sure that the customers win on every deal, and the deals are unbeatable. Starting with the Equinox EV or the Blazer EV, only $248 a month. The Chevy Trax is only $289 a month, and Chevy Trailblazer is just $299 a month. Now, all of these unbeatable payments with only $999 down. That's taxes and fees included. No games, no gimmicks. It's just great winning deals for their customers. If you need more money for your trade-in, Sarah Chevrolet Southfield has you covered. They treat trade-ins like a highly sought-after free agent. Big money. That's right, huge money for your trade, up to $2,000 more. And if you're paying too much for service, only to feel like you're in the cheap seats, Sarah Chevrolet Southfield will have you feeling like you're sitting right behind the dugout. Service is open every Saturday. Free loaner vehicles available. No appointments necessary. Sarah Chevrolet Southfield will get you in and out quickly. Sarah Chevrolet Southfield at 696 and Telegraph. Go to sarahchevrolet.com. Together, let's drive.
All right, so is Dobson out now? Is that official?
I'm sourcing this as I'm looking at the story from Pro Hockey Rumors.
Yeah.
The Canadians to acquire Noah Dobson, per Kevin Weeks from NHL.com.
Okay. Well, who was dude that didn't want him to trade? Buddy, you get your wish. Doesn't look like Noah Dobson's coming to Detroit, which I guess isn't a huge surprise. And look, we got a lot of response to him. People saying drafting does not win you cups. Yeah, the Panthers only have 20% of their roster through the draft. Next text, trades don't win you cups. Marchand, Seth Jones, I'm sure they didn't help Florida win this cup at all. Panthers just won 2 cups in a row, but largely by free agents they signed. The last call is 100% wrong. That's from Kyle. I'll just say this. As a general rule, and I appreciate that Buddy was committed to his theory, but as a general rule, if you decide I'm not using free agency or I'm not going to trade for players or I don't care about the draft, I think if you write off a resource, it's ridiculous as a general rule and just say, I'm not going to use that resource. You can have your theory that I want to build mostly through the draft, but to say trades don't win you cups, I mean, go a long way towards winning you cups.
Wings made a trade right at the beginning of the 1997 season that helped solidify winning that first Stanley Cup when they traded Paul Coffey and Keith Primo to acquire Brendan Shanahan. Right?
Yep.
Did that move help out?
Yep.
Was that important?
Yep.
And the goaltender on that team was Mike Vernon. He was, I believe, a free agent acquisition. Mm-hmm. You can just go through the list of every team does it in multitude of ways.
Feedback here from an unnamed texter. First, Kang called Tesla. He also called Tyleek Williams. Remember, he called Tyleek Williams and Tesla. Then Doug calls Chaz Lanier yesterday. Gator, it's your turn. Who do the Wings pick up tonight? Are you going with Aitchison?
I'm going to go with it. That's my guy.
All right.
Yeah, Keyshawn Aitchison.
Okay. The Barry Colt. Was it forward or defenseman? He was a forward. No, defenseman. I apologize. McClellan will be the X factor if the Wings turn the corner. I think Larkin needs to go, but he is very good. He would help a contender. Well, you're not going to move him without getting something of substance back. But Jace Young was a .330 college hitter. That's not great. It's not 400 like the best college hitters. Nobody will take Jace Young. That's from Doug in Rochester. Well, here's what you have to remember, is that the return for bullpen arms isn't that expensive. And if it's not Jace Young, I expect them to be able to get a decent bullpen arm for something that isn't too costly, and fine. Doug in Rochester doesn't think they're trading Jace Young. You think Jace Young is going to be traded. That's your hunch.
It's my hunch.
That's just a hunch.
It's my hunch, yeah. And they got the trade deadline at the end of July. I just, you're going to have to give up something to get something. And that to me, screams the kind of player that some other teams might ask for.
Yep. The Lions only see Zadarius Smith as a pass rush guy, not a 3-down player. Also, the total savings was cutting him was $11 million. Whatever the total was, they're not going to give him anywhere close to that if he comes back, and he seems to be okay with that. I know they only see him as a pass rush guy, and that's okay. There's a room for that on the roster, right?
Well, what are they looking for, Doug?
Well, they're looking for pass rush.
Oh.
I get, though, like, they love versatility.
Yes, they do.
And because they love versatility, a specialist.
But don't they have enough of those versatility guys?
I mean, they can.
I mean, it sounds like these type of players that they've kind of acquired over the last few years, that they've drafted over the last few years. Nothing wrong with getting somebody who's just hell-bent on getting to the quarterback. If he does it with success, great. You know, so what? So he can't play on the field for 3 downs. I don't care. If he's out there when it's 3rd and 7, you know they're going to pass. That's what matters. Get pressure on the quarterback.
Yep. 248-539-9797. So Montreal is getting Noah Dobson. What are they giving up?
I don't know.
Because the Islanders wanted a top 10 pick.
And they're picking 16th, I think?
And 17th. So do you think they're giving up both those picks and then the Islanders can try and pair them and move into the top 10? You'd think a third team would be involved here, and maybe there is because it's just at the infancy stages of this story breaking. Something to keep an eye on.
Well, let's see. Chris Johnston, Pierre LeBrun, yes, that Pierre LeBrun, the real one.
Your buddy.
Has retweeted. Canadians are acquiring Noah Dobson in a sign and trade with the Islanders. Dobson gets an 8-year contract extension carrying $9.5 million per year as part of the trade.
He got the 8-year extension in right under the. Right.
And he gets 9, and it's less than 10. And people thought he was going to get 10 to 11, so he gets less than that. But the security of 8 years for a guy who's 25 years old, nice job.
Mm-hmm.
Still don't know what the return is.
No. I would imagine it's going to be something, though. 248-539-9797, Carson Anderson. Tiger baseball coming up tonight. We got NHL Draft tonight. We got the Rocket Classic over the weekend. Hopefully good weather for it. It's supposed to be better. There was originally some rain in the forecast for tomorrow. It looks like that might miss us. There might be some rain tonight. I did notice and taking a look, but hopefully Detroit gets out and, hey, baseball team to watch, PGA Tour event to support, and a draft to take in. Kind of exciting weekend, actually.
Yeah, I agree with you. It kind of is. I want to see what my boy Lanto Griffin's doing.
Yeah.
Last I checked, he was 7 under. He's, doing what he can to move up, Doug.
Yeah. Well,
he's still at 7 under through 6 holes.
Are you on the ESPN website with the scoreboard?
Yes.
Projecting the cut. Still projecting the cut at -5. So
how dare you make any kind of statement, speaking ill of Lanto, assuming that he wouldn't even make the cut?
Well, that's quite a leap between me projecting where the cut is and you thinking I'm assuming he won't make the cut.
You keep talking about it like he's perilously close to not making the cut.
Lanto would have played the ball as it lied.
No, he would not. Nobody would have. Nobody in their right mind would have played that game.
I would have given it a hack. If you didn't see where Gator's golf ball ended up yesterday, check it out on Twitter at DugganGator971.
It's literally unplayable.
Why is he using a range ball? That's from Ken Cow. That ball looks like it just jumped into a cold pool. Joshua says the U.S. Open would make him play that. Tommy says, LOL, that sucks. Well, whatever. We're not trying to qualify for the tour.
No.
It was worth it for the laughs that we got. Totally worth it.
It's the thing. We're fun to golf with. It was fun.
Well, at times. But I got to tell you, having not golfed yet this year, going straight from the show right to the first tee, struggles.
Yeah, not having a chance to hit some shots at the range, it doesn't always work out so well.
No, it's a good way to put it.
No.
All right, so what do you got planned for this weekend?
I am going to see a friend after the show up in this area. Looking forward to it. I haven't seen him in a while. And then we're going to go out to dinner tonight.
Yeah.
And then looking forward to hanging out with you guys tomorrow.
Oh, that's right. Yep.
Tomorrow afternoon. And then I pick up my doggie on Sunday, and I'll be a happy camper.
How's the doggie doing, by the way?
She was good. I finally took she was sleeping. Saw her on the camera. She was curled up and asleep.
Good to see.
That's when you know she was in deep sleep. If she's curled up in a small space, she's out.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's sometimes if she's on her back with all 4 paws up in the air, I think she's just looking for attention.
Uh-huh.
She wants someone to come over and rub her belly. But, yeah, that'll be good. You got a lot of work to do when you get home.
Oh, God, whatever.
You got a lot of stuff to do.
What I'm going back to is got some stuff to get ready for a grad party. But anyway, thanks to the crew up here at Shanty Creek for making our job as easy as possible, and those back in our studios for ferreting us through while we're on remote for a couple of days. Let's go back to our studios where Rico Beard is standing by, and those guys are up next. Hello, Rico.
Gentlemen, how you guys doing?
We're good. We're good. What do you got? What do you got planned coming up next?
Let me turn the mic on. First day in radio.
Always important. Yep.
Going to talk about the Wings. And look, is this a referendum night for Yzerman? Plus, it was a question Rieger touched upon yesterday. Which coach means more to their team? And I got to thinking about it. Is it A.J. Hinch or is it Dan Campbell? We'll talk about that as well. Plus, I know, right? Plus the little who said it, and we'll have some fun. It's Friday.
Have a great show. Have a great weekend. Stay safe, everybody, and treat each other with respect. 97.1.
All right. Brought to you by MyMichiganRoof.com. There have been 2 course records in the first 2 days of the Rocket Classic. Yesterday, Kevin Roy and Aldrich Potgieter shot a 10 under. Today, Jake Knapp broke that with an 11 under score. Knapp has risen over 100 spots on the leaderboard and now finds himself tied for 6. Chris Kirk and Philip Knowles are currently tied for first with a total score of 14 under as well. The Tigers host the Minnesota Twins tonight. They have won 5 of their last 20. That's it, but they're coming off a series split with the Mariners. Corey Gibson-Long will face David Festa right here on the ticket at 7:10. MLB just released that Cal Raleigh is the second confirmed home run derby participant in this year's All-Star festivities in Atlanta. It will be his derby debut. Former Piston big Andre Drummond has picked up his $5 million option with the Sixers. He's coming off a season of 7 points and 8 rebounds per game. Big trade in the NHL as Noah Dobson is heading to Montreal and signing a 8. Yes, Mike is very... That's a record, I think.
One more time.
The NHL Draft is tonight as well. The Wings have the 13th pick in the first round. This should be some good radio coming up for you here. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto from Oregon at 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Hi, everybody. It's Friday. Rico has an elite polo on, so you know we're going to do some good radio. Let's just dive in.
Well, I thought it was Floral Friday, but Kenny left me hanging.
I know. You do look the best of us today. I just have a standard-ass plain polo. You have patterns and floral and excitement, and there's hope in that polo.
I'm trying, but I'm just going to
go
change it.
I should have just wore black today. Can we just jump in? Kenny Cott in for David. Paul Serra in for Kenny. Listen, Noah Dobson just got traded. So I'm not going to sit here and yell and scream. Like I don't have that in me to do that. I just don't understand much of anything that the Red Wings do, or maybe more appropriately, don't do. When you see the details of this Noah Dobson trade come out, the Islanders basically got a dirty stick in the eye. And I know what these idiots will do. They'll try to package all these picks and move up and take, Long Island native, this Hagens kid. Great, go do that, and we'll see you in 5 years. The point is
that the equivalent of playing for Little Caesars?
Kind of. Windsor native. He once went to DRC as a kid. I just, like, the whole thing, it's the Wings could have gotten Noah Dobson essentially for free. Because, like Kenny and I were sitting here pre-show, you came in, and we were reading the NHL mock draft from ESPN today. Mm-hmm. And it was the Wings at 13 take Bear Grylls, reality star. And at 14, what's the first thing it said for Columbus? Columbus will trade this pick for immediate help. The Canadians, who were in the Cup final, then got terrible, then got back to the playoffs before you did any of the above. The Canadians just got better. Mm-hmm. They just landed a cornerstone right-handed shot defenseman who just signed an 8-year deal at what I think is a very fair AAV. It wasn't the 10 or 11 fever dream that Noah Dobson's people kept leaking out there.
Like and all 9? It was like 9.
Like 8.8 or whatever.
Okay. Yeah.
Doesn't matter. Cap going up. Even in that poverty league, you get a 25-year-old cornerstone defenseman. It matters. Here's the point in all this. When Wojo says, you don't need this draft pick tonight, Steve needs to trade it, that tells you something.
Yeah.
I mean, Wojo basically waits for the body to be rotting before he writes an opinion about said body.
Well, see, that's what threw me, because when Wojo wrote this article, I'm thinking like, oh, wow, Wojo is even angry. But then it got me to thinking, man, maybe Wojo just knows something. Yeah. And he kind of got it, hey, Woj, could you leak it out? But we're going to be making this move. And I mean, I guess I don't know now, because right now, when Wojo is calling and saying you need to be bold, that's something, because it's not like he's this person. He's not you. Let's put it like that.
No. And again, here's the bottom line. Does the world begin and end with Noah Dobson? No. Does the Wings offseason hang solely on whether they got Noah Dobson or not? No. So save those phone calls.
I think it was the price.
There you go. Pick 16, 17, and some nothing burger forward. Okay? The Wings are sitting there with pick 13. and they don't need the pick. The need is a big-time upgrade on the blue line. Now, understand, maybe they feel like they've got Aaron Ekblad in their pocket. I don't know that. I'm saying maybe. But we're going to deal in what we have right now, which is wings are mentioned nowhere. Noah Dobson just got dealt for a song because Lou Lamoriello screwed this up a summer ago when he didn't get Dobson signed. Now we're here. And the Wings are sitting there with pick 13. Another team in the East, who's already better than you, is now really better than you. Look, 25-year-old franchise defensemen don't grow on trees. Full stop. Noah Dobson universally is a top 20 defenseman in the sport. Period. Oh, but he had a bad year last year. The whole effing team did. And he was hurt. Okay? Lay off. The year prior, he had a 73-point season and is a rock on the blue line and he'll play huge minutes and is physical. Like, stop. So the point I'm at, look, Kenny, feel free to jump in anytime you want.
No, I was just letting you cook, man. I have the exact same reaction as you did because we were talking before the show about how Columbus might get him at 14, the pick after the Wings pick at. And then we were thinking, they could probably include that in a trade and get him. Montreal just did that from underneath you. You could have made this trade very easily, and it makes me wonder, are there other trades and other acquisitions that we could be missing out on because we're just simply not trying? Are we?
Or does Yzerman have it all set up and it's going to be a fireworks show, not only tonight, but in after July 1st?
It's quite possible, but the problem is that we don't even see the Wings name mentioned in every time I saw Dobson's name come up, and we're just using him as an example right now because he just got moved. And every time I would see his name pop up or any other high leverage, either trade target or free agent, the Red Wings name was nowhere to be seen.
Kenny, here's the fear I have, is that seemingly, okay, you can make trades, you can acquire defensemen we haven't heard about, but just as we sit here, in general now, all your eggs are in the Ekblad basket. That's not a good place to be. There are still people who believe Ekblad will test the market but will return to Florida. I don't know. Prevailing thought would be Marchand is gone. They'll keep Bennett. They'll keep Ekblad. If you don't get Ekblad and you didn't get Dobson, what else is really out there at that level of player?
There's your middle six forwards and your bottom pairing defensemen that are very easy to acquire, but that's not moving the needle. That's not getting this team into the playoffs. I made the joke last month of, look under your chair, you get a comfer, you get a comfer, you get a comfer. It's a funny joke until it's reality, until it's what we're actually dealing with.
So here's what we want to do. We want to try to do this differently and allow you guys to set the terms. What needs to happen tonight for you to not be disappointed? I mean, look, for some of you, it'll just be let Steve cook. For some of you, Steve could go to your house, soak it in gasoline and burn it down, and you'd say thank you. You're sickos. That's fine. World's filled with sickos. This is your kink, if you will. Go ahead and enjoy it. I don't know. Rex Ryan liked feet. You'll let Steve Yzerman come to your house and punch you in the grill. So be it. Maybe do they have to make what?
I forgot about the Rex Ryan. Go ahead.
No. Maybe it's, do they need to trade pick 13 and you don't even care what it is? Is it you're just not going to be happy until or unless this team does something seismic? I leave it to you. Kenny's worn me down this week. Kenny has basically been Eeyore all week. I came in Monday super optimistic, gave you the layout. A lot of the hockey-nistas are writing, hey, if Yzerman's making a big move, it's happening this week. I tried to sell hope. Kenny basically took a chair to my spine all week.
I mean, would you rather the chair or would you rather him lie to you?
Lie.
Really?
I actually am in a position with the Red Wings I want to be lied to.
All right, they're going to make impactful moves this offseason. The team will be a shoo-in for the playoffs, and they might even win a couple of rounds too.
Yes. Possibly the best round.
Maybe the best.
We've reached that point now?
I'm at a point with the Wings I actually want to be lied to. Like, as much as I get angry at media for lying to people, this is one case where I think I want to be lied to.
So you want some Kremlin media right now?
Yeah, because I don't know what to tell our people. We have pick 13 tonight. that guy won't be here till 2030 if he makes it at all.
No, I think our people are wondering, like, okay, do you hear the Red Wings make the selection at 13? Probably will be very disappointed. Or are you waiting for some buyouts? Maybe that will make you feel a lot better about yourself. Or are you waiting for free agency to open up and it's like, okay.
Yep.
And Stevie's got the grocery cart going down the aisle. There's a defenseman. There's a frontline center.
Supermarket sweep.
Right.
Yes. There goes Barbara. She's really working those hams. That show was chaos. Look, I have to leave open the possibility that this will all take care of itself in free agency, and it's going to be 2 A+ signings, and we're going to make this team a lot better. That's fine.
No, I know. The only thing about that is just the free agency just almost feels like you've hit that Hail Mary. Like, okay, you have to do something.
Well, the
now.
problem with free agency is when you go over the free agents, none of them are listed as having interest in Detroit or Detroit being interested in them.
And there's a steep fall off with the first couple of free agents and the rest of them. I think the rest of them fall under the you get a comp for
Correct.
category.
Kenny, this is why, and I don't know, maybe by my 25th year in the market, people will start to listen. I always tell it's trades, not free agency. The trades, you unlock the ability to acquire almost anyone. Make a crazy enough offer, you can get anyone. But that's where value lies. Free agency, those players are there for a reason.
Right.
And yeah,
either they're about to get rich or their team didn't really care.
And in fairness to Steve Yzerman, and I don't want to defend him or this franchise, but I'm going to do it. The disadvantage we do have is we aren't one of these 0 state tax states. We're not. We can't compete with Florida from a monetary level. We can't compete with Nashville. We can't compete with Texas. We can't compete with Nevada.
Right.
Like there are just certain, like we can't compete with that. But outside of that, there's really no excuses. I don't want them picking at 13 tonight, not because they might not draft a good player, but because that player won't be ready for years, plural, and really more towards 4 years, 5 years.
He might sniff the league at 3 years, but he won't play meaningful time, and he won't be a productive player till
right. At
4
like
years,
Kenny,
5
at best,
years.
he hits the league in 3 years, and he's the baby foal version of Lucas Raymond,
right?
Who barely looked like he knew what the hell he was doing. So look. People, what do you want? Tonight, look, this was set up to be a big week in the NHL, and it has been, and that the draft has been sold as an agent of chaos tonight, that there will be moves, there will be trades, and if you're getting something done, it was going to happen this week. Thus far, the Wings have done nothing. They have not bought anyone out. They have not made trades, and we don't see them at the forefront of free agency. If you believe you have Ekblad in the bag, that's fine. Nobody would be upset with the Ekblad signing. It would be excellent. I'm upset that Noah Dobson was traded for a song. And before you call up and yell at me, I want you to think before you yell at me. You can do both. Well, pick 16 and 17 isn't free. It kind of is. There's a drop-off in this draft. Those picks don't have a lot of value. If you don't believe me, how about Elliot Friedman? Those are his words. Pierre Lebrun, his words. You don't know puck. That's why I'm quoting people who do. Bitch. So we can just move forward now as adults. Noah Dobson was acquired for free. For free. That's one word, by the way. That's not 2 words. It's Fuhfree. For free.
For free.
For free. That's Rico. Is my desperation for the Wings to make big moves just sideswiping my logic?
No, it's not, because when you look at pick 13, you think, okay, well, maybe that's better than the 2 that they gave, and you could give away another player, and you could have brought him here. No, it's not. It's always the price that you have to pay. Was it so ridiculous? And you're like, you know what? We're going to pass.
Plus, now, look, we know what the Islanders are doing now. Reports out of New York is they've switched their mindset into NHL-ready players into future assets because they want to move up in the draft. Well, guess what? Pick 16 and 17 has less value than pick 13.
Correct.
If you wanted to move up from 16 and 17 to 13, you'd probably give up both of those picks.
Right.
So for the Islanders, pick 13 is going to have more value to get up into the top 7 where Hagens is going.
And that's why I get the frustration, because it's like, okay, you could have done this. Like, Did you not get included in on this phone call?
Could have given the Islanders more. It would have hurt you less. And I don't know, man. I leave it to you guys. But then again, maybe you want us to talk roller coasters. You know what? I'll tell you what I want. I need 10 people to call, or I'm going to punch Kenny Cott in the face. That's really what's going to happen here. And if you love Kenny,
wait. Hold on a second.
People, help me help you. We're not doing chicken fingers or your favorite condiment or the funniest fart you ever saw. Look, please, can we just talk about our teams? They're picking at 13 tonight. What is going to keep you from being disappointed? Are you angry about the Dobson thing? Do you like Joe Bucks? What do you think of the new 100-year logo? I don't care. What's your favorite Christmas ornament? 248.
I like the one with a hockey town going across.
Good. 97.
Punch Kenny in the face.
I don't want to hit Kenny.
Everything's going to be fine, Mike. We're going to get some great players this offseason.
You should have seen the look on my face when he told me what the Islanders got for Dobson. I went, what?
You almost punched Jeremy Otto in the face.
He didn't know who Noah Dobson was. I'm like, you got the Dobson thing in your update? Who's that? I'm like, I hate you.
He put it in there.
You've been injured in an auto accident? Now you're drowning in medical bills. You're dealing with an insurance company who doesn't care about you. Enter David Femininio, Injury Attorney Deluxe. He'll fight for you from day one. Get David, get paid is not just a catchy phrase. It is a promise. So if someone you know has been injured, don't just sit there and hope things get better. Hope is not a strategy. If the Red Wings have shown you anything, it's that. Hope is not a strategy. Call David Femininio, 855-65-CRASH, or go to that website, getdavidgetpaid.com. Going straight to the people. Not because I don't care about ticket texters, but because people want to talk about this. And I really want to know what you're looking for tonight. It's been a dead week for the Wings. I don't know another way to put it. We started the week, gave you what the hockey experts were saying, gave you, look, if they were going to make something big happen in the trade market or the buyout market, it happens this week. And a lot of people believe the NHL draft tonight will be, I don't want to use comic book words, but like explosive, wham, bang, pow. But like moves can happen. Noah Dobson just got traded for what we all deem to be a paltry return. Kenny, to his credit, has always said this about his sport. There are trades and you go, wait, they gave up what? And then there's other trades where you're like, wait, that's all he cost? This would be the latter. The Wings didn't do it. Now, as part of it that Dobson didn't want to play here, wouldn't sign here. Guys, the bottom line is you're pigeonholing yourself into free agency is going to have to be the savior. The trades, as described by many in the industry, it's a this week thing. Is that fair, Kenny?
Yeah, it's definitely fair.
Okay. Let's get to the people, see what everybody's got to say. What needs to happen tonight for you to not be disappointed? And how about this? Forget what is your reaction to Noah Dobson. Hell, Jeremy Otto didn't even have it in his update. Do you have a reaction? Or is that just a wet fart? Your world, guys. Let's go to Trevor, 97.1. Trev, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, yeah, I just want to talk about the Dobson trade and everything, and Ekblad, too. I do not like Ekblad at all. I think we're going to overpay for him. He's going to be on the team in, 6 years when we're kind of really getting good, and he's going to be a dead contract. I really hope we stay away from him. I think you let the young guys play. With Dobson going to Montreal, I think they're way better than us now.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think we compete at all. I think we try to keep having the young guys grow. Hopefully Carter Mazer, he got hurt in his debut. Hopefully that guy can get some minutes. Hopefully, Danielson could get up here and play a couple of games. ASP can get up here. Ekblad would kind of take away minutes from him, which wouldn't be a fan of.
Let me just ask you then, Trevor. If your plan is to just have a daycare center up here, do you expect them to make the playoffs with that roster you just described?
What's the point of making the playoffs if we're not going to win? We don't have a good enough team. I think there's obviously Florida's going to be back again. Tampa's going to be good. Toronto.
So
Montreal
just give up.
Well, we can't. We have too much talent to tank, and I think we trade Larkin. I'm so sick of him thinking that.
He's got a no movement clause.
Well, buy him out.
Oh, okay. Kenny, take over.
I can't. This is everything you've just said is ridiculous. And first of all, Aaron Ekblad is a terrific player. He's not even 30 yet. So to say you're not interested in him is a little ridiculous. Yeah, you're probably going to have to overpay for him. But guess what? The cap's going up. Also, not making the playoffs again, unacceptable in this window. You've signed Larkin long term. You've signed Raymond long term. You've signed Seider long term. You cannot continue to not make the playoffs. It's just not an option. It's not. This
is what the Wings have done to people.
That was the first call. Mike, we're going to do great. We're going to have a great offseason. Everything's going to be great.
I hope so. But I was only talking to the caller about his plan, which was nothing. Sign no one. Don't try. Don't make playoffs unless you can win whole thing, is what I took out of that.
Be destitute. That's the plan.
Sure.
Okay.
Sure. Let's go to Charles. We have to recover. Charles, what's going on?
Hey, long-time listener, first-time caller. Love your show, Mike and Ray.
Thank you, buddy.
Okay. The first thing I want to say is I want to preface this statement, which is Steve Yzerman is my all-time favorite athlete. When he was hired as general manager, I actually threw a party here at my house.
Oh, my.
I've just gotten to the point where I can't handle it anymore. And what I would really like to see tonight is for Chris Ilitch to watch on TV the NHL draft and get so upset with Steve Yzerman sitting on his hands doing nothing that he invites him to his office Monday morning and he says, Steve, best of luck in your future endeavors.
Wow. Okay, here's what I'll say. I mean, Charles, I don't think it's about being right or wrong. You have every right to your feelings, and I think if his last name wasn't Yzerman, he'd likely be gone. Here's where I'll meet you in the middle. The team is entering their 100th season. They're making a big deal of it. The special logo and all. Look, if they miss the playoffs in year 100, he should be fired. Period. Amen. Hallelujah. You have to roll it this year. It makes no sense even if you were going to fire somebody, you wouldn't do it the day of the draft. You're not wrong. I'm not mad at you. But Charles, it's all about this next season. And no, that's what people said last year. Guys, truly, this is the last stop. Either make playoffs or find new vocation.
So he won't become Scott Frost, is what you're saying.
Correct. Now, is that hot take radio? I don't think so. It would be 7 full years, no playoffs, no ability in the modern NHL to recruit free. We need to let this play out. He might have a great offseason. They might be a playoff team.
Right.
But this is it for me. I'm not going to answer this question 100 times. Yes, if his last name were Smithereens, he'd be gone.
Correct.
We all know this.
Correct.
But it's not. It's Yzerman. And the bottom line is, I don't think on Friday, June 27th, they're entering their 100th year. Everybody knows they've got to sell tickets. They've got to get this fan base back. They've got to become relevant again. If he can't help them get to the playoffs now, fire him. But he has this year to do it. I don't think that's crazy. And I hope I don't get yelled at for that because I'm really not in the mood for it. Yes, Kenny.
No, I don't think you're crazy for that at all. And in year 100, 7 full years, it's tough for me to, as a fan, I would have personally fired him, if not 2 years ago, last year. But you're right. His name is not Smitherman. His name is not Smith. His name is Yzerman.
And they're entering the 100th season. This is it. Show or go. I think I'm more upset at the things they're not involved with. Like, Dobson was given away for free. The Islanders' leverage was slipping away by the hour. And they got picks 16 and 17.
Yeah, your pick at 13 was better than those 2 picks.
Absolutely. And even if there was a holdup, and the Islanders had these wild draft pick demands that you either couldn't or wouldn't fulfill, you have the prospect pool that could easily have gotten this deal over because 13 plus prospect gets that deal done. Mm-hmm. It does. That is now, again, if Dobson doesn't want to play here, here's the other thing. And again, people, if you guys think I'm being unfair, call me out on this. I'm a big believer that whether you are a head coach, whether you are a general manager, part of your job is recruitment. Whether you're a CEO of a Fortune 500 or you own a small business and have 3 food trucks, you got to recruit people to work for you. Mm-hmm. What I haven't seen thus far is any evidence to suggest Yzerman can get people to play here. Or even if they want to play here, he hasn't in the past been willing to do what's necessary via term or salary or trade demands. So, look, I'm at a point where, fair or unfair, I'm open to the criticism. No, everything is Yzerman's fault. Like, if Dobson didn't want to be here, yeah, I blame you. I don't even care. If it rains, it's your fault. You get far enough down the line where I don't want any excuses anymore. I just want the result. Right. That's all I want, man. Like, I don't know what to do.
No, it's fair. I mean, especially now you've extended past the Dead Wings territory, and now you got a whole new thing going on here, and it doesn't look promising.
Free agency could save the whole thing.
It could.
But the Dobson thing was a stunner.
But I can't be angry at people who are frustrated because it does seem like a little wash, rinse, repeat.
And it's
we said this last year. We said this the year before.
Can someone,
but this year we mean it.
I want you to do this. You call up and I want you to give Rico, not me because I don't want to hear it, but you can call Rico. He'll listen. One reason why you want them to use pick 13 tonight. Other than your rosterbation over your prospects.
But the Bear kid is going to be pretty good.
We'll get to all of your calls next. I love the fact people want to get involved on this. Respect. 97.1. All right, straight to the people. I promise we'll catch up on ticket techs, but a lot of people want to talk, and we've left it open-ended. I mean, guys, we try our best to, like, be creative with stuff and give you what's going on, but it truly is the dead wings thus far. No buyouts, no trades. Noah Dobson got traded today for what is the equivalent, and maybe the Hockeynistas or Kenny will shred me on this. The Honors got picked 16 and 17 in Montreal's version of Jonathan Berggren. I mean, that's just... Kenny, if you don't like that comp, yell at me.
No, it's totally fine, and it was totally doable for this team to do.
I mean, it would have been a nothing burger. And I just said this to Kenny, Rico. Like, you would have signed Dobson to 9.5 and Sider's sitting there in the 8s. You cost average it out. It's about an 8.5 AAV for two of the top 20 defensemen in the sport. Now, what's more important than a great goalie? Having a solid defensive core. Yeah. And here's the other thing. Evanson would have a partner, and Pellica would have a partner. You got veterans that are established and really good at what they do to shepherd the young guys along, mix and match, power play, PK. Your top 4 defensemen would be lights out.
Yeah, especially without that goalie. You're playing goalie roulette every game, so yes.
The fact is, teams in your own division are getting better, and you're doing nothing. Now, it can be fixed. I'm not writing the offseason off. But when I can't believe I'm using this word again, irks. I'm irked. It irks me.
You're irked?
Irked.
Okay.
I get irked. Lasers. When general managers don't use all the levers they have at their disposal to optimize their roster. Buyouts are one. Wings haven't done it. Trades are another. Wings haven't done it. And free agency is the last piece. The Wings have shown no ability to do it. Other teams are getting better. And look, there's a thought process tonight. Columbus is going to deal that pick for immediate help. Pick 14, the one right after you. So we've asked the question, what's your reaction to the Dobson thing? I'm not mad if you don't want him. Or maybe you just would rather put your eggs in a different basket. But the Dobson thing, also tonight. I mean, does anyone in the world want them using pick 13 tonight?
No.
I don't.
But see, I think this is why you're irked, and I think a lot of fans are irked because it's
Kenny's irked.
You want something different, but you feel like you're setting yourself up for the crash and burn. You feel like you're waiting for something to happen that you know deep down probably won't, but you're holding out hope because there's time and things and stuff and maybe.
Yeah, no, I'm sorry.
No, but I think that's why a lot of people are.
Yeah, and that's
because
cool.
It's like you want this to happen. You see how it can happen, but I think deep down, a part of you knows, but nothing will happen.
Right, and again, if we're sitting here a week from now and you've signed Aaron Ekblad and you've traded for Jason Robertson, it's a totally different vibe in this town.
Absolutely, because
I can't bank on what might happen.
Right, your expectations would have been exceeded because now you've actually seen it happen.
And pick 13 would be a part of something like that. So I don't understand using pick 13 tonight. You want to weaponize that pick the same way Montreal did. Like that's my issue. It doesn't feel like the Wings are trying. And I know that that's highly insulting and I don't mean it to be. It doesn't feel like there's an urgency.
No, because you haven't seen any results. You haven't seen anything. It's just a lot of not even speculation. It's nothing. It's silence. And I think that's what the other frustrating part. What irks you?
Irked. Let's go to Owen. 97-1. What's up, Owen?
Yeah, all right. So pretty simple. If we pick at 13, I'm done. I give up.
Oh my!
I still see Keandre Miller. I still see Bowen Byram out there. Do I think we'll do anything? No. It's Yzerman. Yzerman was great, back when he played. But you look at it's been brought up before. You look at the Lightning. They didn't actually win the Stanley Cup until he was gone. He set up a good prospect pool, but they didn't actually do anything until after.
Okay, but look, you got to give him credit. He did a really nice job down there. All right, but
he did a good job.
But Owen, it's like saying Phil Jackson did a good job with the Lakers and Bulls. He did a terrible job with the Knicks, and it's okay to say it. It's about now. It's who you are now,
Yeah.
and essentially Yzerman is Phil Jackson falling asleep on a city bus.
Yeah. And listen, he still has the opportunity to do something. He still has an Aaron Ekblad. He still has a Keandre Miller and a Bowen Byram out there. He could get 2 out of the 3. I'll go see a game or two. I couldn't care if he does that. But if he don't do any of that, I'm done.
No.
I don't care.
No, and that's okay. Like I'm not mad at the opinion in the least. It's something where what you do has to matter, and there has to be results. And like if you're driving from your job today, you know damn well as you're driving down the road listening to this show, you're held accountable at work, whether it's quarterly budgets, monthly budgets, whether it's the amount of calls you need to make, whether it's the client relationships, you're held accountable. I think we lose this sense of reality that these sports figures somehow shouldn't have that same accountability. That's a joke. That's laughable.
I understand his point, though, of saying I'm done, because I feel like there's going to be a lot of fans lost if nothing happens this offseason and they proceed to not make the playoffs again. If that's the case, I feel like a lot of people are going to be like, you know what? This is worse than the Dead Wings. This is worse than the Dead Wings by a lot. I can't keep emotionally subjecting myself to that this fall, especially when the Lions are playing.
Yeah, you're not ready to be hurt again. I think it's kind of like a lot of fans are drawing the line saying, I don't want to do this anymore.
Let's go to Joey, 97.1. Joey, what's going on, buddy?
How's it going, Mikey,
What's
Kenny,
up?
Ricky?
How are you, sir?
I want you guys to prove me wrong.
Okay.
Okay. I don't know much about the draft. I don't know much about trading.
Sure.
You know, I've been a Red Wings fan since Probert days. Barely. But we have our forwards. We have our defensemen. We're 3 lines deep. We need a superstar goalie. So change my mind.
I'm not going to.
Can we get one, and how can we get one, if it's possible?
There's your problem. Superstar goalies rarely get moved. Anytime a goalie turns into a superstar and they were available, they were probably had holes in their game. Like, look, the Bobrovsky thing was a very strange circumstance that he didn't finish his career as a Flyer, and then he had this revival with Florida. But again, you need a quality defensive core if you're going to help your goalie. Very few goalies in the sport can survive, facing 40-plus shots a game, and then we get into the metrics of the high-quality chances. You're not wrong, Joey, but I don't know how they can do it. Kenny and I wanted to get Linus Ullmark last year, and we got made fun of. This team decided we're going to bring in Peter Mrazek. We don't know that Kosa will play or how much he'll play. You're not wrong, but I don't have a pathway to getting a goalie. I'll leave that to Kenny.
Do we have the money?
Yes.
Do we have the leverage?
You have $22 million in cap space. You can do just about whatever you wanted to do. And if this franchise would get off their ass, and either attach picks to players who actually stink, not like Wallman, but like Tarasenko's a $5 million mistake. Andrew Kopp. Hell, at this point, Comfer. Hall, who sits next to Jim Costa for most games. Joey, there's an ability to gap $30 million in space if they wanted it. But I don't know who this goalie is.
Doing it?
Well, Pair, ready, Joey? Kenny? Why?
That's all we need is
Kenny.
That's what the money's for.
That's right. Joey, I wish I could give you this magical answer, but I don't have this. Again, Anaheim's trying to win now. John Gibson is like this forever link to the Wings. Is John Gibson the difference? No.
It's John Gibson season, Mike. Don't you know it's the offseason? Every
Right.
offseason, it's John Gibson.
Like, I wish I could tell you we could get Ryan Miller in his prime, and I could bring him here for you. That doesn't exist.
Teams with control over their elite goalie typically don't give up their elite goalie.
What about Hellebuck? Right, not available.
Which is why, as you said, let's improve the defense. Since you're not going to improve the goalie situation, let's go that route as well.
We're going to get more of the people. Everybody just sit tight, chill out with us on a Friday. We will get to all of your calls. I'll catch up on the ticket text. We got to get some football today in the mix. But what do you want the Wings to do? Noah Dobson is now a Montreal Canadian, and he was essentially given away by the Islanders. Where were you? Is it all about Ekblad? Do you think there's fireworks tonight? We've had people calling in. Nobody wants to use the 13 pick. A line is open if you're brave. Call up and tell me why they should keep the pick.
Oh, they're talking to you now, not me.
Oh, no.
You. Okay.
No. You'll listen. I'll walk out. 248-539-97.
Well, now they're not going to call.
Then talk to Kenny. He's a lovely person.
Michael, listen if you call.
Okay. 97.1. All right, touch the table on some football real quick, then we'll get back to business. Kenny, the music, please.
So we are officially through NFL free agency, the offseason. So I have some over-unders, updated over-unders for you guys to react to. I just wanted your opinion on some of these teams. We'll get through the interesting ones and a couple of non-interesting ones because that's kind of funny.
Okay.
We'll start with those. The Browns, the Saints are all 4.5, and the 5.5s are the Giants, Jets, and Titans.
What would you like me to say? They're all dog ass.
Yes, they're all dog ass. I'm wondering if you have any over-under thoughts on that.
I think the Giants have a shot to go over just based on what could be an elite defense on paper. Offense is going to be very mid at best, but of any of those, say the Giants.
Yeah, I would say the Giants, but not for the reasons why Mike is saying, and I'm saying because I think Russell Wilson can win you 2-3 games, and that would put you over, along with the defense that they have. You said the Giants, Browns, and who?
Giants, Jets, and Titans are 5.5.
Oh, Jets. Nah, I'm good. Yeah.
Just a complete no on the Jets.
No.
Okay.
I mean, 5.5. Maybe AG can give him that new coach bounce. I mean, heck, this is my quarterback. Maybe Fields can go out there and get you to 6 wins, but I don't expect much.
Also, fun fact, Rico, you brought up Aaron Glenn. I was looking at the odds on the Coach of the Year. Do you know who the top 3? He's one of them. Do you know who the top 3 in that category is? Using AG as a baseline.
Well, I'm assuming Ben Johnson.
Ben Johnson
probably
is
in
the
there.
betting favorite
For Coach of the Year?
for head coach of the year.
Wow. Okay. Campbell in there?
No, it's Mike Vrabel. I'll save you the time. All new head coaches going to new teams.
Oh, okay.
The 7.5s will move up to there. Falcons, Cowboys, Colts, Jags.
I'm all Atlanta. I think Penix it's got to be time. The roster's there. They reinvested in the defense, multiple pass rushers in the first round. This is Rico's guy. I like what I saw at the end of the year. It's always been about having a QB. Last couple of years, whether it was Ritter, Cousins, it cost them division titles. Mm-hmm. Penix is the real deal. All right, I'll buy.
Yeah, if not, you just got to blow that thing up because there's just way too much talent, Kenny, for that number to be sitting that low. Seriously, there's a disconnect, whether it's the head coach, GM, quarterback, offensive coordinator. You got too much talent there. Cowboys, 7.5. You know, that's the rake, Mike. It seems so low. 'Cause you're like, it's Dallas. Like, they got to be better than 7.5, right? Yes?
Yes.
You're the East guy.
Yes.
Okay.
The 8.5s, we can start in division. Both the Bears and the Vikings are the 8.5. Does any of that interest you, over under?
Bears. Yeah, over.
Yeah.
Talent's there. Caleb, year 2, takes the leap. Got an offensive coach, not a defensive Beekman. Yeah, Bears. I know Lion fans don't want to hear it, but too bad.
Yeah, I was willing to say both teams, but I need to hear some better reports coming from Minnesota that JJ is actually getting the offense and things are going well because he's got all the weapons. It's really all on him. Sam Darnold took that team to 14 wins. JJ, can you do a little bit? You don't have to get to 14, but I would like to think so. But Kenny, if I had to pick, I think the Bears. I think Ben Johnson with Caleb Williams. He's going to tailor the offense to fit him. And I know a lot of people don't think that, he destroyed this Lions team. He didn't get stupid overnight.
Is JJ the biggest wild card of the offseason, by the way?
Yes.
Yeah.
And I think it might be in all of football. Rico knows this. We've talked about it. If JJ's good, again, Lion fans don't want to hear this one. The Vikings have a roster that's every bit as good as yours. And the money that they saved by getting rid of expensive ginger idiot and paying rookie, they spent on defense. Like, the Vikings have a real roster. It's up to Mr. Meditation on whether he's real or not.
The irony is both quarterbacks from the national title game that year are probably the biggest wild cards because we just talked about
Great
Penix.
call. That's a great call. Yes.
Also in the 8.5. Now that David has the day off, he is not here to be negative and slanderous. The Steelers also fall under the 8.5.
I'm just going over because that's just what they do, Kenny. They don't have losing records.
I'm going to go under. I think Rodgers is cooked. It's just, I'm going under. I'm sorry. Like, I want them to be a little bit better because it'll anger David, but I actually think they're going to be a little bit worse. He wants a pick.
It's the Tomlin voodoo. It's Rodgers wanting to go out at least his way, and you got DK there. I think that they will have a winning record. I'm going to go over.
Also, the Miami Dolphins, Paul Serra's Miami Dolphins, 8.5.
I'm going under for the Dolphins. I'm sorry, Paulie. I love you, but I don't like your owner. I'm starting to really question whether your coach is anything but a hype man. Your quarterback's a problem. Tyreek doesn't look fast no more. Defense gutted by free agency. And you can't win a game in December
I was about to
because
say,
you're soft.
Yeah, I need to see your schedule, see how many games you play outside of the state of Florida in cold weather. Yeah, I would probably safely go under as well.
And these 9.5s may be problems for the Lions. The Rams, the Bucks, the Commanders.
Rams, Bucks, Commanders. And it's 9.5?
Yes, sir.
Go Commanders of those three. The East, Dallas is going to be bad. The Giants are going to be bad. They've played with Philly. And again, Rico, I don't know if you agree, rookie QB to year 2, there can be a leap.
Yeah.
Or it could be the CJ Stroud experience, but I'm banking that Daniels in year 2 of Kingsbury's offense with more weapons, including your guy Debo. Yeah, I'll bank on Washington there.
I'm going to go the Bucks, division that they play in, some easier games that they can rack up. So I'm going to go the Bucks to go over.
And also the Packers are one of the 9.5 teams talking about problems for the Lions.
I'm going to go over. I'm going to say a healthy Jordan Love will get this thing done. They went out and finally drafted a wide receiver. Yes, give me the Packers.
Yeah, probably. But, man, do they need a pass rush.
Yeah.
We bitch about pass rush here. Try being in Green Bay. You're pinning your hopes on Lucas Van Ness? Okay. But I'll go with you. The quarterback play, Love has the talent to be a top 5 QB.
Another one of the question marks of this upcoming season is the Bengals, 9.5. What do you make of that?
I'm going under. I think it's a bleep show. You've alienated your players. You've angered your wide receivers. You've angered Trey Hendrickson. You got rid of Lou Anaromo. I agree. I'm out.
I'm going to say under because the morale in that locker room is so low, Kenny, that the second they hit a 2-game losing streak, I think the coach is going to lose the team. I think the players are going to start blaming each other, and it's just going to be a dumpster fire. Like, certain teams can handle adversity. It ain't the Bengals. They lose the coin toss, and they're already pointing fingers at each other.
So, Rico, Mr. Privilege, you and I are in the same 10.5 umbrella in terms of over-under. What do you make of both?
Lions, you're saying Lions and 49ers. That's a good number for both. This is how Mike wow, that's a good number. I would say with the Lions, the schedule that they have and the fact that I think that the Packers and Bears are going to be a little bit better, I would probably put them at 10. I'd probably put the Niners at 11 because you got the Cardinals and the Seahawks in your division. And I'm not a big Cardinals fan.
I like the Cardinals.
I know you do.
We'll see. I'll either look.
But the fact that one has one of the toughest schedules, and the other has the absolute worst schedule. So
Yeah.
That's why I'm saying Lions 10. I would go under for the Lions, over for the Niners.
And will any of these teams win 12 games? The Final Four will round it out with this: Ravens, Bills, Chiefs, Eagles.
Bills. I got to see it with the Chiefs again. I think the Chargers might get them this year. I think old Harbaugh might have something to say in the West.
I would go with probably the Bills or Ravens. I think the Chiefs have realized you don't need to win all the games in the regular season. It means nothing. Just be ready for the playoffs. So I would go Bills or Ravens. If I had to pick one, Kenny, I'd say Ravens.
All right, and that is in football today.
Brought to you by Precision Garage Door Services of Southeast Michigan. The Detroit Golf Club has seen 2 days in a row of course round records broken. Yesterday was 2 players with a 10 under score. Today, Jake Knapp topped that with an 11 under. Chris Kirk and Phillip Knowles are your overall leaders with a 14 under score. There's been a big trade in the NHL. Noah Dobson is heading from the Islanders to the Canadiens. It comes with a contract extension of 8 years and $9.5 million per. Today's number 16 and 17 pick go the other direction. Currently, the Wings are selecting 13th overall. The picks begin at 7 tonight. The Tigers are selling standing room only tickets for Sunday's game against the Twins, which has also been flexed to Sunday Night Baseball on ESPN recently. The game is nearing a sellout. Tigers also begin their series tonight. Sawyer Gibson-Long will make the start for Detroit. His last outing, he went 6 1/3 while surrendering 4 runs. He'll oppose David Festa, who has lit up his last time out against the Brewers, allowing 12 hits and 8 runs. Hear the game right here on the ticket at 7:10. The NBA has released their Summer League slate. Detroit will open up against the Knicks on July 11th. The game will air on NBA TV. At the Corval Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Three o'clock. Good to have you. We are going to be very expedient in getting back to the phones. People have been very, very patient. NHL Draft tonight. It's a couple different ways to spin it. Moments before we took the air, Noah Dobson got traded to the Canadiens. Another team in the East that's better than you, getting better. And he was given away. 16th and 17th pick and Montreal's equivalent of Jonathan Berggren. Why weren't you involved? I can't even explain it at this point. But okay, maybe you think you have Ekblad. Maybe you think that's in the bag. Okay. Not going to be mad about it, sure. My point is, this is the week, anyone who covers the NHL would tell you, the big moves are going to go down. Have the Wings bought anybody out? No. Have they made a trade? No. Have they packaged assets to get out of bad contracts? No. And were they involved with Dobson, even though people who cover the Wings or are hockey elite went, hey, Wings and Dobson, match made in heaven. Keep an eye on that. Keep an eye on nothing. They were nowhere.
Yeah.
So here's the question.
Trade would not have broken you either.
No, absolutely not.
This is it. Like, wow, you could have gave the 13th pick. All right.
Well, 13th plus, but who cares?
Right.
I don't care. I'm past the point of caring. Now Montreal has a franchise defenseman to add to their core with the diminutive Lane Hudson. Montreal's definitely got the market cornered on Kyler Murray hockey players with Hudson and Cofield. But look, the whole question is, A, what needs to happen tonight for you not be disappointed? Wojo wrote a piece, and we actually agree with it, which is you can't use that pick tonight. Like, you got to use that pick to trade, to get something, to move this thing forward. And then I just want to add this to the mix, and then we'll go right to the people. We had a caller just now talk about goalies. All right, now I'll throw this out. This is not an endorsement, and I don't know that it's that factual, but enough people who cover the league, just a little perusing. With the Islanders shipping out Noah Dobson, teams are calling on Matthew Barzal, and that's not the name. Although if you wanted a center, that would be your answer. There's some rumblings about Ilya Sorokin. Now, Sorokin, not good last year. Sorokin also has been underwhelming in the playoffs. You don't know, Puck. I watch my team, and I've watched him in the playoffs.
That would qualify.
And I remember him giving up 4 goals and 14 shots against the Hurricanes and getting pulled. The point I make is this. Sorokin has elite pedigree, and even in his bad year this year, I think he was 5th in Vezina voting. Look, He's signed and he's expensive. He's an $8 million a year goalie. Now, the way I look at it is if I get rid of the dead body of Tarasenko, that makes Sorokin a $4 million goalie. He's signed through 2030. Like, you're in it for the long haul with him. Okay. He's 28. I'll put it to Kenny. This is not an endorsement. It's just you read, and Kenny, does that name intrigue you like Linus Ullmark did?
It does. Not quite to the degree that Linus Ullmark did, simply because Ullmark was playing out of his mind for most of the time we saw him. But, yeah, no, it's not something that I'd poo-poo.
So that means you go Sorokin and you lose pretty much all your other goalies that you have here, and you just wait on the guys that are in the minors?
No, what you do is you bring up Kosa and you have him learn under Sorokin.
No, you trade Kosa to me.
Okay, we'll do that. You
you
can
know.
have Augustine.
I'll take it.
All right.
No, I just look. There's thought actively going on in the New York media. Okay, well, now does this mean the Islanders are tearing it down? Then there's been Soroka being linked to the Oilers. I'm just putting it out there. I don't have the answer. I'm not advocating. I'm offering. You do what you want to do, but we want to know what you guys need in order to not be disappointed tonight, because I don't have the answer. Using pick 13 makes no sense to me. I'd love to see them trade it, get some help, but there's lots of things I wish they would have done this week, including buyouts. So I don't know. Kenny, go ahead.
It's not just us saying this, by the way, because from every national writer that I read, writing think pieces on, what every team should do this offseason, the Red Wings usually consist of trade for defense, trade for a forward, buyouts, in that order usually. So it's not just us. And by the way, is it a little puzzling that Wojo wrote this article? Because usually when he's writing something, it's imminent.
You know what? Yeah, I mean, sometimes, Kenny, what you realize is that you work with a lot of savants. Like, certain people just know things. Like, somehow or another, somebody in this room happened to know the Pistons were going to take their draft.
Excuse me.
So
almonds.
And maybe Wojo is kind of channeling that same
Hope
energy.
he's right. And look, if a blockbuster goes down tonight, we all feel better. But we're dealing in the here and now, and that's all we can do.
But what have we always done is, there's going to be another shoe that drops here. That's for sure going to happen. It happened after the Wallman trade.
I'm still waiting for the future considerations.
A ticket texter suggested we trade the number 1 for Wallman, by the way. We get him right back for.
Okay, read the ticket text, and I'm going to the caller.
If Yzerman makes the 13th pick tonight, he has no expectations or pressure from ownership. I can't believe the moves being made around the NHL. Nothing but crickets here in Detroit. That was the first round for Wallman text. If Steve makes a pick at 13, we'll see 5 years from now that I don't know what we're doing here. It's ridiculous. That's from Rick.
Okay. Go to the people. Nick is going to bat leadoff, 97.1. Nick, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, guys. How's it going?
Good, Nick. I'm sorry that took so long, man. I apologize.
No, I love the topic, and honestly, a great one for today. I want to pile on to both the Dobson trade as well as just what I need to see tonight, but I want to start with Dobson and also to caveat as well the Zegras trade that happened early in the week, too.
Sure.
You see what these guys are going for, and it's little to nothing in terms of what you would expect the offering to be, and you guys have been good at touching on that. And I'm seeing all these teams, they make trades, they're making these signings, they're doing all this stuff, and then we have Detroit who just crickets. And that's my question to Steve is, what's the plan? What's the roadmap? What's the benchmark? What's the goal? Like, the goal next year, and you nailed it, Mike, like, it's make the playoffs in the 100th season or you're out. You're done. You've had enough time. You're not doing anything. You probably had an initial plan you thought was going to work because you're the smartest man in the room, but it's not working, and now you don't know how to be aggressive enough to change that plan, to make bold moves, or to pull the trigger on one. He just seems timid. He seems like he's flustered right now and feeling the pressure he didn't think he's probably ever going to feel. And that kind of gets me to what I want to see tonight, which is, number one, and I feel like this is a cherry on top, doesn't have to happen tonight, would be nice to see is, can we just re-sign Patrick Kane already? Like, we've been talking about this for over almost 2 months. Mutual interest on his end, mutual interest on our end. You see all these other teams re-signing these guys where there's that mutual interest. Like, Steve, get it done. Unfortunately, a 36-year-old Patrick Kane is too important to let walk on this team. Like, you just can't let him walk.
And that's
you cannot for the power play.
Well, yeah, but see, the other side of it is that's a guy who never takes penalty kill shifts. That's a guy who is 36.
Right.
And so Nick, I think you said it best. It's unfortunate that it's this important because
exactly, Mike.
That scares me.
It's scary because that's how bad this roster has been, construed. And the other thing too is pick 13. Trade the pick. Either move up in the top 5, 6, whatever it needs to be to get a guy who you know will be a good piece of this core in 2-3 years and be a big part of it, or trade the pick like we've all been asking for, package it in a deal for some proven NHL talent on the blue line or forward.
Yeah.
And this whole goalie market thing is just bothering me even more. Oh, the Red Wings want to be active in the goalie market.
Yeah, who?
This is one of the worst goalie markets I've ever seen. Like, who are you going to get that's going to be a game changer, Steve?
Nick,
Nobody.
Nick, here's the other thing. Work with me on this, because Rico knows what I'm about to say. When they made that trade to acquire, Paul Rudd or whoever they got at the deadline, Craig Smith or whatever, they took on their own volition a $5 million Peter Mrazek. What?
Oh.
How?
Oh. What are we, again, that's my point. Like, what's the plan, Steve? Like, what are we trying to do here? What's the next step of this? It just seems like, no pun intended, he's just winging it, and he's allowed to. And it's just mind-blowing to me.
Yeah, and the funny thing is, when that deal was made, there were people high-fiving in that room. Said, yes, yeah, we got Mrazek.
Okay, no. I refuse that scene on principle. No. Oh, my God, no.
Well, I mean, every room, way to go.
We got our guy.
Yeah.
Tell me it was someone in pro scouting looking at the wrong stat column. Like they were looking at prime Carey Price before his knees blew out. And they're like, we got to steal. Actually, Bob, scroll down one more column.
At this point, based on what our pro scouting has done, it wouldn't surprise me if that was the case, Mike.
But you understand the absurdity of Wings want to be active in goalie market. Cutscene. You took on a god-awful goalie at $5 million last deadline that you're stuck with.
Right.
So then you juxtapose it with, all right, this guy's becoming the new Scott Frost. This'll be the year Kosa's up. So you add $5 million goalie, and you want more goalie, and flowchart, Kosa's still over.
Make it make sense.
I can't, and that's where I lean on the hockey elite.
This will be the year we trade our first-round pick. No, it won't. It wasn't last year. This is exactly we had this. What is this, Groundhog Day? We had this conversation this time last.
The craziest thing is, look at the Islanders with what they did with Dobson, and part of it is what Darsh is trying to do is it's probably a rebuild. The Islanders have cap space, a lot of it. And the Islanders apparently want first-round picks, a lot of them, because they want to go up and get James Higgins, who's a Long Island native, right? Hit the siren. Boo! But, I mean, if you call him with pick 13, and you go, all right, here's the deal. I need you to take out all of our trash plus. I mean, you haven't done a buyout. You haven't done anything. The Islanders would probably do a cartwheel to have 13, 16, and 17 to try to move up to 5, 6, 7 and get Higgins.
That'll get you in the top 10.
But I look at it and I'm like, it's what Nick said. There's nothing happening. And you're like, what's the plan here?
And that's the frustration. Is I think because you're not seeing anything in the past couple of years has shown you nothing. So it's you want to love, but it's hard because you don't see anything.
The other thing I'm getting a little tired of, I'm going to be honest, this whole, Stevie's going to take it down to the deadline in negotiations. It's like, all right, sweet. You're going to beat up a 36-year-old man for $500,000? Is that what we're doing? We're going to treat Patrick Kane like a piñata when he's one of the only power play, savants we have? It's just, I mean, Kenny, you know what I'm saying. The whole dragging of the feed and Stevie's drawing hard lines in this. Right, maybe that's why we're bad.
And I think there was an article from The Athletic that came out during the season. I think it was close to trade deadline where agents called him hard to deal with, like one of the harder ones to deal with in the NHL. It's all starting to make a lot of sense if that's the case.
Correct. Let him cook. Hey, all bots, welcome. If you want him to use the 13th pick tonight, tell us why. I want to hear rationale, okay? FanDuel, nothing says summer fun like adding excitement to the game. Maybe you're out back, watching on your phone even, you're by the pool. Whatever it is, FanDuel's got you covered. You can play on the fly. Whether it's the draft that took place this week, NHL draft. If you're betting the NHL draft, I'm going to need you to step back and probably log out. But certainly baseball. Bet 5, get 150 in bonus bets if your first bet wins. You can open the FanDuel app today or visit FanDuel.com/ticket. 21 and up, present Michigan. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issue. Non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions do apply. See terms, sportsbook.fanduel.com. You got a gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Okay.
All right, take it easy. But we've rapped about the Red Wings a lot. We're going to get right back to the phones. It's simple. They're picking at 13. The question tonight is why. If you think we're a couple of bleep holes, cool. Wojo, who loves these teams and really takes an act of God for him to critique them. Wojo's column today. Steve, you can't use this pick tonight. You got to trade it.
Yeah.
Noah Dobson got dealt, if you're just joining the show, and to another Eastern Conference team. He's a Montreal Canadian, and they gave up very little for a 25-year-old cornerstone defenseman. He signed an 8-year extension, 9.5 AAV. Montreal gave up picks 16 and 17, and essentially their version of Jonathan Berggren. Where were you? I mean, again, even in the moments leading up to the trade, Columbus was circling the waters that pick 14 was going to be involved. The Islanders were looking for picks. You had the highest pick of any of the teams interested. Now, if you're going to tell me, listen, bleep hole, they're signing Ekblad. Okay, respect. I'm not yelling about it. But we don't know that they're signing Ekblad. And factually, the teams like Pierre LeBrun put out today be on the lookout for Dallas and Utah. Now, that's a weird way of spelling Detroit. Maybe I need a different Rosetta Stone.
And I need like a horn every time a team gets linked with a player that I want that isn't Detroit, because it just happened again. St. Louis, Bowen Byram. That's another thing that just happened right now. There's no deal yet, but there's interest, there's smoke, there's whispers. I'm going
to be very, very honest, and I people get very sensitive because of their adoration, and much of it is justified for what Yzerman did here. But as a front office executive, I don't care what he did as a player, and I don't care what he did in Tampa. I care what you're doing now. That's like a contractor who has built you a money pit, but you say, well, the last 3 houses he built were beautiful. Right. Yeah, well, he effed mine. Yeah. I don't care. It is approaching Office Space levels for me. When the Bobs come to town, what would you say you do here?
Well, and I think we were talking in the break with Kenny and Paul. The fact that
you're not calling him Windy today?
I'm not calling him Windy. He's Paul Serra.
Thank you for showing him the respect he deserves.
I was calling Windhorse Paul Serra. That's what I was doing. But no, it's the lack of confidence you're feeling just coming off of Stevie's last press conference, where you get the no and the daydreaming and kind of it seems like don't question me. I know what I'm doing. It didn't make you feel like, okay, big things are in the works. It was kind of like, wait, if
it's a week from now and they got Robertson and Ekblad,
then he pulled the okie doke.
Everyone's going to be thrilled,
right?
But we're dealing reality today.
He fooled us all, but I'm just saying, until that happens, I think that's why you see a lot of people are feeling that way. It's just like, dude, what are you doing? Like, we want to support you, but you got to help us out here. What are you doing?
If they use the pick at 13, Kenny, what's your reaction tonight?
Initially, my reaction would be anger, but at this point, I'm expecting him fully to use it, so it would just be like, well...
You've given up, haven't you?
Yes, I have. It's prove me wrong. Go ahead. Make the pick. I believe you will. And I will be very surprised if he does not.
Okay.
Go get your Bear jersey?
Yeah, right.
Let's go to John, 97.1. Johnny, how you doing, buddy?
Hey, how's it going, guys? Can you hear me all right?
Yeah, John. Thanks for your patience, man. I know it took a little bit. Go ahead.
Yeah, you're good. You're good. So I'm with Kenny. I've given up, and nothing that happens tonight will probably make me any happier or maybe more excited. Look forward to the next season. I mean, you guys are talking about, Bowen Byram's out there and Aaron Ekblad's out there. Well, guess what? I know Steve is not going to sign those guys. He's only signed one free agent that was worth getting off the pot for, and that guy was DeBrincat, who wanted to come here. I mean, he doesn't make any moves, and I want to add him to the worst GM of Detroit Mount Rushmore, alongside Matt Millen, Troy Weaver, and Bob Quinn.
Oh, man. Wow. I mean, John, I'll be ready if they don't do anything this summer and they're not good this year, they don't make a huge step forward. I guess we could. John, that's a rough list to be a part of. That is rough.
Well, I mean, he hasn't. I mean, what are we doing? I'm 31 years old. I grew up with the playoff streak and all that and whatever. Sure. I watched Steve play, but like Kenny said earlier, we are worse than the Dead Wings right now.
Yeah, and John,
make any moves.
The question of what are we doing? When you say what are we doing, that's my response. I'm with you. I don't know, because the plan feels like I can do whatever I want. I'm in no rush. I don't care what any of you idiots think, and this might take 12 years. That's what it feels like. I'm not saying that's what they show up at work every day thinking. It's just, yeah, John, for a week that was supposed to be stuff and things, they've literally done nothing, and I can't explain it.
And he's going to make that pick tonight, and we'll be talking about, wait till, Max Clark in 5 years, or, Kosa and things and stuff.
Yeah, the Kosa thing is really fascinating too, John, because you see the reports that the Wings want to be in the goalie market, and then you're going, all right, what are we doing here? Like,
do the Islanders want to do a goalie swap for Mrazek?
I mean, look, if the Islanders are tearing it down, they'd be your dance partner, because they're trading an $8 million goalie. We'd have to take the $5 million back. But yeah, you're going to pay through
all three goalies that we have now.
I don't, John. Please don't break my balls. I don't need all three. I'll take one to help you out. But come on, no. I mean, John, listen, you got it, man.
Goalie Groupon.
Yeah, John's like, you get a go here. Take them all. John's walking out to his work truck and he's got them all in a satchel like Santa Claus. He's got Mrazek's arm sticking out of the bag. No,
you buy something in a garage. You know what? Just take all of it. You can have it all.
I mean, Kenny, I never got a clear answer from you though. In a world, would you even call the Islanders on Sorokin?
Sure. Yeah. No problem. Especially considering the reports that Yzerman is looking for a goalie. I think with a team that's looking to unload something like that, yeah, that's a perfect dance partner.
Because in essence, look, let's separate again, if you don't like him, I'm not mad at you. All right. But all I'm saying is his rock bottom this year, he still finished 5th in Vezina voting. I don't know what to tell you. Well, he's never won a cup. Islanders don't win cups. It's where careers go to die. The point is, his salary would largely be offset by you getting rid of Peter Mrazek. Like, the Islanders have $22 million in space. But to make this deal, you would package Mrazek in it. So Sorokin cost you $3 million, 3.5, right?
Okay.
Then you just launched Tarasenko into space. Mrazek and Tarasenko equal Sorokin. Now, again, the picks, the prospects, the pain point, no, you're going to have to pay. Because even the new GM of the Isles, he's going to look at this and go, all right, look, if I'm getting rid of our superstar goalie, albeit off a buy low year, I have to get not monumental return, but it ain't going to beat this Dobson thing. And for people who doubt it and go, I wouldn't give up anything, look at what goalies go for in the rare occasions they get dealt. Goalies are quarterbacks and quarterbacks are goalies. If you have one, you hang on.
So you're hoping he has that resurgent here, comes here, fix the problem.
Yeah.
He's your guy.
Look, Sorokin has put a lot of good tape.
He's your
out
Bobrovsky.
He is. At his best, he'll straight up win you games. On his own accord. He will goalie other teams at his best.
Yeah, he's a Vezina candidate at his best.
Yeah, I think his highest finish in the Vezina was 2nd. But he's always top 5. Has he struggled a little bit in the playoffs? Yes. I'm not going to lie to you. But, guys,
playoffs.
You said in the playoffs, though, right?
Playoffs.
Yeah, see, the playoffs are actually – so it's weird. There's a second season after the regular season that if you're good enough, you qualify for what's called the playoffs.
Huh.
And you play – it's crazy. Have you ever seen this thing? It's called Stanley Cup. You play for this unbelievable trophy.
That's what that is.
And there's a guy who wears a wig with white gloves, and he carries it around. You play for that.
I vaguely remember that.
I don't know. And I'm not endorsing it. I was just offering it that there's some smoke that the Islanders are at least fielding calls on Sorokin and Matthew Barzal. You do what you want. I don't care anymore. I quit. Honestly. Go sign Mike Vernon. All right. I'm done. 97.1. All right, it's a bold move, but we're going to ask Kenny to read. Ticket text, please.
You know what? I'm not going to read just for that. Jeez, the slander on a daily basis. Wow. Yzerman never makes any moves. Don't get your hopes up. That's from Keith in Fraser.
Damn you, Keith.
Sorry, Mike, we don't have room for Noah Dobson. Steve just re-signed William Lagesson.
That's the difference, no doubt.
We are one Lagesson away from a cup, that is for sure. When any Detroit team doesn't make trades, you just get FOMO, and it's kind of sad. That's from Will.
Look, let me address that too, and then I'll go to the callers. I fully admit my frustration across all sports. It like bleeds over into the next team. I'm admitting this to you. But the Wings are truly in a grocery aisle of their own. Like if you get frustrated with the Pistons or the Tigers or the Lions in action, that's one thing. The Red Wings are in a different section of the grocery store where I don't think it's wrong in the least to be not even sad about not making moves, but like angry, demanding. Does that make sense, or do I sound like more of a bleep hole than I already am?
No, it makes, like I said, it makes sense. And I think a lot of that stems from the fact that you didn't get the vote of confidence coming from Steve's last press conference to end the season.
Where he was daydreaming.
Right, like, because this is going to sound, you know they take it serious, but when you're daydreaming, it's like, dude, are you taking this serious? Because fans are. Fans want to see winning, and it's just like, that's not what you expect to hear from your leader. It's just, I'm sorry, could you repeat that? I wasn't listening. Yeah.
Let's go to the people. By the way, Noah Dobson's a Canadian, and they basically traded a bowl of poutine to get him. Let's go to Bobby, 97.1. What's up, Bobby?
Mike, happy Friday.
Happy Friday, buddy. What's going on?
I'm with everyone. He's not going to do it. I want bold. You want bold. The city wants bold. I packaged 13. I packaged 44, whatever prospects it takes. I'm looking to go to Boston. They had a fire sale at the deadline. Marchand's not safe. Nobody's safe. Go after McAvoy or Pasternak. Like, I want bold, and I don't even want him to trade up. If he trades up, I don't think that even the top 5 have much immediate impact as trading for someone. You know, so it's like, I don't even want him to trade that.
I mean,
At that point,
Bobby, my team's got the number 1 pick. You don't see me doing cartwheels. This is a year that there isn't that type of player. I mean, even whether it was the Misa kid, Hagens, Schaefer, I'm not sitting here telling you I'm grinding tape on minor leagues. You just read what experts have to tell you, and it's just not that type of year.
Exactly. So I don't see any benefit of trading up. Just to answer your question, making the pick, disappointed. And just to echo the point, we are at a point where we have to sign Patrick Kane in the last minute at 36 years old to get anyone happy in this town. What is going on, man?
God. See, Bobby, I hold an unpopular opinion, and like caller Nick said this best about 40 minutes ago. It's sad that it's this way. And you're right, Bobby, that you probably have to. I don't want to. I don't want to sign Patrick Kane. I don't want a player who's turning 37. And you're right.
We're all hanging on.
Right.
It's all we have.
But it's a move. It's something.
Is it?
It's something, but it's just not good enough. Flat out. It's just not good enough, man.
No.
We need bold.
It's a move. If you're in the desert, you'll drink dirty water because it's something.
I guess so, man. But if it's that and some bottom 6 help and maybe defensive depth, I'm sorry. But William Lagesson, I'm sorry, but that's just not good enough.
No, man, Bobby made me sadder. This is
like everything's going to be great, man. They're going to get Ekblad. They're going to get Robertson. It's going to be a great offseason. We're going to second round, maybe third round of the playoffs.
Is it wrong that this Dobson thing has sent me into a little bit of a tailspin?
It shouldn't send you into a tailspin in a vacuum. But if you look, this happens every year with this team. Is like they're not even rumored with some of these guys.
Right, and it sent you into a tailspin because you saw what he went for.
And
you're
it's
like,
also
you know what?
a player I'm familiar with. It's a player from my team. It's a player I've watched. He is exactly what this team needs. And he's 25.
Hey,
like
man.
timeline-wise.
Give it time. Stevie's the G in lasagna.
He fits your cup window, and also you wouldn't have had to give that much up to.
Cup window. You mean the one that envelops your balls? Because it sure as hell ain't the Stanley Cup.
It's the hope when you sign long-term prospects, Michael. Let me just, now you're making me sad.
This MF said cup window. Are you cup window? You mean coffee cup? I made the playoffs in a decade. He's talking cup windows.
Maybe he's talking the stainless steel Stanley Cup.
The Sports Illustrated commemorative.
Yeah.
If they can't be a cup contender within the Cider Raymond, extension window, then I'm sorry. That's not good enough.
Can we make the playoffs first?
Mike, I'm trying to get there, damn it.
Okay.
You're making me sad.
You almost made it.
Let's go to Tony, 97.1. Tony, what's going on?
Afternoon, gentlemen.
Afternoon, T. What's going on, buddy?
For a point of reference, Mike, I don't know if you'll remember this, but a few months back, I was the one that admitted to being the hockey gambling degenerate that was gambling against the Red Wings.
Yes. This was a very stressful call you provided.
Oh, my God. I want the Red Wings to take the 13th pick and trade me for a new GM right now. Right this very minute.
Oh, boy.
Like, how is Hull still on this team?
I don't know. I don't know how Tarasenko's here. I don't know.
Mike, you remember, I'm not busting your balls when I say this, Mike. Remember last year when you were talking about the Tigers and you were making fun of them? Oh, we can't sign this veteran because it's blocking
the kids.
So it's the kid. You're literally doing that with the Red Wings right now.
But you know what's interesting, Tony, is outside of Casper, we haven't played any of the kids. I mean, you could say Bergeron if you want to, but like all the people that we are excited about, we don't play.
Right, but Michael, that's my point, okay? Wallander, like I'm a hockey geek. Every report you read about this defenseman, he is more than ready for the NHL. And he just finished his second year in Grand Rapids. Think about Johansson. The only reason we got to see how good of a defenseman he was that slob, Petrie, and Chirac got hurt, and they were forced to play him.
More pro scouting.
Think about Casper. He was playing the fourth line, 8 minutes a night. When did Dylan Larkin and Lucas Raymond go on fire? Oh, Casper gets moved up to the first line. When does DeBrincat and King go on fire? Oh, they put Casper at his natural position of center, and he catches fire. And yet, all we hear about is these prospects, but we have these slobs at the pro team that are literally blocking their way.
And, Tony, that's what's frustrating is it feels like the Wings are close.
Michael, it makes me want to drive into traffic.
Well, let's not do that. Don't do that. But especially it's sunny on a Friday. Let's not do that.
Do you realize that the Buffalo Sabres literally traded arguably a top six forward for a third and a fourth liner?
Oh, Peterka. Why do you think I was angry at this Dobson thing, Tony? Because Peterka was rumored to be the centerpiece of a package to the Islanders. That's a kid with another step in development. He's going to be an all-star. And the Sabres went full Sabre. They traded Peterka for like a cup of ice cream.
So you're telling me we could have sent Bergeron in the 13th and got him?
I don't know. Look, I don't know.
But Mike, what is your golden rule about rumors in all major sports? If a team is sniffing around, you'll read about it.
Yeah, that's true. That is true. That you're right.
Somebody will report something.
Right. And again, Tony, I know what the bots are going to say to us. Well, Stevie moves in silence. That doesn't exist in 2025. It doesn't. Now, look, we're due for an Iser bomb. Like, you're due for something to come out of left field. Will it happen tonight? Sure as hell don't know. It's why we're doing the topic. We're rooting for it. We want it. Maybe he's got it all laid out. Maybe tonight they kick off the draft and they're like, we have breaking news. Tarasenko has been launched into space on a SpaceX rocket. And that's the kickoff.
Wojo's article has me feeling confident about that because Wojo doesn't put information out there like that.
Okay, listen, I want you to be right. Big time. 248-539-9797. Hungry Howie's. Great deal to kick off the weekend. A large one-topping pizza, your choice of 8 irresistible flavored crusts, $8.99. You don't feel like cooking. Make it easy on yourself. Go to Hungry Howie's. In-house made dough, real cheese, and over 20 toppings to choose from. The deal is simple. Just download the app or go to hungryhowies.com. That's it. Start your order. The only give back, it's online carryout. So I'm sorry to burden you with that. You have to actually pick up your pizza. But it's $8.99. It's a large one topping, and it's just in time for the weekend. Only at Hungry Howie's, limited time only. We'll get to a blitz top of the hour. I want to make sure we get to all our callers on this Red Wing stuff. The draft is tonight. Blockbuster trade in the NHL. Of course, it didn't feature the Wings, but it sure as hell featured another team in the East. Noah Dobson went to the Canadiens, and really for a very, very paltry return. Pick 16 and 17 in a Berggren-level prospect. Where were you? And again, if you're going to call up and you want, and I want to credit Red Wing fan. No one has called up drinking Stevie's bathwater today. No one has even tried. But the question, it kind of falls in line with Wojo's column. What do you want them to do with this 13th pick? And so far, not a single person has called up saying use the pick. Everyone is almost aligned with just trade this. What are we doing? We need help.
Yeah, it'd be a disappointment if you see the Wings up there making that selection at 13.
You know what's always funny, though? Like, we're sitting here now, and you know somewhere in the world, someone who purports to be a media member, it might just be a kid in his basement writing a blog, I don't know, someone will defend the selection tonight and absolutely sell you electricity around the player they drafted. I always want to do like a mental study on those people. Like, the whole world feels one way, and then there's going to be someone, and it'll be like,
you know why? I'm just going to tell you why, and you're going to get angry, and you're going to probably flip me off, and I really don't care. It's been a long week. But so they can say, I was right. I got in early on this person and said this person was going to be
the desire to be right is the undoing of any good content. That is
now, if
not.
You feel that person is really, like, you've seen this person play since Pee Wee hockey, and you've just been following their
Where, in
career.
the fjords of Sweden?
Right, and it's just like, you know what? Wow, I've actually seen this kid, and this kid is good. Okay.
Right, but still.
But if you say, hey, he's going to be a difference maker. He's going to come up, and in a couple of years, he'll be a 40-point scorer.
Wow, a whole 40 points, huh?
Just saying.
All right. Got yourself a regular.
Couple of years.
I just wonder. All right,
can I ask you a follow-up question based on something you asked me earlier in the show?
No.
Okay.
Yes, of course. What's up?
Yeah, I told you, Kenny. Long week.
So you asked me basically what I think is going to happen tonight, all of that. What's your surprise level if he makes that pick at 13? How surprised, on a scale of 1 to 10, 10 being I'm very, 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 very surprised, 1 being I'm not at all.
1.
That's exactly right.
I know in my heart that that's probably the likely outcome, and the only thing I have is hope, which is not a strategy. I'm hopeful that pick will not be used by this team, that it'll be weaponized in a trade. But no, 1. And then even further, I don't even know who it would be. I just almost feel like I'm going to see the Swedish flag on TV. It's just going to be a Swede.
Swedish player, German player, something like that.
Oh, yeah. Okay, good talk. I thought there was a follow-up there. Let's go to Paul, 97.1. Paulie, what's going on, buddy?
Whoa, Mike, Rico. Was that Paul, Sarah, that you were talking to just now, or was that Kenny?
That was Kenny.
Okay, so between the three of you, please help me out here, because I'm trying to understand why it is the Red Wings haven't spent money the way they should have. Now, is it because the Tigers have been so successful? And, I mean, does the money cross over because you got one owner?
No, because one sport has a cap, the other sport doesn't. The Red Wings have played near the cap or at the cap. Now, they have free agent dollars, and free agency starts July 1st. So that's where I can't get bent out of shape about that from a Red Wing perspective, Paul.
Well, I am too, and that's the reason why I called, because I'm like in lockstep with everybody else. They need to trade this pick. There's no reason to even make a pick tonight. I don't understand what he's doing. All right. Yes, I understand the fact that he was successful in Tampa Bay, but that doesn't mean that you can carry that over with you just because he's won, with another team. All right. There's got to be something going on here that we don't see, or that we are not seeing at all, or he's pulling the wool over everybody's eyes and he's just going to pull something. So I guess that's the reason why I need your guys' help, because I'm still trying to understand why nothing has happened.
Now, listen, if you end up, and again, I don't think this is going to happen, but if you ended up in free agency with $20 million in space, you then would be able to complain about spending. But that has not been the Wings' issue. The issue has been their pro scouting department, led by Chris Draper, has been amongst the league's worst, because what you spend on is awful. That's just
you're
truth.
not seeing the result, right?
Now they've got plenty of cap space to operate. I am hopeful we have players we're excited to see as a byproduct of that. But as we head into the draft tonight, Kenny, don't look at me that way. As we head into the draft tonight, no, I'm losing faith that a trade will be a part of it. But guess what? Draft night is yet to happen. I'm leaving a space open for hope. Because that's all I have. I don't have any evidence. I don't have any rumors. We don't have nothing.
This is actually personal growth for you. What? No, it is. No, because normally you're angry. You're actually willing to let it play out.
Because what choice do I have? The draft's in 3 hours. What do you want me to do?
Right, but I'm saying it's personal growth. You're normally angry. You're letting.
I am angry.
You want the most likely outcome? Is they do nothing or they make the pick in the draft and then they get $4 or $5 million players, and that's the offseason. Because that's every offseason. Could you see that happening on a scale of 1 to 10, Mike?
I'd be a 5. Kenny, it is unthinkable for them to simply burn their hand on the stove again and repeat everything they've done. Kenny, look, on a business perspective alone, separate the hockey. On a business perspective alone, they are entering their centennial season. This is going to be a big deal for them. They have special events planned, a special logo. It's all over the city of Detroit. They're changing the center ice logo. This is a big thing for them. Kenny, on a business perspective alone, they got to get this right.
Does it feel at all to you like they have a big plan every offseason, but then a few things go wrong and they're like, I guess we'll just go back. We'll just react to that instead.
We'll fix it later.
Yeah, exactly.
It's basically what it feels like.
And that's what I feel like is happening
later.
right now. It's flipping through our fingers.
So you're asking an opinion on they have a plan, but then they either can't execute it or get skittish?
Like they have a player. They have a guy that they want to get, whether it's, like, let's say it was Dobson. They were like, all right, Dobson's a big fish for us. We're going to try to hunt him down. If not, we'll try for Ekblad. If not, and then some other team.
Look, I'm still holding out hope that by the time we do radio together Monday, they have Ekblad. I don't know what else to say because that's all I have left. The Dobson thing to me was handed to them. The Islanders wanted picks. You had the highest pick. You had the need. You have the prospects. You have the space. That just seemed like a natural. Now, if they like Ekblad better, their prerogative. But it's just, man, all week this Dobson thing felt like, hell, there were guys who make their life writing about hockey saying, if he's moved, it's Detroit. Those aren't my words.
Well, it's one of those, because it seems so easy that's when you start saying, yeah, it's not going to happen.
Kenny painted a very dark scenario. 248-539-9797. We can get more to calls in the mix. I know we're going to do football today. We'll have Who Said It in the 4 o'clock hour as well. 97.1.
Brought to you by Precision Garage Door Services of Southeast Michigan. There's a new course record at the Rocket Classic for the second straight day. Jake Knapp shot an even score yesterday, and today was 11 under, propelling him over 100 spots on the leaderboard. Currently, he's tied for sixth right now. Chris Kirk and Philip Knowles are tied for first with overall scores of under 14. The Tigers have begun selling standing room only tickets for their series finale against the Twins Sunday, which means the AL Central battle is close to a sellout. Tim Kurchin will be a part of the coverage for ESPN there, and he gave us a look into the state of the Twins. The 7:10 first pitch can be heard right here on the ticket as long as the rain holds off. Right now there's a severe thunderstorm watch in place for Wayne County, which is set to last until 9. Islanders star Noah Dobson has been traded to the Canadiens and in turn receives an 8-year extension at $9.5 million per. The defenseman logged 39 points last season. The draft coming up tonight. The Wings set to select at 13th. It all begins at 7. A Michael Jordan autograph rookie card has just sold for $2.5 million at auction. That's the highest price paid for any Jordan rookie and the third highest for any card of the former Bull superstar in general. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, brief timeout, touch table on some football before we get back to business. Kenneth, music. We have Tesh live at Red Rocks.
Yes, sir. Let's wrap up the NBA draft.
Thank God.
was night number 2. You know, let's just start it off like this. Mike, should the NBA just go back to doing the draft in one night?
Yes, and it should be as a lightning round, speed round. 5 minutes between picks in the second round. Also, enough with the trades. Enough. You don't want your pick forfeited. Trade it in for a sub sandwich. Enough.
I want to say, I think there was 18 trades.
Insanity. Yes, one night. And also, for the love of God, upgrade the coverage. It's atrocious.
And maybe not hold it in the Barclays garage area.
That was a tough look last night.
It was.
All right, they're one step from hosting at the Knights of Columbus. That was a tough deal last night.
Right. Okay, so we like to play this game. How many players drafted in the NBA draft were transfers in college?
All of them.
No, there's a number. See if you can guess the number. 59 picks.
45.
59 no. A little too high.
Okay, I'm
Kenny,
done.
you want to jump in?
As a guess over here. Yeah, I was just telling Kenny 38.
20. Just 20.
That doesn't feel accurate. But I'll tell you why. Okay, foreign players can't transfer. They're playing for, the Belgrade All-Stars. Okay. I wish you would have subtracted the foreign players. That would have been more fair.
Okay.
But you're not a fair man.
I'm not.
Go ahead.
Mike. Okay, Mike. Duke had all 5 people in their starting lineup get drafted. last night.
That's how you win championships. Tom Izzo.
They actually didn't win the championship last night. But
it gives you a chance.
They made one step further than Can you stay focused?
Okay.
Okay. Can you name the last 2 teams that had all 5 starters get drafted?
09 North Carolina?
No.
They had 5 first-round picks. Who?
No. I'm saying in that season, not guys who stayed and played a couple years.
Oh, dear God. The whole starting 5 in the same year?
Yes.
Is this...
One's a blue blood. Well, actually 2.
Yeah, a Kentucky team of some form.
Yeah, 2012, Kentucky.
Was that the Anthony Davis, John Wall thing?
Yes.
Okay.
And 06. Oh, UConn. Rudy Gay.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep. That's a tough question. It's a good question. That's a tough one.
You know what?
That's
I'm
not easy.
channeling my inner Mike.
Yeah.
Things. Sports.
Stuff.
What do Caleb Love, Mark Sears, R.J. Louise and Hunter Dickinson all have in common.
All undrafted ball hogs.
All undrafted, and all will be taking a pay cut.
Yeah, for sure.
Yes. It now makes more sense for you to stay in college if you're not going to be that first or second round pick.
That's right.
You just stay in college. You collect your money.
And play.
So, yeah.
Hunter Dickinson's going to have a rude awakening when that check hits on Friday.
Mike, what do you make of this? According to some news reports, Ace Bailey not going out to Utah. He was, for those who don't know, Ace Bailey was selected 5th by the Utah Jazz. He made it a point to say, I only want to go to certain teams. Utah said, I don't care. I'm drafting you anyway.
Yeah.
Reports say he has not shown up yet.
I think it's stupid people getting stupid advice and getting stupid outcomes. I mean, Ace Bailey and his family hired someone who had never been an agent before. Trust me, I know what I'm doing. Yeah, would you trust a fireman with that? Like, it's insanity.
Yeah.
Well, guess what? Now the Jazz got you. You want to have a whole city turn on you before you collect a check? You're going to show up. You don't have any outs.
Yeah.
What a ridiculous situation.
I mean, he's doubling down on the whole, this is your chance to say, okay, how about we start fresh? Nah, I'm not going to be out there yet. You're seeing everybody flying out to their cities, even second rounders. He's not there yet. Another by the numbers for you, Mike. Average age of the first round selections.
19.5.
Oh, let's just go with 19.
Okay.
Way to go.
I mean, it just skews that way now. The one and dones, whether it's the G League stuff, which has calmed down a little bit, but the foreign players that get taken, you're not seeing the 30-year-old smoking Marlboro Reds walking down the aisle.
No.
Coming over, like Sabonis did. It's different now.
Average age of the second round selection.
23.
Not as high. 21.7.
Yeah, it's all the kids who stay in school. It's like the Chaz Laniers. It's a different thing.
It is, because what it's turning, it looks like the NBA has turned into freshmen, first day, or foreign players, and then the super seniors or seniors the second day.
Yes.
If you're in between, NIL is saying, you know what, I can make more money staying in college. All right. What are the Nets going to do?
Lose.
They have
a lot,
including their draft picks, 21 players. Do you like the 15 players are all signed, and then they just had 6 draft picks come in, 5 in the first round and 1 yesterday.
Trades and things, and I don't know. I've never seen anything like it. I didn't understand the strategy. It's too many picks.
I thought that they were going to use those picks to maneuver, move around, maybe go get that one player. But they said, you know what, how about we just take them all? That'll work. So,
and again, that's why they've been crucified league-wide. I mean, executives laughing at what they're doing. It's quite something.
Michael, if Cooper Flagg becomes a superstar in Dallas, and he doesn't get moved like Luka did.
Right.
By the age of 31, this is according to Sports Tracks. Do you know how much money he will accumulate?
$1 billion.
Very close.
It's true.
$900 million by the age of 30.
Yeah, the base rookie extension. Then you factor in all NBA status and the boosters. I mean, by the time he hits the Supermax by that point might be $75 million a year.
Yeah.
I mean, when you really think about it, so it'd be what, a 5-year, 4-year extension, 75 a pop. Dude, the numbers are getting crazy. Yeah, I don't doubt it at all.
All right, I want to finish this off with 3 things. Well, I guess 4. The Pistons taking your guy, Chaz Lanier, during a commercial.
I was bummed out because we got it right, and we didn't even get to watch it in real time. I'm like, damn it. Also, ESPN disrespected Detroit all night. They talked about seemingly every team in the East except the Pistons. I mean, they sat there. I mean, they were all like enjoying their popsicles, talking about the Atlanta Hawks being a threat. And I'm going, well, if you're going to talk about the Hawks, you're going to talk about the Pistons? It's like we don't exist.
Well, it's funny you mentioned that. With the trades and everything that the Atlanta Hawks have done, have they become a threat? Like, is this team now a team that, we talk about other teams in the East? Should we start including the Atlanta Hawks?
Look, they were in the play-in. They had a couple devastating injuries. They have talent. A threat to what? Do I ever think they're going to do what they did in 2021 and get to the ECF again? Probably not. Not with a balding point guard. But they have talent. They've drafted well. They added Porzingis, which makes you better in the margins. It can give you tons of lineup flexibility. Yeah, and guess what? They still have all summer now. They have the extra first-round pick because Joe Dumars is a dumbass. They can do some things this summer. So,
you know what?
Yeah.
It's like you're reading the script over
What?
here, Mike. What is going on in New Orleans?
Crack. Or maybe like Scarface, just big bowls of Coke. I don't know what the hell they
I feel
were
like
doing.
Stephen A. I mean, seriously, it's like,
Joe, you could have put a top 10 restriction on that pick. Atlanta still does the trade. An unprotected pick in a year that the Pels are almost assuredly going to be a lottery team. Joe.
So is New Orleans going to break this thing up? Like, what are they going to do?
Hold on. So break it up to be bad, but you gave away your own pick.
That's why it's the question. All right. Finally, what's going to happen with Giannis in Milwaukee? He said that he was monitoring all the picks that Milwaukee was making. Is he staying? Is he leaving? What do you think is going to happen with Giannis in Milwaukee?
Just feel like it's calmed down. I don't know what's changed. But if Milwaukee was going to do something, it would almost assuredly have to have been pre-draft so you could get existing capital to start a rebuild. Rico, I almost feel like maybe is he having second thoughts?
It kind of feels that way because I think he's trying to find every reason to stay. Like, okay, you got this guy. That's good enough for me because we've seen when players want out. I mean, Kevin Durant, I don't want to be here. And the next thing you know, he's being dealt again. Giannis, I do think he wants to try to run it back one more time. Giannis, to me, looks like the type of person that needs to always be liked. And if he leaves, then there are going to be people who won't like him. Oh, okay. Wow.
That was actually audio of Kenny the other night when he made his first friend.
No.
All right. That wraps up the NBA
Tremendous.
draft.
Joe Dumars is terrible.
We're still waiting to see what New Orleans is going to do. 97-1.
Summer heating up. What are you waiting on? Till it's 1,000 degrees and your power goes out? Call Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. You can upgrade your system now. Save up to 1,000. New AC. Save up to 1,000. Also, save up to 1,000 on a new furnace. For details or to schedule your free in-home estimate, call Mastercraft Honest Work. Great same-day service. When you call before noon, it's mastercraftheating.com. All right, we're going to knock down these phone calls, get to who said it. Red Wings NHL Draft tonight. It's been spirited by people. It's a question of just, okay, a whole week's gone by and they've done nothing. There's been no buyouts, no trades. Is tonight going to be fireworks? Is it just going to be Steve dutifully taking the 13th pick, almost out of spite? Do you think he makes a trade? Look, Wojo wrote the column that I think encapsulates how we feel and how many of you feel. There's no reason to use that pick tonight. Trade the damn thing. This is what you're here for. That's what the money's for. And look, it just adds to the topic that Noah Dobson got traded at like 158. The Islanders traded a cornerstone 25-year-old defenseman that, yes, they were losing leverage with because Lou Lamoriello screwed the organization last summer by not signing Dobson. But they only got pick 16 and 17 and a Berggren-esque prospect. Where were the Wings? Early in the week, you read, if he moves, it's Detroit. Where were the Wings?
Seemed logical.
Now he's a Canadian. Look, if you want to call up and say, look, you idiots, we don't need him, we're getting Ekblad, that's fine. But, guys, I want to know what you think's happening tonight, because Kenny's right. I mean, I feel like we are all collectively Urban Meyer on a golf cart eating sad pizza. They're going to take that 13th pick. It's going to be a Swede. And we're all going to look around and go, oh, my God, he did it again.
Yep. And we're going to wait for free agency only to find out. Okay, wow. No big splash the way we've been
right.
waiting.
Now, again, using the pick and having a good offseason aren't mutually exclusive. He could use the pick tonight, have a great free agency wrap, make a trade post-free agency. Look, if a week from now you're sitting here and Aaron Ekblad and Jason Robertson are Red Wings, bravo. But in the here and now, it's kind of like, man, are we asleep at the wheel? A lot of these teams are getting better. I mean, even, and I'm not pounding the desk on this, but like when J.J. Peterka got dealt, Kenny looked at me, I looked at him, I go, is there 2 first-round picks attached to that? Like, Buffalo got rid of a kid who's blossoming, and look, another step in development will be an all-star. They got rid of him for, like, filler. Well, we got lots of filler. Now, again, will Buffalo deal with us? Probably not. But that's what we're rapping about.
I get it.
Go ahead, Kenny. I'm sorry. You were.
No, I was just going to say, and now we have Dobson in our own division, so that's great. And we weren't rumored or with him or with Peterka or with anybody else. And that's what I'm tired of. If it was just Dobson in a vacuum, just that, if that was all, that would be fine. I would be like, all right, I guess they just weren't interested. But year over year over year, offseason over offseason, it seems like we're never rumored with these guys. The last time we weren't even, I mean, we weren't rumored with DeBrincat when we got him, but if you want to do the operates in silence argument, but it never seems like we're rumored with any of these guys.
Let's go to Bob, 97.1. Bobby, what's going on, pal?
Yeah, hi. I've been listening to you guys. I got a little bit of different take. Number one, I'm not the least bit upset that they didn't get Noah Dobson. Guy's a solid minus 16 for the Islanders last year. Great 10-goal scorer. $9.5 million. Don't need him with Simon Edvinsson. Don't need him with Sider. Don't need him with Sandin Pellikka coming up and everything. Would have been a waste. The other thing is I'm looking at the Red Wings roster here and everything. I want to see Dylan Larkin gone. That's what I want to see. The guy ranks about number 35 to 40 in the NHL in scoring. He's not considered a number 1 or number 2 center by almost any other team in the NHL, and every other team in the NHL feels it's okay to cross-check him in the face, in the neck, in the back, and punch him too, because that's what he is. He's a punching bag. Going along with him is Mr. Michael Rasmussen, the biggest sack of beans at 6'6" in the NHL I've ever seen. This guy never finishes a check, always late to the point of contesting the puck and everything, relatively mediocre and everything. He's a waste. So, and he's got size. Other guys like Tyler Mott, Justin Holl, and everything, we know what they are, Tarasenko. The other thing I want to say is this. When you guys are talking about getting players and everything, the only guy I want to see him get right now is Aaron Ekblad, because Aaron Ekblad won a Stanley Cup, and he won it playing on a team where you had to give anything and everything, whether it meant breaking a guy's neck or his leg or getting yours broken, the way Dan Campbell makes his team play physical. That's how the Panthers are. Every other team out there, like the Maple Leafs with Marner and Austin Matthews, the Oilers with, Connor McDavid and Draisaitl, you can have the greatest players that put your team's fans fans in the seats and everything, but they can't win a Stanley Cup. I want to see them go ahead and get Kucherov. I want to see him go ahead and get Radko Gudas for my third pair of defensemen. I want to see Steve Yzerman put together a grind line and pound with his fourth line. I don't care if there's more fights. Gary Bettman wants UFC coming back. He doesn't want you watching it on ESPN UFC. He wants you coming to the NHL and seeing it. Yzerman needs to put together a tough team, the same way the Panthers are. They out-physicaled everybody. They had great goaltending, and you can get these guys like Robertson and everything. Sorry, they're not winning Stanley Cups. So I don't blame Yzerman at all for not getting some of these guys. The league is really thin on talent and everything. Overpaying Noah Dobson $9.5 million a year for 8 years. What a waste of money. That's my opinion on it. To see what you guys say.
Yeah, I like a lot of what you said. I just think your Dobson opinion is atrocious.
The plus minus thing, that's what we're doing.
Welcome to 1985.
The Islanders
also,
were terrible.
Yeah, circumstantial kind of matters here. It's like taking Red Wing goaltending statistics and just pinning it just on them. Your penalty kill is horrific. He's a consensus top 20 defenseman, a year removed from a 70-point season, which, Bob, you sound pretty smart, so I'm just going to be smart with you. You know what you did. You did a ratty thing. You cherry-picked a bad year where the kid was hurt and on a team that fell apart. Year prior, he had over 60 assists. He plays huge minutes. He's physical. He's 25. And by anyone who covers the league, a top 20 defenseman. Everything else you said, I can live with. Your Dobson take was really, that's rough.
I always get hung up on the plus minus people. It's because unless it's way too much one way or way too much the other way, plus minus does not mean
Plus
anything.
minus is like batting average. It's passé. There's just better metrics to dictate who you are.
It's how you win or not.
You don't have to go all the way down to Corsi and Fenwick, but plus minus, no, I'm not.
There's just a middle ground. Everything else he said, I'm not angry about. And he's got to look. Bob wants moves. He wants different moves. We don't argue about the Ekblad thing.
He wants to get tougher. I don't disagree with that either.
No, the point is, don't act like Noah Dobson is some foof, or Noah Dobson is this overrated pylon.
Or he brings up Jason Robertson. It's like, I would love to have him on my team.
Yeah, you want to knock Robertson because he's a couple years removed from being a 40-goal scorer? You want to knock him because he hasn't recaptured that form? Do it. That's fine. You want to knock a Zegras because he isn't the player he was the first 2 years in the league? These are all discussion points. But when you call up and you basically use a top 20 defenseman as a bidet, that's a bit of an issue. Like, that's an objectively bad take. Come on now.
And
the
he
rest
also wants fights. So.
And I'm not mad at it. Yeah. Hell, didn't the Flyers just hire a UFC coach to teach them how to fight? Let's do more of that.
I thought Bettman didn't want that anymore.
Who cares what he wants?
Okay.
Nice toupee.
Personal.
Okay. Bettman bothers me. I don't like it. All right, we'll go to John, 97.1. Johnny, what's going on, bud?
What's happening? How you guys doing today?
Good. What's up, man?
I think that there's a lot. Well, what Bob said was the Larkin thing's a little bit crazy. Same thing with Dawkins, but I do agree with the getting physical. But
yeah, and again, Larkin has a no movement clause. That would be a complicated thing to pull off.
Correct. To even think that, it's kind of like I feel like you're missing any of the broad strokes of the big picture here. But to answer the question you've been asking, what's Stevie going to do? He's going to take the 13 because that's what the Ilitches are going to tell him to do. The root cause of all this, there's people ready to have Stevie's head on a pike right now. But the answer is it comes down from ownership. And the answer is when all the ticket sales, all of the merchandise sales, the hardcore Red Wings fans are still living on the heyday that old man Ilitch did. And how did he do it? He broke open that checkbook. You got to go out there. The reason why we're not making the moves, the reason why we're not going and pursuing free agents, the reason why we're not bringing in a championship caliber team is because the Ilitch family is perfectly happy selling out every single game, selling piles of jerseys and hats because Detroit sports fans are perfectly comfortable with supporting an okay team. You could take that from the Red Wings. You could take it from the Pistons. You could take it from 5 centuries of Lions fans. It doesn't matter as long as you don't have the 0-16 season, as long as you don't come up with a 13, 14-win basketball season, you're still going to sell.
But John, here's the flaw in the argument. If you want to have it with the Tigers, you could, based on, hey, payroll is X, there's no cap, I want to do more. When have the Wings operated at a floor in hockey? Like, when have they left $30 million out there like Anaheim did a couple years ago? They spend their money. They're just not good at it.
That is a good point. But
I'm not breaking your chops, John. I'm just saying, like,
I know you're not. No, it's a very good point. We're leaving money out there, and that is a front desk issue.
Well, and how about this? If we could meet in the middle on something, I think it's an Yzerman issue on one thing: term. Yzerman doesn't like term. Why can't they get the players that you, I, Kenny, and the free world covet? Because they want term.
It's true. The players want
security.
They want long-term paydays because they feel like they've earned it, and Yzerman's unwilling to do long contracts because it is a physical game. But at the same time, you got to pay these guys.
Yeah, there's no doubt.
They're gonna not come somewhere. If we're only offering 2-3 year contracts, why would they risk it when they can go and take 6, 7, 8
That's right.
contracts? They're going to go to the Buffaloes of the world.
100%.
They're going to go to the Leafs of the world.
But that was part of the Dobson discussion. Again, John, I'm with you, and I'm glad I wasn't taking crazy pills. I mean, the previous caller acted like this guy was, Hull's brother. He's 25 years old. I don't care about an 8-year term. He's 25. And at a 9.5 AAV, and you cost average it out with Mo, you're basically paying 2 top 20 defensemen, $9 million a pop, and you have, I don't care about the clock. No one's here. 248-539-9797. Let's check that management office. Do what I want. 97.1. All right, quick TO. We're going to get back to the Wings calls. People are very passionate about it. I'm down. I mean, it's another one of our local teams, and it's this weird space we're in. So we'll get back into it. But we have Who Said It. This is a special treat, though, because I have been told for a long time, Paul Serra, or as Rico calls him, Brian Windhorst, Paul Serra is a savant at Who Said It, but he never participates. So now Paul joins us this week, David with the day off. He's busy making children. And Kenny is doing Who Said It. I'm fascinated to see if Paul Serra can live up to the hype. Okay. And with that, it's Who Said It. Ken, is where you talk.
All right, usually this is the part where somebody asks who's eligible.
Why are you back there swinging nunchucks? You're operating a radio board. It's like he's landing a plane.
Usually this is the part where somebody asks, who's eligible?
Okay, who's eligible?
The people from 6 a.m. to 8 p.m.
All right, Paul, are you ready?
I am ready. You built me up very well, Mike, but I might disappoint you.
No, I've just been told you're very good at this. So let's go. We need you.
All right, number one. I don't believe for a second the Tigers are going to go the way of the Mariners and fall out of the playoffs or go the way of the Twins and have that second half collapse like Minnie did. I don't believe that for a second. It's a good baseball team.
Oh, boy. Did you say Minnie?
Yeah, like.
Who would say Minnie instead of the Twins or Minnesota? That would be the only clue I have. Now, Paul, you're our guest. You're helping us today.
It kind of sounds like a Jim Costa quote.
Would Jim say Minnie?
See, I was thinking more Wojo because he said it went all the way to 8 o'clock. So I'm thinking maybe that's a Wojo with Minnie.
Kenny, I know reading is tough and it takes a lot out of you. Could you read that one more time for me?
I don't believe for a second the Tigers are going to go the way of the Mariners and fall out of the playoffs or go the way of the Twins and have that second half collapse like Minnie did. I don't believe that for a second. It's a good baseball team.
See, I just Wojo, like him and Minnesota are on such good terms. They're just Minnie.
The Minnie throws me off. Paul might be right here. I'm probably overthinking this.
Costa?
No, I was actually. Would Gator say that?
Doesn't really seem like a Gator type thing.
I don't want to sway. I don't want to sway you, Mike, but the good baseball team tag at the end sounds like a Rieger tag to a sentence. It's a good baseball team.
Minnie.
I'm going.
Rieger
Wojo.
does stupid stuff all the time. You know what? I'm going to trust Paul Serra. The blood will be on his hands. I'm going to go with Rieger.
You're going Rieger?
No, I'm going to go with Costa.
I like it. He did the old two-step. Kenny, who said it? Let's go! Paul Serra's Jesus. You beautiful bastard. Good for you.
Well, yeah, it just sounded like a Rieger tag at the end of the sentence. Good baseball team.
We need to bring him in every week. I told you, he's a savant. He's like Mr. Miyagi.
He didn't even pick Rieger.
It doesn't matter. He helped me. Kenny, number 2.
Do I have interest in Chris Sale? 100%. He's pitched very well this year. He pitched very well last year. A good veteran presence, another left-handed pitcher. Yeah, I've got a lot of interest in Chris Sale.
Okay, Chris Sale has since died. He broke his ribs. My initial thought is Jim Costa.
I did too.
But I want to start with Obi-Wan Paul Serranobi.
I'm going to say that's Gator.
Oh, no. But Gator doesn't think they need anything. Oh, wait a minute. No, he thinks they need pitching, and any talk of offense is egregious. You know what?
You going Gator?
We're going to start wearing bracelets. What would Paul Serra do?
Okay.
I'm going with Gator.
I'm going to stick with cookies.
Kenny Cott.
It sound more like definitive cookies. Do I want him? Yes, I want him.
Kenny, who said it? Paul Serra Revolution.
I'm thinking he may have to use the Evan Jenkins.
No.
I think he knows.
No, I'm telling you, I have been told for months this guy has been rising up draft boards. This guy is supposed to be the best guy in the building at this game. Do you know how many times I've heard from David and Kenny? And I go, well, why does Paul never want to play? Well, he's not here. Okay, case in point. He's good at this, Rico.
So how do they know you're good? Will you text him?
Well, I've done it a couple times, and I've gotten most of them right.
He has a photographic memory. Don't you understand this? You're in the presence of greatness.
But it's audio.
Okay, an audiographic memory. Kenny, who's number 3?
I get people being all excited about having a third baseman, but again, you have to ask yourself, what am I losing from the roster to acquire a player like this to step in who isn't an upgrade over Zach McKinstry?
Oh, dear God, that's got to be Gator. I swear, if Gator could adopt Zach McKinstry and move him into his house, he would. But we trust Paul Serra first.
Oh, man, that's a tough one. I'm going to say that's Jansen.
Kenny, I'm going to ask you to read that one more time, please.
That takes a lot out of him.
I get people getting all excited about having a third baseman, but again, you have to ask yourself, what am I losing from the roster to acquire a player like this to step in who isn't an upgrade over Zach McKinstry?
I'm going to go with Doug. That sounds more like a Doug thing to me.
And Gator doesn't want offense at any point.
Doug with the I get people.
Yeah. Now, why Jansen, Paul?
I don't know. I'm just going with my gut on that. It also could be Doug.
Do I dare go against the advice of Paul Serra? You know what? No, I don't. I stand with Paul Serra. Kenny, who did you guess again? Jansen?
Yes.
I don't like this guess, but if you're right, I'll tell you, you're never buying lunch again. Kenny, who said it?
Double Gator. I didn't
I
expect
had
that.
it! It was right there for me! Ah!
Only person to blame is
It's me. It's not Paul's fault. It's me.
That's it.
I'm the problem.
It's the man in the mirror.
Damn it. I knew it. I swear Gator is a fathead of McKinstry up in his bedroom. He loves McKinstry. He says goodbye to Zach before he leaves the house every day. See you, Zach? He loves him.
So why didn't you pick him?
Because I let Paul steer me, and I broke my microphone. Who cares? This cheap thing. All right, let's keep it rolling.
Is it 6 yet?
If you do use your oven, your home is still going to stay cool. It's just going to be an energy cost. If you're willing to pay up right now, it's a premium. It's hot as hell outside.
Okay.
What?
One more time, because I wasn't even ready for that one.
If you do use your oven, your home is still going to stay cool. It's just going to be an energy cost. If you're willing to pay up right now, it's a premium. It's hot as hell outside.
Paul?
I don't know who this is. I'll say Wojo. I don't know.
Wojo doesn't cook.
I don't know this one.
Hey, you're not here to say that. Come on. Read it again.
If you do use your oven, your home is still going to stay cool. It's just going to be an energy cost. If you're willing to pay up right now, it's a premium. It's hot as hell outside.
Read it again.
No. We're up against it, funny man.
Don't look at me like I have a clue.
You know, I'm not. You just happen to be
I'll switch
there.
my pick and go with Jansen.
I'm going to go cookies. His smarm hasn't been featured, and it just sounds like super matter-of-fact thing on a stupid topic. That would kind of fit lately what he's been doing.
I'm going Guff.
Oh, to come see Tom.
Because I have no clue.
All right. Who said it? Yes! F. Paul Serra. Who needs him? I could have swept the board if I just would have.
How'd you get from I stand with Paul Serra to F. Paul Serra?
It's a fast-moving situation.
Is this your first day here?
You want to do one more or no?
Yeah, we can do one more.
One more.
Holmes, Langdon, and Scott Harris. Again, good job, like what you've done so far, but you got to get to the mountaintop.
Paul Serra.
Could you reread it?
Holmes, Langdon, and
Kenny's going to be exhausted by the end of this segment.
Again, good job, like what you've done so far, but you got to get to the mountaintop.
That could be Tom.
You think that's Tecumseh?
Yeah, that could be Tom.
Any reason?
No,
Did that sound overwhelmingly like white to you? Or
I'm going to stick with the morning. I'm going to go Jansen. I haven't gotten one right yet, so
it's been look, shooters shoot. You just keep firing. You know what? I don't really have an opinion. I've already gotten 3 of them, so I'm very happy. I'll go with Paul. Let's go to come see Tom. Okay,
Wow.
that's all right. Did Doug have 3 packs of cigarettes? What is that?
Yeah.
Oh, my
Sounded
God.
like
Jeez. We're having a great time at Shanty Creek.
Was he the fabulous sports babe?
He sounds like Pharrell. We're talking Supersonics basketball, Master of Puppets. What the hell happened in Duck Up North?
Assuming it was a bad microphone.
Oh, my God. All right. That, Paul, you were wonderful as always.
Thanks.
That is who said it. All right, Northville Lumber, largest Trex decking outlet in the country, and Northville is Michigan's Trex Superstore. All colors of Trex decking, railing, lighting. They have it all the time and at the absolute lowest price. Whether you're a builder or a do-it-yourselfer, Northville has you covered. Call Northville Lumber today or just stop by. Take home some samples, buy it and build it. Do it right where the pros do. It's NorthvilleLumber.com. That's NorthvilleLumber.com.
So we are officially through NFL free agency, the offseason. So I have some over-unders, updated over-unders for you guys to react to. I just wanted your opinion on some of these teams. We'll get through the interesting ones and a couple of non-interesting ones because that's kind of funny.
Okay.
We'll start with those. The Browns, the Saints are all 4.5, and the 5.5s are the Giants, Jets, and Titans.
What would you like me to say? They're all dog ass.
Yes, they're all dog ass. I'm wondering if you have any over-under thoughts on that.
I think the Giants have a shot to go over just based on what could be an elite defense on paper. Offense is going to be very mid at best, but of any of those, say the Giants.
Yeah, I would say the Giants, but not for the reasons why Mike is saying, and I'm saying because I think Russell Wilson can win you 2-3 games, and that would put you over, along with the defense that they have. You said the Giants, Browns, and who?
Giants, Jets, and Titans are 5.5.
Oh, Jets. No, I'm good. Yeah.
Just a complete no on the Jets.
No.
Okay.
I mean, 5.5. Maybe AG can give him that new coach bounce. I mean, heck, this is my quarterback. Maybe Fields can go out there and get you to 6 wins, but I don't expect much.
Also, fun fact, Rico, you brought up Aaron Glenn. I was looking at the odds on the Coach of the Year. Do you know who the top 3? He's one of them. Do you know who the top 3 in that category is? Using AG as a baseline.
Well, assuming Ben Johnson
Ben
is
Johnson
probably
is
in
the
there.
betting favorite
For Coach of the Year?
for head coach of the year.
Wow. Okay. Campbell in there?
No, it's Mike Vrabel. I'll save you the time. All new head coaches going to new teams.
Oh, okay.
The 7.5s will move up to there. Falcons, Cowboys, Colts, Jags.
I'm all Atlanta. I think Penix it's got to be time. The roster's there. They reinvested in the defense, multiple pass rushers in the first round. This is Rico's guy. I like what I saw at the end of the year. It's always been about having a QB. Last couple of years, whether it was Ritter, Cousins, it cost them division titles. Penix is the real deal. All right, I'll buy.
Yeah, if not, you just got to blow that thing up because there's just way too much talent, Kenny, for that number to be sitting that low. Seriously, there's a disconnect, whether it's the head coach, GM, quarterback, offensive coordinator. You got too much talent there. Cowboys, 7.5. You know, that's the rake, Mike. It seems so low because you're like, it's Dallas. Like, they got to be better than 7.5, right? Yes?
Yes.
You're the East guy.
Yes.
Okay.
The 8.5s, we can start in division. Both the Bears and the Vikings are the 8.5. Does any of that interest you, over, under?
Bears. Yeah, over.
Yeah.
Talent's there. Caleb, year 2, takes the leap. Got an offensive coach, not a defensive Beekman. Yeah, Bears. I know Lion fans don't want to hear it, but too bad.
Yeah, I was willing to say both teams, but I need to hear some better reports coming from Minnesota that JJ is actually getting the offense and things are going well because he's got all the weapons. It's really all on him. Sam Darnold took that team to 14 wins. JJ, can you do a little bit? You don't have to get to 14, but I would like to think so. But Kenny, if I had to pick, I think the Bears. I think Ben Johnson with Caleb Williams. He's going to tailor the offense to fit him. And I know a lot of people don't think that, he destroyed this Lions team. He didn't get stupid overnight.
Is JJ the biggest wild card of the offseason, by the way?
Yes.
Yeah.
And I think it might be in all of football. Rico knows this. We've talked about it. If JJ's good, again, Lion fans don't want to hear this one. The Vikings have a roster that's every bit as good as yours. And the money that they saved by getting rid of expensive ginger idiot and paying rookie, they spent on defense. Like, the Vikings have a real roster. It's up to Mr. Meditation on whether he's real or not.
The irony is both quarterbacks from the national title game that year are probably the biggest wild cards because we just talked about
Great
Penix.
call. That's a great call. Yes.
Also in the 8.5. Now that David has the day off, he is not here to be negative and slanderous. The Steelers also fall under the 8.5.
I'm just going over because that's just what they do, Kenny. They don't have losing records.
I'm going to go under. I think Rodgers is cooked. It's just, I'm going under. I'm sorry. Like, I want them to be a little bit better because it'll anger David, but I actually think they're going to be a little bit worse. He wants a pick.
It's the Tomlin voodoo. It's Rodgers wanting to go out at least his way, and you got DK there. I think that they will have a winning record. I'm going to go over.
Also, the Miami Dolphins, Paul Serra's Miami Dolphins, 8.5.
I'm going under for the Dolphins. I'm sorry, Paulie. I love you, but I don't like your owner. I'm starting to really question whether your coach is anything but a hype man. Your quarterback's a problem. Tyreek doesn't look fast no more. Defense gutted by free agency. And you can't win a game in December
I was about to
because
say,
you're soft.
Yeah, I need to see your schedule, see how many games you play outside of the state of Florida in cold weather. Yeah, I would probably safely go under as well.
And these 9.5s may be problems for the Lions. The Rams, the Bucks, the Commanders.
Rams, Bucks, Commanders. And it's 9.5?
Yes, sir.
Go Commanders of those three. The East, Dallas is going to be bad. The Giants are going to be bad. They've played with Philly. And again, Rico, I don't know if you agree, rookie QB to year 2, there can be a leap.
Yeah.
Or it could be the CJ Stroud experience, but I'm banking that Daniels in year 2 of Kingsbury's offense with more weapons, including your guy Debo. Yeah, I'll bank on Washington there.
I'm going to go the Bucks, division that they play in, some easier games that they can rack up. So I'm going to go the Bucks to go over.
And also the Packers are one of the 9.5 teams talking about problems for the Lions.
I'm going to go over. I'm going to say a healthy Jordan Love will get this thing done. They went out and finally drafted a wide receiver. Yes, give me the Packers.
Yeah, probably. But, man, do they need a pass rush.
Yeah.
We bitch about pass rush here. Try being in Green Bay. You're pinning your hopes on Lucas Van Ness? Okay. But I'll go with you. The quarterback play, Love has the talent to be a top 5 QB.
Another one of the question marks of this upcoming season is the Bengals, 9.5. What do you make of that?
I'm going under. I think it's a bleep show. You've alienated your players. You've angered your wide receivers. You've angered Trey Hendrickson. You got rid of Lou Anaromo. I agree. I'm out.
I'm going to say under because the morale in that locker room is so low, Kenny, that the second they hit a 2-game losing streak, I think the coach is going to lose the team. I think the players are going to start blaming each other, and it's just going to be a dumpster fire. Like certain teams can handle adversity. It ain't the Bengals. They lose the coin toss, and they're already pointing fingers at each other.
So, Rico, Mr. Privilege, you and I are in the same 10.5 umbrella in terms of over-under. What do you make of both?
Lions, you're saying Lions and 49ers. That's a good number for both. This is how Mike wow, that's a good number. I would say with the Lions, the schedule that they have and the fact that I think that the Packers and Bears are going to be a little bit better, I would probably put them at 10. I'd probably put the Niners at 11 because you got the Cardinals and the Seahawks in your division. And I'm not a big Cardinals fan.
I like the Cardinals.
I know you do.
We'll see. I'll either look.
But the fact that one has one of the toughest schedules, and the other has the absolute worst schedule. So that's why I'm saying Lions 10. I would go under for the Lions, over for the Niners.
And will any of these teams win 12 games? The Final Four will round it out with this: Ravens, Bills, Chiefs, Eagles.
Bills. I got to see it with the Chiefs again. I think the Chargers might get them this year. I think old Harbaugh might have something to say in the West.
I would go with probably the Bills or Ravens. I think the Chiefs have realized you don't need to win all the games in the regular season. It means nothing. Just be ready for the playoffs. So I would go Bills or Ravens. If I had to pick one, Kenny, I'd say Ravens.
All right, and that is in football today.
Brought to you by Northville Lumber. Come on. He's testing out something here, and it worked. There have been 2 course records in the first 2 days of the Rocket Classic. Jake Knapp broke yesterday's 10-under mark with an 11-under today. Knapp has risen over 100 spots on the leaderboard and now finds himself tied for 6th. This after he shot an even score yesterday. What changed today? There's now a 3-way tie for first behind Chris Kirk, Phillip Knowles, and Andrew Putnam. The cut line is 6 under. AJ Hinch setting out the following lineup today against the Twins to begin the series. Colt Keith will start at third base. Gleyber Torres bats behind him at second. Kerry Carpenter will hit third in DH. Riley Green in the cleanup spot as he plays left. Spencer Torkelson hits fifth and first. Wenzel Perez in the 6 hole as he plays right. Dylan Dingler, Parker Meadows, Javi Baez will round it out as Sawyer Gibson Long makes the start. The team just released their latest medical report. Alex Lang is set to pitch another rehab outing with Toledo. Olsen has a bullpen tomorrow as well. The NHL Draft is tonight. The Wings have the 13th pick in the first round, and the Athletic has them taking winger Justin Carbonneau. Carbonneau has been a name I've heard with Detroit in the draft. Lead up, Carbonneau has legit NHL speed and power in his game to go with a high level of skill. End quote, I'm done. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
That was the best update ever. All right, 5 o'clock. Jeremy Otto's a true champion. Championship DNA. Great job by Jeremy Otto. All right, 5 o'clock. We've got callers who are ready to rock on this Red Wings thing. Let me be brief for the people who've just hopped in the car. What the hell are we hoping for tonight? Because I don't know. We haven't had a call yet today of someone going, man, I'm jazzed up to use this pick. Wojo wrote a column, and it was as if Rico was the ghostwriter. Like, trade this pick. We don't want to use this pick tonight.
Yeah.
I think what's egged on people is Noah Dobson getting traded right before the show. And again, I'm not saying the offseason is a bust or it can't be great because you didn't get Dobson.
No.
It's that we're trying to figure out why you weren't involved. Because the Islanders pivoted. They were losing leverage by the hour, and the Islanders decided we're going for future assets instead of NHL-ready players. That definitely makes it easier to acquire Dobson.
Right.
You had the 13th pick, and they took pick 16 and 17 and a Jonathan Berggren-type prospect. Noah Dobson's a top 20 defenseman, and he's a right-handed defenseman, those are unicorns in the NHL. He's 25. Now, we had one caller do the cutesy injury-plagued season anecdote where he didn't have a good year last year. The Islanders didn't have a good year. Go 2 years ago, 73 points. This kid, he can skate, physical, absolutely like a cornerstone piece. Now Montreal has 2 top 20 defensemen. They can split them up, run their top 2 pairing, and do it. They're already better than you. Now they're really better than you. And a lot of fans are bothered by that. Now, look, if you think, hey, we have Ekblad in the bag, we're getting Ekblad, fine. But it's about what do you need tonight in order to not be disappointed? What is your reaction if they just dutifully go up there at 13 and take some kid from the Swiss Alps or the fjords of Sweden, and you're sitting there going, oh, my God, we just took another player I'm not going to see till 2030.
I think you'd be very underwhelmed. I think, to quote Wojo, now Steve Yzerman, needs to show more of his untapped forte, shrewd, aggressive maneuvering.
Okay.
You need to see something.
And this was the other thing, guys. We could be on the air Monday and the whole thing could flip. I mean, it could be Ekblad, it could be a Robertson trade, and you go, okay, awesome. But the week where moves were supposed to happen was this week in the lead up to the draft. That's by anyone who's respected who covers hockey. Have the Wings bought anybody out? No. Have they traded anybody? No. Have they attached a pick to a dead body to create more cap space for free agent Palooza? No. No and no. So you're kind of looking at the draft going, all right, would tonight be the night something happens? The question for you is, what needs to happen for you to feel like, all right, this offseason's off and running? It's people have been passionate about it. So we'll throw the number out, 248-539-9797. Rico, Kenny, fill in the blanks here. What did I miss?
I don't think you missed much of anything, and I just get the awful feeling, and I know I depressed you at the beginning of the show, and
It was tough.
I'm sorry about that.
Tough.
That's on me. But at the beginning of the show, I had the same feeling of, I'm at a zero confidence level that anything other than the draft pick will be made at 13. There's no part of me that believes anything other than that is possible. I think that is the outcome, and I think they'll end up signing 3 or 4 depth pieces that fill out the rest of the lineup, and you're going to be looking a lot like what you looked like last year, probably with a similar outcome. And I know that's negative, and I'm sorry, but it's just a feeling that I've had since this offseason has started.
But like next Tuesday when free agency kicks off, do you have any hope? Do you have any hope we're going to get like Ekblad plus big trade for top 6 forward? Or like, I mean, even right now, think about the biggest Wings news. Oh, it's going to go down to the wire for Patrick Kane. 36 years old, allergic to any penalty kill time. Not a two-way forward at this stage of his career. Patrick Kane is the drama.
See, I don't want to speak for you, Kenny. It just feels like you set the bar low so you can't be disappointed.
That may as well be underneath the Detroit sign. Mm-hmm. That's what we do here.
I mean, because if you start saying, oh, they're going to go out and they're going to get this person, they're going to make this deal, and it doesn't happen, you're disappointed. So, Kenny, it feels like you set it low enough that anything that happens, pleasant surprise.
You know what it was? It was last year I had hope. You use the word hope, Mike. Last year I had hope. I thought we're going to get a couple names. This has to be the offseason. Steve gets it right. I can't worry about anything other than that line of thinking. And he burned me again. So now I set the bar at, all right, just prove that you're not going to do that again. I will believe nothing will happen until something happens. That's where I am.
Okay. 248-539-9797. We go to Tony and Macomb, 97.1. Tone, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, afternoon, fellas.
Afternoon.
I have a different perspective on this whole deal. I honestly think, and this is just my opinion, that I think Steve Yzerman in the beginning of his career had a lot of influence from Scotty Bowman. I think he helped him out early on. I think he picked his ear because Scotty was living in Florida at the time, and you may be too young for this, Mike, but I remember all kinds of articles how Yzerman would go to dinner with Scotty, and Scotty was at the games and all this stuff. And I think that influence is gone, and I haven't seen a lot from Steve to show that he's a great GM. To be honest with you, yes, he got the Kucherov pick, but Dumar's got a championship, and look at Dumar's now.
Well, I think it's also
in a bottle.
Look, part of this is, and look, he did a good job overall in Tampa. We know that, but he did inherit Victor Hedman. He did inherit Steve Stamkos. Those are 2 really nice building blocks to inherit 2 Hall of Famers. But Tony, here's where you're right. The day in, day out operations of running any team in any sport, you can't be good at one thing. You got to be good at all things and great at something. They have been arguably bottom 3 in the NHL in pro scouting. They're NHL level trades and signings. That falls at his feet, either because he makes the wrong decisions or he's allowing people to be employed like Chris Draper who make bad decisions and he still listens to them. Their pro scouting has been wretched.
Yeah, I think he's lost that influence. Scotty's in his 80s, so he's probably like, lose my number, I don't want to talk to you anymore. Or Steve's probably like, I'm far enough along, I don't need all this influence. But I just think, any GM at the beginning or any boss in any business you think of always falls to the older guys and be like, what should I be doing here? What should I do on this? And I think he's lost that, and it just shows that he's not that great of a GM.
Tony, listen, anyone who wants to say he's still great, you're hanging on to the past. I think he has to re-earn that title. Could he? If a week from today, Tony, they've got Robertson and Ekblad plus, okay, hey, you know what? This is the offseason we wanted. Let's go do this. But the reality is, look, for people who are mad at what Tony just said, they're entering their centennial season, year 7 of the Yzer plan. If they don't make the playoffs this year, he should be fired.
Right.
So are you still going to be saying he's a great GM if they miss the playoffs for a 7th straight year?
No.
Not you, people.
I was about to say, even in making the playoffs, I don't think you could say great GM. Like, you're going to have to get in the playoffs and actually do something. Like, is the bar that low? You made the playoffs. You're great again? No.
I leave it to the people. I feel like if Yzerman actually ever pulled off a free agent signing or a trade, you'd have these goofballs calling up, having like receipts.
Oh, yeah, that would turn all the way into C.
Yeah, C what? WCCC. Like, it's ridiculous. You're paid to do this. Now, tonight, no, I'm with Kenny. I hate to say it, Rico. I guess I'm going to check my phone and, all right, we drafted a Swedish guy. I'm resigned to it. Hope I'm wrong. But I also thought at the start of the week the easiest thing to do would be get rid of Hull and Tarasenko via buyout or just attaching a pick. I mean, by the end of the season, Hull was sitting next to Jim Costa at games, and that ain't on the bench.
No, I think everybody was at midnight when you can actually do the buyouts. You were waiting to see, okay, who's first? Not when is it going to happen?
We'll get your phone calls coming up next. 97.1, America's favorite place to watch football, Stadium Swim, located at Circa Resort and Casino. The biggest games, best viewing experience, and it's built for you, the fan. 6 pools, 3 levels, perfect view of the big screen, right in the heart of Las Vegas. It's Stadium Swim. Book your spot today at circalasvegas.com. All right, Kenny, couple of ticket texts go straight to the people. Been really good response in the Wings. I think people are very amped up. They want something to happen. I don't know. I'm just kind of resigned to they're going to use the 13th pick. It won't be anything bold. Desperately want to be wrong, but oh, man. Kenny, go ahead, bud.
The Wings are going to pick a goalie at 13, then I won't watch another game.
No, stop it now.
I was wondering why teams were still playing after the Wings stopped. What is this, playoffs?
Wow.
I loved Yzerman as a player, but as a GM, he's a loser. He will do nothing.
Oh, my God.
Dave Coulier from Full House announcing the Wings pick. I'd rather have him at GM than Yzerman. Cut it out.
Yeah, you know what I'm tired of in this town? Stuff like that. Like, I don't care about any of that. Like, I mean, can we get a little more J.K. Simmons on the TV side? I mean, what are we doing?
Oh, look, Mike, people
I've seen more J.K. Simmons than Scooble.
Okay, here's the thing. Detroiters like it when people represent their city. It's Detroit versus everybody. So if you're one of us, we like to see you out there doing it.
Okay.
I understand that's not your forte.
It's not. I don't care about any of it.
There's another one on that topic. You know he's going to make the pick when the team will have Dave Coulier announce it.
You know, actually, you're right. Oh, my God.
They wouldn't bring him out if they were just going to trade the pick, would they?
I didn't even think about that.
Cut it out. Oh, no. They are making the pick. Oh, my God.
Wow.
Okay, then. Thanks a lot, guys.
Yeah.
Kenny, you are a real black angel of death today. You are something.
Everything's going to be great, Mike.
Okay.
Positive vibes only.
All right, we'll go to Jordan, 97.1. Jordan, what's going on? Jordan?
Oh, my bad, I was muted. Hey, what's going on, guys?
Jordan, what's going on, buddy?
Honestly, I want to get right into it. I'm looking forward to them to making this pick. Like you guys touched on it earlier, their pro scouting is atrocious. But you know what they can do? They can draft well. So you know what? If Steve's going to throw in the towel, if the ownership's not going to care, I'm not going to care. I'll stop buying jerseys. You know, we'll be good in 2030, 2032, whatever. We'll have a full team that we've drafted that's been awesome. Pro scouting sucks. There's no point in them. Whatever trade they're going to try to pull, it's just going to be some half-ass.
But, Jordan, let me ask you this question, though. Hold on. Meet me in the middle on something, though. If you've arrived at that point with your organization, then how do you support the current regime? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, if you're like, look, use the pick because they're utterly helpless with anything, basically their job. Jordan, then how the hell are we sitting here and how do you do it?
I think that's the whole question, right? I mean, I'm a little bit of a younger guy. I'm 28, so like my entire childhood was, hey, the weather's getting warm, Wings hockey, Wings playoff hockey. Like that's all I knew. So for us to be at this point, that's almost like my whole point is it's a wash. Like Steve doesn't really care. It doesn't seem like ownership's really all that involved. So why should I be invested as much as some rich people, some billionaires, all that kind of stuff? You know what I mean?
No, I hear you. And Jordan, ultimately, look, and people get all bent out of shape when I say this. I don't. Excuse me. I don't blame fans, but I think fans blindly supporting stuff, that's also passé. Fans, these teams owe you. Let's be clear on something. Right. They are an entertainment product. Rico's a movie guy, okay? You love movies. The studios owe you entertaining movies. Correct. So that you say, here, Mr. Studio, here's my money so I can watch this thing. These teams
No, you're right. And as a fan, you give them the benefit of the doubt, but after a while, using your example, if the studio keeps putting out duds, it's like, okay, you know what? I'm going to pass because this is no good anymore.
Yeah. I just feel it's part of the deal you make with the city. And that's before we get to the issue of, hey, when an entertainment product is funded in some part by public money, then there's a public promise. And the promise is deliver the people a product that they want to spend more. And when teams don't do it, I don't think you're wrong for not going. I don't think you're wrong, like Jordan said. I can't do this. No, I don't think it makes you a bad fan. Versus the people who just blindly keep re-upping, and what are you getting out of it besides a kick in the teeth?
You know, at that point, I think it's tradition because you've had these seats for so long.
Oh, the fear of missing out.
Yep.
I did that, but it's the same thing with Michigan State. We talked about it.
But the second it's like, think about the Lion fan who gave up their season tickets and then the team got good.
Yeah, okay, but then hold on. They got good, and then what did the Lions do?
You're going to pay.
And then what would they do again?
you're going to pay even more.
Now, how many Super Bowls have they won?
That would be none.
How many Super Bowls they get to?
That would be none.
And the tickets have gone up how much in the last couple of years?
A lot.
Okay, so again, they owe.
They owe.
Yes, Kenny, I feel you're about to say something else depressing.
I will not be the black cloud, Mike. You can just take another call. I won't depress you any further.
Go ahead. What were you going to say?
I got nothing.
Okay, then we'll go to Harrison, 97.1. Harrison, what's going on?
Hey, I really don't want to hear the excuse about, and this isn't on you, sorry. I don't want to hear the excuse that people don't want to play here. For one, let's talk about Dobson in Canada. Before agent fees, if you factor in tax, do you realize he'd make $600,000 more a year here than he would in Canada?
Yes.
So people don't come at me with Dobson didn't want to play here.
And Dobson also was interested in Columbus, by the way. They were one of the last two teams in this deal.
Yeah, and it's like you're somebody that lived somewhere else and now lives here, and you know that this is a good place to live.
It's wonderful.
There's Birmingham, Bloomfield. There's lots of great communities to live. Hey, Steve, that's what the money's for. Your job is to convince people to want to live here and work here. Do I care that the weather's bad and the roads are bad? Hey, Steve, let me help you out. No and no. Do your job. That's all I care about. Your job is to convince people to come here and acquire them.
That's right. And Harrison, here's the other thing. Even if the original six thing doesn't play with, let's say, a new generation of player, okay, you still have a very nice building, right? You don't have some old, decrepit barn. It's a new building. It's a traditional franchise. Like, yes, Harrison, I'm so glad you said it, because part of the job is recruitment. Whether you're the GM of the New York Yankees or the GM of the Sacramento Kings, your job, you got to get people to be willing to play for you. Yzerman has shown no ability to do so.
I don't know that this matters, but I'm pretty sure the Wings are one of the only, if not the only one left that have their own team playing. Like, some of the amenities that this team has are pretty great. You have places in up north Michigan where your guys can buy vacation homes. Like, this is not a bad place to live. This is not, this is not, I don't really, I can't think of anywhere.
No,
Carolina,
Harrison, the point is, the only states that have an advantage over you, there's a very select few that are zero state tax states, right? Can't compete with that. But to your point, Dobson went to Canada.
Right. And if you're winning, I don't think you really care about the taxes. You just want to be a part of a win.
Right, but I'm saying, like, in the case of the Florida Panthers and how they haven't, now they also cheat the system with the long-term IR thing, but they have no state tax. It does play. But I'm with Harrison on this, though. It's not like we're losing players to the Panthers or Stars. You lost a player today via trade to the Montreal Canadiens. And it didn't seem like you were ever involved. And I don't know, Harrison, if you agree with this, but I'm getting tired of reading that the Wings weren't even in it.
I'm gonna tell you how many more times I want to. Like, I'm too flustered now. Now I'm just pissed off.
Okay.
I'm tired of the excuse making. We are the Detroit Red Wings. We are an iconic franchise. We are not in the most regressive tax state in the country.
Right.
Like, this is not a bad place to be. You have amenities. You've got a rich owner. Like,
right. Go play in New York. You're paying 50 cents on the dollar. You know what I mean?
Michigan is also one of the big exporters of hockey. It's not like people don't know that Michigan, like, there are a lot of Michigan people in the NHL. Like, it's not like people don't know that Michigan's good either. Well, it shouldn't be this hard.
No, it shouldn't. And again, Harrison, there was a time nobody wanted to play for the Florida Panthers. That time existed, okay? Like, Ed Jovanowski, and then there was a big gap, all right? Like, yeah, guess what? Zito helped revive this thing to where the Panthers are now a dynasty. Everyone wants to be there. That's part of the job.
Sounds like how it used to be here. When everybody wanted to be here.
I know. And it doesn't have to be everybody. It's just got to be a couple high-level players to get this thing moving. All we want is playoff hockey. All we want is the Red Wings to reclaim their place amongst the respected organizations in the league. Who respects them right now? They're a punchline.
Yeah, nationally, everybody that I've heard talk about them and have Red Wings as part of their conversations.
Here, actually, we have audio of it.
Absolutely correct.
I mean, think about this. If I told you the day Yzerman was hired, he would become a punchline to respected hockey writers. or the Canadian media at large, considering he was the GM who put together Team Canada. You would have gone, never. That's blasphemous. Now?
Oh, buddy, I could add to that. If I would have told you the day he was hired,
yes,
that before he turns it around, the Detroit Lions would be looked at as one of the most elite teams in the NFL.
You win. The meteor would have struck Earth.
Yes.
You win. That the Pistons would go from 14 wins to a hype squad. Yeah. I have nothing.
That the Tigers would make the playoffs.
Yes.
And I'm the depressing one. Come on, guys.
Okay, you know what? Role reversal. 248. I got nothing. We'll get more to calls. We got to get a football today in the mix. Who the hell's coming on the air at 6 o'clock?
I think Rieger.
Just Jeff Solo.
Okay.
Yeah, Wojo's doing TV.
Huh?
He's doing TV. Wojo's doing TV.
Who's putting Wojo on TV?
He's on TV. He'll be on channel.
Yeah, maybe with a bag over his head. All right, 248. Nice.
Are you looking for the best deals on the hottest Chevy models? There's only one place. You're not going to do this, Mike. Only one place to go. Hamilton Chevrolet in Warren. Hamilton's leading the way with unbeatable prices. Leave. Top-notch service and commitment to total satisfaction. Andrew and the sales staff want to be your Chevy dealer, whether you're looking for that sleek sedan, tough truck, or spacious SUV, heck, even a drop top when it's not raining. Hamilton Chevrolet has an inventory of brand new 2025s and 26 Chevys. The selection is best right now, so no more waiting months for your dream car. Nope, Hamilton is stocked up and ready to get you on the road in a Chevy that will fit your lifestyle and your budget, including the June Rico deal. Still a few days left. A 2026 Chevy Equinox LT for $299 a month for 36 months. Just walk in with $995 down. You'll drive off with 10,000 miles a year. You know what I say, the best deals are found at 14 Mile and Mound. Go and see my guys at Hamilton Chevrolet for details and find out why Hamilton is leading the way. More at HamiltonChevy.com. Chevrolet together, let's drive.
All right, brief timeout, touch table on some football before we get back to business. Kenneth, music. Oh, we have Tesh live at Red Rocks.
Yes, sir. Let's wrap up the NBA draft.
Thank God.
was night number 2. You know, let's just start it off like this. Mike, should the NBA just go back to doing the draft in one night?
Yes, and it should be a lightning round, speed round. 5 minutes between picks in the second round. Also, enough with the trades. Enough. You don't want your pick forfeited. Trade it in for a sub sandwich. Enough.
I want to say, I think there was 18 trades.
Insanity. Yes, one night. And also, for the love of God, upgrade the coverage. It's atrocious.
And maybe not hold it in the Barclays garage area.
That was a tough look last night.
It was.
They're one step from hosting at the Knights of Columbus. That was a tough deal last night.
Right. Okay, so we like to play this game. How many players drafted in the NBA draft were transfers in college?
All of them.
No, there's a number. See if you can guess the number. 59 picks.
45.
59 no. A little too high.
Okay, I'm
Kenny,
done.
want to jump in?
There's a guess over here.
Yeah, I was just telling Kenny 38.
20. Just 20.
That doesn't feel accurate. But I'll tell you why. Okay, foreign players can't transfer. They're playing for, the Belgrade All-Stars. Okay. I wish you would have subtracted the foreign players. That would have been more fair.
Okay.
But you're not a fair man.
I'm not.
Go ahead.
Mike. Okay, Mike. Duke had all 5 people in their starting lineup get drafted last night.
That's how you win championships. Tom Izzo.
They actually didn't win the championship last night. But
it gives you a chance.
They made one step further than say. Can you stay focused?
Okay.
Can you name the last 2 teams that had all 5 starters get drafted?
09 North Carolina?
No.
They had 5 first-round picks. Who?
No. I'm saying in that season, not guys who stayed and played a couple years.
Oh, dear God. The whole starting 5 in the same year?
Yes.
Is this...
One's a blue blood. Well, actually 2.
Yeah, a Kentucky team of some form.
Yeah, 2012, Kentucky.
Was that the Anthony Davis, John Wall thing?
Yes.
Okay.
And 06. Oh, UConn. Rudy Gay.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep. That's a tough question. It's a good question. That's a tough one.
You know what?
That's
I'm
not easy.
channeling my inner Mike.
Yeah.
Things. Sports.
Stuff.
What do Caleb Love, Mark Sears, RJ Louise, and Hunter Dickinson all have in common?
All undrafted ball hogs.
All undrafted, and all will be taking a pay cut.
Yeah, for sure.
Yes. It now makes more sense for you to stay in college if you're not going to be that first or second round pick.
That's right.
You just stay in college. You collect
Stay
your money.
and play.
So, yeah.
Hunter Dickinson's going to have a rude awakening when that check hits on Friday.
Mike, what do you make of this? According to some news reports, Ace Bailey not going out to Utah. He was, for those who don't know, Ace Bailey was selected 5th by the Utah Jazz. He made it a point to say, I only want to go to certain teams. Utah said, I don't care. I'm drafting you anyway.
Yeah.
Reports say he has not shown up yet.
I think it's stupid people getting stupid advice and getting stupid outcomes. I mean, Ace Bailey and his family hired someone who had never been an agent before. Trust me, I know what I'm doing. Yeah, would you trust a fireman with that? Like, it's insanity.
Yeah.
Well, guess what? Now the Jazz got you. You want to have a whole city turn on you before you collect a check? You're going to show up. You don't have any outs.
Yeah.
What a ridiculous situation.
I mean, he's doubling down on the whole, this is your chance to say, okay, how about we start fresh? Nah, I'm not going to be out there yet. You're seeing everybody flying out to their cities, even second rounders. He's not there yet. Another by the numbers for you, Mike. Average age of the first round selections.
19.5.
I'll just go with 19.
Okay.
Way to go.
I mean, it just skews that way now. The one and dones, whether it's the G League stuff, which has calmed down a little bit, but the foreign players that get taken, you're not seeing the 30-year-old smoking Marlboro Reds walking down the aisle.
No.
Coming over, like Sabonis did. It's different now.
Average age of the second round selection.
23.
Not as high. 21.7.
Yeah, it's all the kids who stay in school. It's like the Chaz Laniers. It's a different thing.
It is, because what it's turning, it looks like the NBA has turned into freshmen, first day, or foreign players, and then the super seniors or seniors the second day.
Yes.
If you're in between, NIL is saying, you know what, I can make more money staying in college. All right. What are the Nets going to do?
Lose.
They have
a lot,
including their draft picks, 21 players. Do you like the 15 players are all signed, and then they just had 6 draft picks come in, 5 in the first round and 1 yesterday.
Trades and things, and I don't know. I've never seen anything like it. I didn't understand the strategy. It's too many picks.
I thought that they were going to use those picks to maneuver, move around, maybe go get that one player. But they said, you know what, how about we just take them all? That'll work. So,
and again, that's why they've been crucified league-wide. I mean, executives laughing at what they're doing. It's quite something.
Michael, if Cooper Flagg becomes a superstar in Dallas, and he doesn't get moved like Luka did.
Right.
By the age of 31, this is according to Sport Tracks. Do you know how much money he will accumulate?
$1 billion.
Very close.
It's true.
$900 million by the age of 30.
Yeah, the base rookie extension. Then you factor in all NBA status and the boosters. I mean, by the time he hits the Supermax by that point might be $75 million a year.
Yeah.
I mean, when you really think about it, so it'd be what, a 5-year, 4-year extension, 75 a pop. Dude, the numbers are getting crazy. Yeah, I don't doubt it at all.
All right, I want to finish this off with 3 things. Well, I guess 4. The Pistons taking your guy, Chaz Lanier, during a commercial.
I was bummed out because we got it right, and we didn't even get to watch it in real time. I'm like, damn it. Also, ESPN disrespected Detroit all night. They talked about seemingly every team in the East except the Pistons. I mean, they sat there. I mean, they were all like enjoying their popsicles, talking about the Atlanta Hawks being a threat. And I'm going, well, if you're going to talk about the Hawks, you're going to talk about the Pistons? It's like we don't exist.
Well, it's funny you mentioned that. With the trades and everything that the Atlanta Hawks have done, have they become a threat? Like, is this team now a team that, we talk about other teams in the East? Should we start including the Atlanta Hawks?
Look, they were in the play-in. They had a couple devastating injuries. They have talent. A threat to what? Do I ever think they're going to do what they did in 2021 and get to the ECF again? Probably not. Not with a balding point guard. But they have talent. They've drafted well. They added Porzingis, which makes you better in the margins. It can give you tons of lineup flexibility. Yeah, and guess what? They still have all summer now. They have the extra first-round pick because Joe Dumars is a dumbass. They can do some things this summer. So,
you know what?
Yeah.
It's like you're reading the script over
What?
here, Mike. What is going on in New Orleans?
Crack. Or maybe like Scarface, just big bowls of Coke. I don't know what the hell they
I feel
were
like
doing.
Stephen A. I mean, seriously, it's like,
Joe, you could have put a top 10 restriction on that pick. Atlanta still does the trade. An unprotected pick in a year that the Pels are almost assuredly going to be a lottery team. Joe.
So is New Orleans going to break this thing up? Like, what are they going to do?
Hold on. So break it up to be bad, but you gave away your own pick.
That's why it's the question. All right. Finally, what's going to happen with Giannis in Milwaukee? He said that he was monitoring all the picks that Milwaukee was making. Is he staying? Is he leaving? What do you think is going to happen with Giannis in Milwaukee?
Just feel like it's calmed down. I don't know what's changed. But if Milwaukee was going to do something, it would almost assuredly have to have been pre-draft so you could get existing capital to start a rebuild. Rico, I almost feel like maybe is he having second thoughts?
It kind of feels that way because I think he's trying to find every reason to stay. Like, okay, you got this guy. That's good enough for me, because we've seen when players want out. I mean, Kevin Durant, I don't want to be here. And the next thing you know, he's being dealt again. Giannis, I do think he wants to try to run it back one more time. Giannis, to me, looks like the type of person that needs to always be liked. And if he leaves, then there are going to be people who won't like him.
Northville Lumber, we talk about them all the time. Largest Trex decking outlet in the country. Northville is Michigan's Trex.
That was actually audio of Kenny the other night when he made his first
railing,
run.
lighting. They got it all the time. And
all right,
that
wraps up the NBA
tremendous
draft.
Joe Dumars is terrible.
Northville has got
We're
you
still
covered.
waiting
Call
to
them today.
see what
Better
New
yet,
Orleans
just
is gonna
stop
do.
by, take
97-1.
samples, buy it, build it, do it right where the pros do. Call Northville Lumber today, Michigan's Trex Superstore, or go to northvillelumber.com. That's northvillelumber.com. All right, Kenny has laid it out. You're using the pick at 13 because why else would Dave Coulier be here? It's happening.
I'm so shocked that none of us picked that up.
I mean, why would you bring him in if you weren't going to make that pick?
Why can't Dave Coulier announce a trade?
I mean, he could. I mean, would he be able to? I guess he runs into the same problem. Pronounce the names.
But would they allow him to announce the trade?
I don't know. I just look. They're gonna use the pick. That's what Kenny's got me.
And he's announcing the first pick, their first round selection.
Yes. Are you guys just set that that's what's going to happen?
Yes.
Only based on you. Yeah. I actually came into today with hope, and you took that from me.
How much hope did you actually have coming in?
A decent amount.
Really?
I thought the Wojo column was interesting. Wojo doesn't really do what's it called? Opinions. So when he has one of these opinions,
Brady Hoke should be fired.
Right. Cutscene. Hoke had been fired for 2 weeks. It's the idea. I thought, maybe Wojo knows something.
Me too. I thought the same thing.
But then we came in here and you basically set the house on fire. So
I didn't mean to do that. But at the
like
same
you
time,
with the Pistons pick. But is it really a pick if it happens during the commercial?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, it is. In fact, it is.
What was that, by the way? I was trying to watch a draft and
YouTube commercial.
Yeah, well, I don't get it. Why did they do that?
And they were the only one I think that actually happened in a commercial. The commissioner couldn't just say, okay, we're going to wait until the commercial's over and then announce, Pistons.
I still find it absolutely amazing that ESPN has Bob Myers, the guy who built the Golden State Warriors, the guy who found Draymond Green. And yet I have to accept Kendrick Perkins, whoever the hell Andrea Carter is, and Malika Andrews as my draft coverage.
Now, here's last night, it was like their A team. Where were these people?
Well, they had Paul there.
Right. I'm saying he was there. Myers was there. They were all there for night 2. Why not have them all there for night 1?
Why have a night 2 anyway?
No one knows.
What are you doing?
In the parking garage of
right.
the Barclays Center.
Right.
It was actually the Knights of Columbus in Williamsburg.
Because everything else was apparently rented out.
I mean, seriously,
2 nights of the NBA.
It looked like all of a sudden the door would just rise up and a truck would just drive in there. Where are you?
So, are you guys going to be watching the draft today? What are we doing at 13?
Whoever Dave Coulier says.
Somebody from the fjords of Sweden or something. I don't know.
Possible
name, Hovland.
What are your percentages that Coulier comes up and says the Detroit Red Wings have traded the pick to?
I had hope, but Kenny dashed it, so I'm not allowed to have it anymore.
Kenny, I don't think it's going to happen either. I would actually be floored.
My whole thing's I'm waiting for the first day of free agency before I really yell about it.
Right, the first, yeah.
I want to wait and give Steve a fair chance here. It's not, you don't have to do one or the other. It's just the idea of how, Tarasenko and Hull are a drain on your salary cap, right? How are they here? Get rid of them.
You do realize that for 3 straight years, we've been waiting for the aha moment. The trade, the move, the transaction to make it all make sense. We're all like, oh, there we go. And it's yet to come. So
I'm sorry, what? I wasn't paying attention.
Exactly. I'm not going to hold my breath. Oh, you're daydreaming?
No. What's coming up on the show?
All right. So, listen, I have to bring up Bregman one more time just because the nonsense I've heard on this radio station. That is just it's just a little portion of my 45-minute snippet. The other thing,
and we have said nothing.
No.
Don't play that game
listen,
with me.
I will call out people.
I would trade for Satan if he could help me win the World Series. You think I care? Oh, he said no to us. I don't want him.
The midday show made me drive off the road today. I was something Gator said that just I had to call Rico. I had to call Rico. So I'm going to say that. I'm curious if people buy what he's selling.
Hey, let me help you without even hearing it.
As well.
No.
No and no?
No and no.
Oh.
Literally,
I didn't ask 2 questions.
And I'm like, what did they say?
Hey, listen, I did.
What did they say, Rico?
I picture Rico when he took the call. He just held the phone out and just let me talk. No. Listen.
Is that how Doug spoke to you at Michigan State?
No.
He walks in.
I told you, he defied logic. It was 4 of us in the room.
Rico and Doug show up at Bagel Fragel.
Oh. The Fraggle.
No, but to be
Old
fair,
school.
some people
Don't
might
knock the
agree with
Fraggle.
Gator. So some people might agree with Gator. So that's why I'm going to bring it up.
I have
And
a
then I
name.
have some fun as well.
I have a name for those people.
What?
Idiots. All right. No, it's just you can't have feelings. If Bregman helps you, you go get him. I don't care if he said no. It's not like he rejected a date. He took a better financial deal in a better ballpark.
See, I like your rationale. Like, he's hurt.
No, exactly. And who
Let's
knows
let
when
him
he's going to
get
come
better
back.
first.
Fair.
And
Before
then
we
we
talk
have the
about
conversation.
it. That is true. Well, when Bob Nightingale writes all
All right,
about
you
it
know
and
what?
it's front page in the USA Today, you got to talk about
I'm
it.
going to let you have the show because Death Storm part
Yeah.
is coming.
Wait. Are we going to not have a game today? Am I going to do 4
Rieger.
hours today? What do you guys think?
Take a look.
Oh, that looks pretty bad.
Hit the button before
those,
you realize
those
it.
windows
97
are tinted, right?